Oasis Audio presents The Nancy Drew Diaries number 7, The Phantom of Nantucket by Carolyn, Keene. Read for you by Georgina Marie. Dear Diary, I can't believe it. George, Bess, and I are heading to Nantucket, a small island off the coast of Massachusetts. It looks beautiful in the pictures I've seen. Very quaint. I can't wait to lie on the beach, eat lobster, and go sailing in the bay. We're also going to the grand opening of a local museum exhibit arranged by Bess's friend Jenna. Apparently, she solved a mystery from the 1800s about why a ship sank right off Nantucket's coast. A girl who solves mysteries. I think I'm going to like her. Chapter 1. Ahoy! Land ho! My friend George called, waking me from my nap. It took me a second to recall where I was, but I grinned as soon as I remembered. I was on a ferry boat headed toward Nantucket Island for a Labor Day weekend of beaches, ice cream, and museums. It had been a busy summer of work and family obligations, and I was looking forward to some time off before the fall. I sat up straight and looked at where George was pointing. Through the fog, I could just make out the edge of the shoreline and a lighthouse standing tall above the rocks. Painted in bright red and white stripes with a glass top that allowed the light to shine through, warning arriving boats of the rocks, it looked exactly how I had hoped it would. "It's just like a postcard!" I exclaimed. A voice boomed over the PA system. "We will be docking at the Nantucket Ferry Terminal in approximately 20 minutes. Please take the time now to gather your belongings and clean the area around your seats. Thank you." I put away the book I had been reading before I drifted off. "We'd better wake Bess. You know she'll want to put herself together," George said, rolling her eyes. My best friends Bess Marvin and George Fane are cousins, but you'd never guess it. They're about as opposite as you can get. Bess isn't a girly girl, but she likes to wear nice clothes, and her hair is always perfectly styled. For this trip, she was wearing seersucker pants, a pink collared shirt, and a yellow V-neck sweater. She fit in seamlessly with the other tourists on the ferry. George, on the other hand, keeps her hair short so she doesn't have to think about it, and wears jeans and sneakers every day. I'm more in the middle. I'm not the fashionista that Bess is, but I like to look nice. I guess that's why the three of us are best friends. We all fit together, and we each have our own place. I shook Bess's shoulder gently, and she woke with a start. "What's happening?" she asked through a yawn. "We're almost there," I told her. "Oh, good," Bess said, reaching into her purse and pulling out a hairbrush. "I'm tired of moving." I knew what she meant. It had been a long trip. We'd left our hometown of River Heights at 7 a.m., and now it was almost 5 p.m. When Bess's mom's oldest friend had invited us all here for the opening of her daughter Jenna's exhibit at the local nautical museum, I hadn't realized just what a journey it would be to get to Nantucket. "I counted," George said. "We've been on 4 different types of transportation today. Car to the airport, plane, bus to the dock, and now ferry." "Maybe Jenna will have bikes we can ride to get that number up to 5, I joked. Bess wrinkled her nose. "I don't think Jenna's the type to ride bikes," she offered George her hairbrush. "Why not?" George asked, declining the brush. I took it instead. "She's just someone who really focuses on whatever she has to do. She got straight A's in college. Jenna is just an unpaid intern at the museum, but apparently she hasn't been to the beach once all summer. She spent all her free time in the library. While she was there, she made some important discovery, so they gave her a show to curate all by herself. The whole reason her parents can't come to the opening is because they never imagined she would have her own show so soon. They bought tickets to Italy months ago. We could hear the engines of the ferry slowing. People around us started to get up. "She sounds intense," I noted. Bess nodded. "That's a good word for her, but she's also really nice. We're going to have fun this weekend, I promise."
"Ladies and gentlemen, we are docking. We will be disembarking from the starboard side of the ship," boomed a voice from the loudspeaker. George, Bess, and I exchanged looks. We weren't quite sure which direction starboard was, but everyone around us was headed toward the right side of the ferry, so we followed them. George lagged behind us, lugging her gigantic backpack. She practically staggered as she adjusted to its weight. "I still don't understand why you felt the need to bring so many electronics with you," Bess commented. "What else are you supposed to do on vacation?" George asked.
"Oh, I don't know," Bess pondered. "Lie on the beach, go for a hike, shop."
George cut her off right there. "That might be what you do on vacation, but when I'm on vacation, I play computer games, read on my tablet, see what's happening on the internet." Bess shook her head as she held open the door to the outer deck of the boat. From here, we could see people gathering on the dock, waving to the ferry. Walking to the side, Bess peered into the crowd, looking for Jenna.
"There she is!" Bess shouted, waving.
"Which one is she?" I asked.
"Come on, Detective Drew. You can figure it out," Bess joked. My friends like to tease me because in our hometown of River Heights, I'm something of an amateur sleuth. A while ago, I discovered that I was pretty good at solving mysteries, and now people ask me to help them if they think someone is stealing from their business or cheating in a competition, things like that. I scanned the crowd, searching the sea of pastel polo shirts, until I saw a serious-looking young woman in a Nantucket Nautical Museum sweatshirt, standing with perfect posture, her long brown hair tied back into a tight ponytail. "I see her!" I exclaimed, pointing.
"You solved the case,"
Bess laughed. "I wish they were all that easy," I joked back as we walked down the ramp off the boat. I glanced at George. It was unusual for her to be quiet for this long. She was staring down at Jenna, looking slightly nervous. George is always so confident and tough. It hadn't occurred to me that she might be anxious about fitting in with Jenna. Bess and Jenna had known each other their entire lives. Their moms had been friends since childhood. But Jenna's family lived several states away from us. Still, Bess's and Jenna's families saw each other every year. They even had a tradition of going skiing together. George and I had heard stories about Jenna for years, but neither of us had ever met her. Originally, Bess's mom had said that my boyfriend Ned could come with us to Nantucket, but George had asked me whether it was okay if it was just the three of us. She didn't want to feel like a third wheel with Ned and me and Bess and Jenna. I would have said yes, no matter what. But it worked out perfectly, since Ned's family always took their annual camping trip over Labor Day weekend. "Hello, Bess." Jenna greeted Bess with a stiff hug. Bess introduced us to Jenna. "This is my cousin George Fane and our friend Nancy Drew." Jenna took both of our hands in a firm, businesslike shake. "Thank you for coming. It's great to know that the reception won't be just myself and Pete, the museum's director." I noticed the baggage cart making its way down the ramp with our luggage. We followed Jenna as she led us to where it would stop. "I'm sure the reception will be great," I said. "Bess's mom told us you made a really big discovery about a shipwreck?" Jenna pushed us through the crowd, making sure we would be the first people to get our bags.
It is significant, but you never know how the public will react to something like this. And it's extra important that it go really well. Jenna trailed off, and I couldn't help but wonder what she was going to say. That's one problem with being a detective. You can't stand unanswered questions. What makes the reception so critical? I asked. Mr. Whitestone, the president of the museum's board of trustees, is coming. If he's impressed by the turnout and the exhibit, Pete says there's a really good chance he'll offer me a permanent position. Despite herself, Jenna broke out into a big smile. Bess hugged her. Jenna, that's amazing. This has been your dream job since you were a little girl. Congratulations. Jenna put her finger to her lips. Don't jinx it. It's not a done deal yet. I still need everything to go perfectly tomorrow night. Yeah, but it will. I mean, I know you. You've probably checked everything 100 times already, Bess said. The baggage carts pulled up, and George, Bess, and I retrieved our suitcases. Jenna checked her watch. The museum is actually just up the street. Do you mind if we stop by before going back to my house? They're hanging a brand new exhibit banner at 5:30. We could just make it. Mind? Bess said. We wouldn't miss it. We followed Jenna out of the parking lot around the ferry dock, past a row of seafood restaurants, ice cream parlors, and t-shirt shops. The streets were made of cobblestone, and the sidewalks paved in red brick. Is this why people call Nantucket the Little Gray Lady? I asked Jenna as we passed a row of gray shingled buildings. It's actually because of all the fog, but your reasoning also works, Jenna said with a laugh. The late afternoon sun made the whole place aglow with a magical light. With the narrow streets and weathered buildings, there was a real sense that you were walking the same streets that people had walked 200 years ago. Bess read my mind. If it weren't for the cars, I'd almost feel like we'd gone back to the past, she sighed. It's beautiful. Jenna nodded. As a history buff, it's one of the things I love most about this place. It's very dedicated to preserving the past. Take its whaling history. The island was originally settled in 1659 as a whaling colony. Nantucket dominated the trade for almost 200 years. Given how people feel about whaling now, and the fact that it almost drove whales to extinction, some places might try to hide its association, but Nantucket has a museum with a permanent exhibit on whaling, right in the center of town. You're definitely going to get that job, George said. I usually think history is boring. I'm all about the future. She waved her smartphone in the air. But you make it seem really cool. Down the street, a woman who looked to be about Jenna's age walked toward us, pushing a man in a wheelchair. Jenna's face lit up in a big smile, and she waved. The woman stopped, and Jenna introduced us. This is Marnie, my best friend on Nantucket, and this is her grandfather, Mr. Fraser, Jenna told us. We all shook hands. Mr. Fraser is my favorite person on the island. Can you guess why? Jenna asked. Because he's the oldest person on the island? George asked, half under her breath. George, Bess hissed, hitting her. Jenna laughed. That's okay. It's true. He's 104. My jaw dropped. I couldn't help it. I'd never met anyone over 90 before. Congratulations, George said. Mr. Fraser nodded, but he seemed to be thinking about something else. I couldn't blame him. He was 104. He'd earned the right to think about whatever he wanted. Not only that, Jenna continued, but Marnie's family has lived on the island for 7 generations. Wow, George exclaimed. You're like island royalty. Unfortunately, we don't get crowns, Marnie said with a chuckle. Just bragging rights. Bess checked the time.
Jenna, it's 5:27. We should probably go if we're going to make the banner hanging.
Jenna nodded.
Right. We have to head home, Marnie said.
A disappointed look flitted across Jenna's face.
You do?
She asked, confused.
Sorry, Grandpa's pretty tired. The sneak peek at the exhibit earlier wore him out.
Jenna seemed a little upset, but she mustered a smile.
Okay. Well, I hope you liked it. Sorry I had to leave before you finished seeing all of it.
Marnie gave a nod.
No problem. Once Grandpa's settled, how about I come join you guys for dinner?
Sure, Jenna said. Marnie headed off, pushing her grandfather.
I don't envy her having to push that wheelchair on these cobblestones, I observed.
Marnie seemed out of breath after only a few steps.
She's used to it, Jenna said.
We walked quickly, and after 2 blocks, Jenna stopped us.
Here we are, she said.
We were standing in front of a large brick building. A mural depicting a boat chasing a whale with a harpooner at the ready was on one of the outside walls. It was captioned, "Going on the Whale." Leaning out of a window near the top of the building was a kind-looking middle-aged man hanging a banner.
"Oh, good, you're here,"
the man called down to Jenna.
"I was getting worried."
"You know I wouldn't miss this, Pete," Jenna yelled back.
Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a guy leaning on the corner of a building, watching Pete hang the banner. The guy kept checking his phone and seemed fidgety.
"Does he look like he's up to something?"
I asked Bess, nodding toward the guy. She laughed.
"Nancy, you're on vacation. I order you to relax."
I knew she was right. I was making something into a big deal when nothing had even happened. My brain just wasn't used to not having a case to solve. That man was probably waiting for his date to arrive or something. Pete looked down at Jenna from the window and gave her a thumbs up.
"Just a few more seconds," he shouted.
It took all my willpower not to turn and see how Mr. Fidgety reacted to this news, but I could feel Bess's eyes on me, and I wanted to prove to her that I could be on a real vacation. Detective work not included.
"You ready?"
Pete shouted at Jenna. Jenna nodded, turning to Bess. "Can you take a picture on your phone? I know my parents are going to want to see this."
"Of course,"
Bess said, getting herself into position.
"On the count of 3,
Pete yelled down.
1, 2, 3.
He unfurled the banner. It dropped down the side of the building, billowing with a satisfying whoosh. When it finally fell into place, a gasp went through the crowd that had gathered outside the museum. The banner advertised, "Mystery of the Eleanor Sharp Solved." But written across it, in bright red letters, was the word, "Liar."
Chapter 2. The Lady Vanishes.
"This is outrageous,"
Pete bellowed as he struggled to rein in the banner. Whoever painted it had done so recently. The paint hadn't quite dried and was dripping slowly, giving the impression that it had been written in blood. I've seen a lot of disturbing things while solving cases, but even I found the image chilling.
"Who would do something like this?"
Jenna asked quietly, her voice catching as she fought back tears. Immediately, I turned my head toward the suspicious guy I had seen earlier, but he was gone. I thought I could just make out his back heading down the street, but a thicker crowd was already forming around us. I wasn't going to be able to go after him before he got out of sight.
"Jenna, are you okay?"
I heard Bess say urgently next to me. I turned to see Jenna breathing rapidly and her eyes twitching back and forth as she registered all the people around her snapping photos on their phones. She looked like she was in shock. The look on her face reminded me of an old friend, Dana, from summer camp, who was petrified of heights. One day we went on a hike that required crossing a bridge. When Dana caught sight of the ground and how far away it was, she froze. It had taken us over an hour to get her off the bridge. Later, the nurse told us she'd had a panic attack. Right now, Jenna looked exactly like Dana had on that bridge. Her face had lost all its color, and her eyes were glazed with fear as she inhaled rapidly, as if she couldn't catch her breath. "Let's get her inside," I urged. Jenna was embarrassed enough already, and I didn't want any more of a scene out here with all these people gathered around. George and I led the way, elbowing through the crowd, clearing a path for Bess to lead Jenna up the museum's steps. "Jenna," Pete said, opening the door. "It's okay. We'll clean off the sign right away. It will be good as new in no time." He ushered us inside, guiding Jenna into a chair. "Just rest here a moment and catch your breath." "Kelsey," Pete called to a woman dusting a display of harpoons hanging on the wall. "Can you get Jenna some water, please?" Kelsey looked from Pete to Jenna for a second, almost like she was deciding whether she was going to protest, but eventually she went with a loud put-upon sigh. It seemed like a rude response, given how clearly upset Jenna was. Any of us would have been happy to get the water if we knew where it was. Out of habit, I mentally flagged her as a possible suspect, before catching myself. This wasn't my case. No one had asked me to look into anything. I was just here as a supportive friend. Kelsey was taking her time getting the water, but even without it, Jenna looked better already. The color was coming back to her cheeks, and her breathing was slowing down. I could understand why. The museum felt like a sanctuary. 2 of the interior walls were brick, giving the whole place a cozy feeling. The sounds from outside were muffled to a murmur. A scale model of a ship sat in the middle of the room, and a skeleton of a whale hung from the ceiling. "I knew whales were big," George remarked, a hint of awe in her voice. "But I didn't realize just how big. We don't have a lot of opportunities to see whales, or their skeletons, in River Heights." I looked up and nodded. From the tip of its beak-like jaw to the end of the tail must have been a good 60 feet, longer than a bus. I felt like an ant in comparison. I couldn't imagine what it would be like to see an actual whale in the ocean. I glanced at Bess, who was staring at a painting captioned, "Nantucket Sleigh Ride." It showed a whale, harpoon stuck in its back, dragging a ship along as it tried to free itself from the spear. I cringed at the gruesome image. And if I thought it was gruesome, sentimental Bess was probably having a much harder time. Sure enough, I caught her discreetly wiping her eyes. "Bess," I said, hurrying over, "you know you shouldn't look at things like that." Bess sniffled. "I know. I didn't realize what it was at first." She followed me away from the painting. "I can't believe anyone ever killed these animals. They're such beautiful beasts." "Well, if you wanted oil lamps before they invented kerosene, whale oil was the best there was," a voice said from behind us. We turned to see Kelsey standing there, holding Jenna's glass of water. "It still seems cruel. Whales are extremely intelligent creatures. They didn't deserve to be hunted down," Bess said fiercely. Kelsey shrugged. "People did what they had to back then. Who are we to judge them for their choice?" She crossed over to Jenna, handing her the water without a word. Bess, George, and I exchanged a look. Kelsey didn't seem extraordinarily friendly. "Feeling better?" I asked Jenna. She nodded. "Do you have any idea who would do something like this?" I prodded, going into detective mode again. Jenna shook her head. Pete interjected. "It was probably just a prank. The island fills up with kids every summer. They get bored. They see an opportunity to pull off some mischief." He trailed off. I nodded. "Liar is kind of a weird thing to write, though," George mused. "What do you think they were saying you were lying about?" "They may tease me, but my friends like a good mystery almost as much as I do." "I doubt they put much thought into it," Pete said. Jenna looked up suddenly, turning toward Pete. "You don't think it had anything to do with that letter we got last week, do you? It said something about us lying, right?" "What letter?" I asked urgently. If it were just the sign being defaced, I'd agree that it was most likely a prank. But with a letter, it seemed like someone had a vendetta against the museum. That meant there could be future incidents. "I told you, Jenna," Pete sighed. "We get those letters all the time. At least once a week someone sends us an angry note." "What do people have to be angry about?" George asked. I was curious about the same thing. It didn't seem like a history museum on a tiny island would be the target of a lot of hate mail. "Oh, a lot of it is from animal rights activists who think we glorify whaling," Pete answered. Kelsey, who was hovering nearby, threw a dirty look at Bess. "Sometimes people just had a bad day at the museum and write to us to complain," he continued. "Really, they're not anything to worry about. We've gotten letters like that the entire 5 years I've worked here, and nothing has ever come of them." Jenna didn't seem entirely convinced. I wasn't sure I was either. Pete went on. "Actually, this prank is probably the best thing that could have happened to you and the exhibit." I could tell that Jenna, who was mid-sip, fought hard not to spit her water out all over Pete. I was surprised, too. I couldn't think of any circumstances where being accused of lying would be a good thing. "How do you figure that?" George asked indignantly. "Have you ever heard the phrase, 'there's no such thing as bad press'?" Pete asked. "It's the idea that anything that gets your name out there is good, even if what they say is bad, right?" Jenna asked. Pete nodded. "Exactly. For us it means that people's curiosity is now piqued. They think there's something scandalous about our exhibit, and everyone loves a good scandal." I had to admit that there was a certain logic to what he was saying. It couldn't be a bad thing to have all those people taking photos on their phones, even if it hadn't seemed like it was good in the moment. They might post the photos on their social media pages, essentially giving the museum and the exhibit free advertising. "You don't think Mr. Whitestone will be mad?" Jenna asked nervously. Pete shook his head. "I think he'll be so ecstatic when he sees a packed opening reception that he won't care how we got the people through the doors." I could see Jenna visibly relax. Pete stood up. "Why don't you show your friends your exhibit? They can give you any last-minute feedback before Mr. Whitestone and the amazing crowds of people you're now going to have see it." He walked into the back room, giving Jenna a reassuring pat on the shoulder as he left. "See?" Kelsey snapped. "Even when things go wrong, they still always turn out all right for you, Jenna." She stormed after Pete. Bess stared after her, in disbelief at Kelsey's rudeness. Jenna gave us an embarrassed smile. "Sorry for all the drama you stepped into. It's usually so quiet here." "That's okay," I said with a smirk. "We're used to drama following us around." "I'm going to go wash my face and freshen up," Jenna said, "but then I'll show you the exhibit." "I'm excited," Bess gushed. "I still remember the exhibits you used to set up with your dolls when you'd make all of us play museum as kids." Jenna laughed at the memory. "Well, I can promise that this exhibit has cooler artifacts to look at than my beat-up Barbie dolls." She walked to the bathroom, and immediately George and Bess swarmed around me. "What do you think, Nancy?" George asked. "Is there a mystery here?" "I'm not sure," I said. "It does seem suspicious that the museum would get a letter, and then the sign would get vandalized in the same week. But Pete knows this community better than we do. If he thinks it's just a coincidence..." I trailed off. "I would bet money that Kelsey had something to do with the sign," Bess huffed. "She seems like a thoroughly despicable person." George and I burst out laughing. Bess always sees the best in people. But if you get on her bad side, usually by treating others badly, watch out. "I just don't want anything to ruin Jenna's chance at this job," Bess continued, suddenly somber. "This has been her dream for her entire life. She deserves this." I put my hand on Bess's shoulder. "I promise to keep my eyes peeled for anything suspicious, and if something else happens, we will go into full-on mystery mode, okay?" I asked. Bess nodded in agreement. Just then, Jenna came out of the bathroom looking like the same put-together girl we'd seen on the ferry dock. "You guys ready?" she asked. "Sure are," George exclaimed. We followed Jenna as she led us to the back of the museum. "Do you know anything about the Eleanor Sharp?" Jenna asked. None of us had ever heard of it. "She was a whaling ship built right here on Nantucket, one of the biggest in the world," Jenna explained. "She brought back more whale oil than any other ship on the island. Her captain was a young, handsome man named Jeffrey Coffin." "Spooky name," Bess interjected. Jenna stopped in front of a locked door to a second exhibit space and continued her story. "By the late 1850s, the whaling industry was slowing down. Sperm whales had been overhunted, and kerosene had been discovered as a cheaper alternative to whale oil. In 1857, the Eleanor Sharp went out for one final voyage." She paused dramatically. We all leaned forward, desperate to hear what happened next. I felt like a little kid huddled around a campfire, listening to a ghost story. "Whaling trips were long," Jenna continued, "so it was 3 years before the Eleanor Sharp returned to Nantucket. When the call went out that the ship had been spotted off the coast, everyone in town rushed to greet it. But just 15 miles from shore, the ship sank as the whole town watched. There were only 3 survivors, including the captain." Jenna abruptly stopped. "So?" George demanded. "What happened? Why'd it sink?" "That," Jenna said, unlocking the door, "has been a mystery since 1860. She pushed the door open with a dramatic flourish. "Until now." She turned on the lights, and we stepped inside the room. The walls were covered with paintings of the Eleanor Sharp sinking. Display cases lined the room, housing artifacts that had been retrieved from the wreckage over the years. Worn down by the ocean, they looked otherworldly. "This is way better than your Barbie dolls," Bess whispered. "The answer to what happened to the Eleanor Sharp is in this room. See if you can figure it out," Jenna said. I didn't even get a chance to deduce the answer before Bess piped up. "Did the captain sink the ship on purpose?" she asked hesitantly, staring at a painting of the captain where he looked downright sinister. Jenna nodded. "Apparently, He was so distraught about the idea of never going on another whaling trip again. He lost his mind. "I'll show you the proof that he sank the ship deliberately," she said. "It's over there." I looked across to a smaller room that seemed to hold only one display case. Spotlights shone on it from all directions, but I couldn't make out what was inside it. "Do you know what a figurehead is?" Jenna asked, leading us toward the second room. "The statue that goes on the front of a boat?" I asked. "Yep," Jenna answered. She turned around, walking backward like a tour guide. In some cultures, it was believed that a spirit lived inside them, protecting the ship from harm. They're usually just decorative, so it was a real shock that this one turned out to prove that the captain sank the Eleanor Sharp on purpose, thus becoming the key component of our exhibit. She stopped. "See for yourself." She stepped out of the way so we could take a look, revealing an empty display case. Chapter 3. On the Case. Jenna turned around and took in the empty display case. I glanced at Bess. I was expecting to see her on the edge of tears. She hates seeing people she cares about upset. But instead, I saw nothing but steely resolve. "This is now officially a case," Bess whispered in my ear as Jenna crossed the room to sit on a bench. "I need to think for a second," Jenna said. She looked completely lost. I turned to Bess and nodded in agreement. This was a case. The sign and the letter could be coincidences, but a third crime escalated the situation, especially one as serious as this. I was pretty sure that Pete and Mr. Whitestone would feel more comfortable having the police investigate than an amateur sleuth visiting from River Heights. But glances at Bess's and Jenna's faces told me they needed someone to intervene right now. I walked to the other side of the case and examined the lock. George and Bess followed me. "It's not broken," I whispered. "Do you think whoever stole the figurehead had keys?" George asked. I nodded. There couldn't be that many people who had keys to the display case. A wave of butterflies swarmed in my stomach, a feeling that always accompanied a breakthrough and a mystery. We had only one clue so far, but we had already drastically reduced the list of possible suspects. "Poor Jenna," Bess said, sounding surprisingly disheartened. "Poor Jenna?" George hissed. "It's great news. Nancy will be able to solve this in no time." "I haven't been asked to investigate," I reminded George. Bess still looked uneasy. "This means Jenna probably knows the person who took the figurehead. It was personal. Think about what else they could do." I paused for a second. I had been so focused on what it meant for solving the case that I hadn't considered the emotional aspect of what we'd discovered. But Bess was right. It was almost guaranteed that Jenna knew the person who took the figurehead. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," I told Bess. "Just because Jenna probably knew the thief doesn't mean that it was a personal attack against her." I had learned over my years of sleuthing that there were millions of reasons why people committed crimes. You never knew the motive until you knew who the culprit was. "I'd still feel better if we solved this as soon as possible," Bess said. I took a breath and headed toward the bench where Jenna was sitting, about to ask her who had keys to the display case, when she stood up and announced, "I need to tell Pete." With that, she set her jaw and marched out of the exhibit room. My friends and I exchanged a look and trailed after her like ducklings following their mother. Jenna was practically jogging through the museum, past the harpoon displays, the mannequins dressed as traditional whaling captains, and the dioramas of whales in their natural habitat. "Geez, she's faster than my mom when there's a sale at the mall," George huffed behind me. I nodded in agreement. Jenna was on a mission, beelining for a door on the opposite side of the building with a big staff-only sign on it. She shoved open the door and walked through without missing a step. The door slammed shut in my face. Bess and George almost walked into me, expecting me to follow Jenna, but it seemed like Jenna had forgotten about our existence entirely. I didn't feel comfortable going into a restricted area without an invitation. We could hear Pete and Jenna talking inside, but since the door was made of solid oak, I could only hear their voices, not what they were actually saying. Then we heard what was distinctly a sob. It pierced right through the thick door, a heartbreaking noise. "Oh, forget the sign," Bess said, opening the door and marching in. George and I followed her. I paused for a moment, taking in the room. Clear plastic drawers filled with what I assumed were whale bones lined one wall. The other walls were a jumble of paintings, pieces of carved ivory, and parts of old boats. It reminded me of being in our neighbors Mr. and Mrs. Golan's attic. Mr. Golan was an inventor, and Mrs. Golan an artist. They stored all their old inventions and paintings in their attic, which was amazing, but also overwhelming. Jenna was sitting across from Pete, her face in her hands, crying. Pete sat lost in thought, as if trying to figure out the best course of action. A piece of whalebone was on the table in front of him. He had clearly been examining it, as he still wore magnifying goggles that made his eyes look huge. "Do you want me to call the police?" I asked, pulling out my phone. "I'm sure they'll be able to find the figurehead quickly." "As soon as we call the police, it will end up in the newspaper as part of the crime blotter," Jenna said between sobs. "Mr. Whitestone will never give the job to someone who lost such an important artifact." "Sounds like you need a private detective," George piped up. Jenna nodded, taking her head out of her hands. She looked hopeful at the prospect, but Pete interjected. "It's a good idea, but there aren't any private detectives on Nantucket. It's a sleepy island. There's not much need for someone like that here." Jenna's hopeful expression fell, but then she noticed the three of us smiling. "Why do you all look so happy?" "It just so happens that there is a private detective on the island," George said, putting her arm around me. Jenna looked at us confused. "Nancy?" she asked hesitantly. We nodded. "Thanks for the offer, girls," Pete said, "but I think we need a professional." "Well, Nancy just happens to be a professional amateur detective," George said enthusiastically. Pete didn't look convinced. Bess noticed too and explained. "George was making a joke, but seriously, Nancy has solved loads of cases back home. Sometimes the police even ask her to consult." "Is that true?" Pete asked. I nodded. "Yes, it's happened a few times," I admitted. "She's been in the newspaper, and she even won a special commendation from our town," George added. Jenna looked at Pete hopefully, but he still seemed uncertain. "She's already had a major breakthrough," Bess chimed in. I explained my theory that the thief had a key to the display case. "Based on the evidence so far," Bess said, "it seems like someone is targeting Jenna personally. If that's the situation, having someone closer to her age investigate could be a real asset." Pete thought about it for a moment. "All right, Nancy," he finally said. "You're on the case." We made it official by shaking hands. "I'm going to take a look at the display case myself, see if I notice anything that could be a clue," Pete said. He walked out, leaving us alone with Jenna. I fished a pad of paper and a pen from my purse. "Can you describe the figurehead for me?" Jenna thought for a minute before replying. "It's a woman with long hair, about 1 foot tall and 6 inches wide." I nodded, jotting down her description. "Can you write down the names of everyone who has those keys?" Jenna took the paper and quickly got to work. She seemed to have a glimmer of hope that everything would be okay. and I really hoped I could help. After a moment, Jenna handed back the pad. There were 5 names on the list, including herself, Pete, and Kelsey. I know who 3 of these people are, but who are Jack and Megan? I asked. Jack is an outside historical expert the museum hires to help authenticate artifacts, and Megan is one of the restoration artists. They've both gone home for the day, but they'll be here first thing tomorrow morning. Can you think of any reason why either of them would want to take the figurehead? Jenna shook her head. They're the most professional people I've ever met. I can't imagine them doing anything like this. We couldn't help but notice how rude Kelsey was to you earlier. Could she have done this? Maybe. Jenna paused. She has been playing pranks on me all summer. What kind of pranks? I asked. Jenna began rattling off a list of mishaps. Changing the time of a meeting on my calendar so I would miss it. Hiding my tools so I couldn't work on an artifact. Why doesn't she like you? George asked. Kelsey grew up on the island, living here year-round. I only visit in the summer. There's always a lot of tension between those 2 groups. People who live here year-round think that summer people are just interlopers and not real islanders, she explained. Basically, Kelsey thinks I only got this internship and this exhibit because my parents donate to the museum. But you've been working for this your whole life, Bess said. You even won an archaeology scholarship to college. Your parents had nothing to do with your success. I know. But Kelsey was passed over 2 years in a row for this internship, for people less qualified than her. So I understand why she feels the way she does. Still, she should judge you as a person and by your individual qualifications, George insisted. I'm going to talk to her, I offered. Even if she didn't do it, she might have some thoughts about Jack and Megan. She's probably in the break room, Jenna said. After getting directions from Jenna, I headed to the back, thinking about how I would approach Kelsey. Most people think that interrogation is the best way to get information, but I've found that friendliness can be more effective. I thought about what Jenna had said about Kelsey being passed over for people with more connections. I could understand why she would feel angry. I walked into the break room to see Kelsey frantically digging through her purse, dumping its entire contents on the table. Ugh, this day just keeps getting worse and worse, she sighed exasperatedly. What's wrong? I asked. My keys are missing, Kelsey said. I can't find them anywhere. Chapter 4. A Key Discovery. You mean all your keys, including the museum keys, are gone? I asked. My stomach sank as it dawned on me that my big break in the case might be slipping away. Yes, Kelsey answered, still sorting through the contents of her purse. I keep all my keys on one keychain. I crossed to the table. Let me help. Maybe you just need a second pair of eyes to spot them. I sifted through her belongings. I found 3 lip glosses, 2 sunglasses, and 4 half-empty packs of gum, but no keys. Are you sure they were in your purse? Maybe you stuck them in your pocket, I asked hopefully. Kelsey rolled her eyes. These pants don't even have pockets. The keys must have been taken, she said. When is the last time you know you had them? I asked. This morning. I also worked doing landscaping at the sailing club, which is where I was before I came here. This internship is unpaid, and my parents can't afford to cover my expenses. She emphasized the my, so I knew she was trying to drop a hint that Jenna's parents could. I'm the first one at the club every morning, Kelsey continued. So I used the keys to unlock the door, but then I threw them in my bag. I usually don't use them again until I go home at the end of the day. And do you keep your bag with you at the sailing club, or do you store it in a break room like here? If Kelsey had the bag with her at the club, then at least I would know the keys were stolen after she left. We have lockers. They had to have been stolen on my way here. I walked along Water Street, right after the 9 a.m. ferry docked. It was so crowded that I got jostled all over the place, so I bet I was pickpocketed. My stomach sank even further. There was almost no way to narrow down those kinds of suspects. In a span of 5 minutes, the case had gone from being virtually solved to virtually impossible. If I felt disappointed, I couldn't imagine how crushed Jenna was going to feel upon hearing the news. "I gotta go," Kelsey said, gathering everything back into her purse. "I need to swing by the sailing club to pick up an extra set of keys so I can go to work tomorrow." She hurried out, and I made my way back through the museum. I found George and Bess with Jenna and Pete, going through the Eleanor Sharp exhibit. Bess and George were checking artifacts off a list as Jenna and Pete went through every item in the room. "We're just double-checking that nothing else was taken," George explained, barely looking up from her list. "What's wrong?" Bess asked, noticing the disappointed look on my face. I explained about Kelsey's stolen keys and how it meant we didn't have any clues. "I'm not giving up, though," I said quickly, seeing that Jenna looked absolutely devastated to hear the news. "What's your next step?" Bess asked. I pondered for a moment and then turned to Pete. "I think I'd like to see the letters the museum has received. I know you said they're common, but whoever vandalized the sign and took the figurehead clearly wanted attention. I wonder if he or she tried to get it more directly first." "Sure, if you think it will help," Pete said as he headed toward the door. "Come with me." Bess and George looked between Jenna and me, not sure what to do. "You two stay here and help Jenna go through the rest of the exhibit," I said. "Knowing if anything else was taken will help us figure out the motive." I followed Pete into his office, which was crowded with books and papers. In fact, everywhere I looked, there was something shaped like a whale. A pencil cup, a mouse pad, a throw pillow, even a whale-shaped clock on the wall. Pete noticed me observing his collection. "My friends started giving me whale items as a joke when I started this job, but now I collect them in earnest." He paused for a moment. "I just think they're beautiful creatures. Did you know that humpback whales are the only other animals besides humans to use complex grammar in their language?" "I didn't. That's really impressive." I hesitated for a moment. There was something bothering me. "If you love whales so much, why do you run a museum that shows how we used to hunt them?" "I think humans have an obligation to face their pasts," Pete explained. "Both the good parts and the bad parts." That reminded me of something my dad liked to say. It's like that saying, "Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it," I noted. "Exactly," he said, lifting a large cardboard file box onto his desk. "But you'll find plenty of people who don't agree with my perspective." I peered into the box. It was filled to the brim with letters. "I put all the letters in here," he said. "This represents only the ones we've received over the past 6 months. Knock yourself out." Pete headed back out to the exhibit area, and I got to work. I quickly realized that when he said he put the museum's letters into the box, he meant all of them, not just the threatening ones. I even spotted a water bill in there. I was starting to get the sense that Pete wasn't the most organized person in the world. The first order of business was to separate the negative letters from the positive ones. I was a little overwhelmed going through this giant box, but Jenna was counting on me. People assume being a detective is exciting and glamorous, but the truth is that sometimes it can be really boring. I pulled out a handful of letters and started reading. 2 hours later, I had made my way through the top half of the box. I hadn't found anything that I could positively point to as a clue. Pete was right. The museum did receive a surprising amount of hate mail, but they were all vague. People seemed angry either about the concept of the museum or something very specific that had happened, like their umbrella being stolen or being overcharged at the gift shop. No one said anything about the Eleanor Sharp exhibit or Jenna. Worst of all, the angriest letters were all sent anonymously, so even if I thought a letter had been written by the culprit, I didn't have an easy way of tracking the writer down. There was a loud knock on the door. "Come in," I called, grateful for the break. My eyes were swimming. Marnie walked in, a confused expression on her face. "Oh, I thought Jenna was in here. We were supposed to meet for dinner." I checked my watch. It was 8:30. "Sorry," I said. "With everything going on, it must have completely slipped our minds. I get like that when I'm on a case. It drives my dad and my boyfriend nuts." "On a case?" Marnie asked. As I accompanied Marnie back to the Eleanor Sharp exhibit, I brought her up to speed on the missing figurehead. "I was worried something like this might happen," Marnie said. "Really? Why?" I asked. "People here, well, the ones who live here full-time, are still really emotional about the Eleanor Sharp." "But it happened so long ago," I said. Marnie paused, as if trying to figure out the best way to phrase her thought. "It did happen a long time ago, but it's almost like this classic island story. And sometimes people like for a story to remain a story and not be proven wrong." I thought about what Kelsey had said earlier about the difference between people who lived on the island year-round and people who only came to visit. "Is it worse because Jenna organized the exhibit and she's a summer person?" Marnie nodded. "The captain of that ship is from a family that's important here. It's a big deal to say he deliberately sank the ship. Some people would say it wasn't her place to expose this truth. Like, it wasn't her story to tell." I was quiet as we crossed the museum. I wasn't sure how I felt about what Marnie was saying. As a detective, my job was to uncover the truth about mysteries, which in a way was what Jenna had done. She was like a history detective. Part of me agreed with Jenna that her job was to share her findings. But I also knew that the truth could be messy and hurtful. It could tear people apart. Sometimes people would ask me to solve a crime, but when they found out what really happened, they were more upset and wished they didn't know. "What about Pete?" I asked. "Is he an islander?" Marnie nodded. "He is. I was a little surprised that he let her go ahead with the exhibit, but Pete loves a good controversy. Anything that brings more people through the door is positive in his eyes." I thought about how Pete had reacted when the sign had been vandalized and his theory that no publicity was bad publicity. We found Jenna, Bess, and George checking that all the harpoons were still there. I hadn't realized that going through the exhibits would be such a big job, but looking around the hall again, I was struck by just how jam-packed it was. One artifact could easily be missing and not be noticed unless you were specifically looking for it. "Oh my gosh!" Jenna exclaimed upon seeing Marnie. "I am so sorry. I cannot believe we stood you up for dinner." "Did someone say dinner?" George asked excitedly. "I'm starving." As if on cue, my stomach growled. "I guess I am too," I confessed, embarrassed. "I'm so sorry," Jenna repeated. "I am the worst hostess. You come here for a vacation and I put you to work and forget to feed you." We all rushed to assure her that we were fine and happy to help. "It'll probably take me another hour to finish everything here," Jenna trailed off. George tried to hide it, but her face fell, and my stomach let out another rumble. "How about I take them to dinner,
and then back to your place," Marnie suggested. "That way, they don't faint from hunger, and you can finish up here." It took a little bit of convincing, but Jenna ultimately agreed that it was the best plan. Bess and George returned with me to Pete's office to pack up the letters, so I could continue looking at Jenna's house. "Find anything juicy in here?" George asked. "Not yet," I said. "I'm going to keep searching after dinner." "We'll help you," George said. Bess nodded in agreement. I smiled at them. "Thanks," I said, grateful for their support. We met Marnie outside, where a fog had rolled in, making the air damp and chilly. The streetlights cast an eerie glow. I zipped up my jacket. "You can definitely feel that fall is just around the corner," I said with a shiver. Somewhere in the distance, a low moaning echoed. "What was that?" Bess asked, shuddering. "It sounded like a ghost." Marnie burst out laughing. "It's a foghorn. When it's too foggy for the boats to see the lighthouses, they use horns instead." She looked at her watch. "The last ferry of the evening is going out right now." "Last ferry of the night?" George yelped. "Does that mean no one can get off the island until the morning?" Marnie nodded. "What about airplanes?" I asked. "Nope," Marnie said. "They can't fly in this fog." It was a bit unnerving to think that we were stranded 30 miles out at sea all night. I'd have to tell Ned when we got home. Before we left, he'd laughed that he was off to rough it for the weekend while we were taking a posh vacation. It turned out that in some ways, I was more isolated than he was. "I was thinking we could go to the Harpooner's Inn and Restaurant for dinner," Marnie said. "It's one of the oldest restaurants on the island." "Older than your grandfather?" "At least 200 years older," she said with a smile. "I still can't get over it," Bess said. "You said your grandfather is 104, right? So that means he was born in 1910? Marnie nodded. "Yep." "So he was 8 when World War I ended," I realized. "Yeah," Marnie said. "He says he remembers the day they decided to send home the troops. He ran down Main Street waving an American flag." "That's crazy," George said, impressed. "He could have even met Civil War vets when he was a kid," Bess mused. "Or whalers," I added. "Yes, actually," Marnie agreed. "My great-great-grandfather was one of the last of the whaling captains. He raised my grandfather after his parents. My great-grandparents died." "I don't think I completely followed all those greats, but it's pretty cool anyway," George said. "Thanks," Marnie said. "I guess a love of boats runs in our family. My dad is a ferry boat captain, and I race in the Nantucket Regatta every year." "What's a regatta?" George asked. "It's a sailboat race," I explained. "We used to have a mini one at my summer camp, just across the lake and back." "Yep," Marnie said. "I've won the past 2 years in a row. Right now I'm actually preparing for the fall regatta, which is in a couple of weeks. It's much fiercer competition, so I'm pretty nervous." "Good luck," Bess said. "That sounds more impressive than what we did at camp," I said. All of a sudden, out of the fog, a guy emerged, barging right into Bess. "Watch where you're going," he growled as he pushed past her, not even bothering to check if she was okay. "Jerk!" George shouted after him. "That's the guy I saw acting suspiciously at the sign unveiling," I cried out. "That's Connor," Marnie said with a shrug. "You know him?" Bess asked Marnie. "Yeah," Marnie answered. "He and Jenna dated at the beginning of summer. They broke up when she said she had to devote all her time to her internship. Connor was really mad about it. He didn't understand why she would care more about the museum than about him." Mad enough to try to get revenge on Jenna? I asked. Marnie thought for a second. I think so. He's someone who is used to always getting his way, and he gets mad when he doesn't. He came in second at the regatta, and he was so worked up that he knocked over the trophy table, yelling that the whole race had been rigged. That was enough for me. I turned to follow Connor, but between the crowd and the fog, I couldn't tell where he'd gone. That guy has a nasty habit of eluding me, I said, scowling. Don't worry, Marnie reassured me. He's at the sailing club every day, working on his boat. Hey, George piped up. Maybe we can check out your winning boat while we're there to talk to Connor. I actually don't keep my boat at the sailing club, Marnie said. Mine's docked in the town marina. We walked a little farther before stopping in front of a brick building with a wooden sign hanging out front. We're here, Marnie announced, leading us down a small flight of stairs to a cozy, dimly lit restaurant. A fire flickered in a huge fireplace a few feet away. Just like so many places on Nantucket, I immediately felt like I had been transported to a different century. A hostess led us to a wooden booth. They say the sign out front is from when this place originally opened, Marnie said. Is there anything on this island that isn't old? George grumbled. Plenty, actually, Marnie said. If you go farther out of town, there are a lot of new houses and developments. Even some of the houses that look old on the outside have been completely gutted on the inside and redone. There are a lot of fights between developers and preservationists. I had no idea that history could be so controversial, I noted. Before Marnie could answer, our waitress came and took our order. Bess and I both ordered a cup of clam chowder and a lobster roll, wanting to try the local food. George announced that since lobsters looked like spiders of the ocean, there was no way she was going to eat one. Instead, she ended up going with a hamburger. We ate quickly. I was anxious to get back to the case, and Marnie said she needed to make sure her grandfather took all his pills before bed. Marnie dropped us off at Jenna's family's house and gave us a quick tour before heading back to take care of her grandfather. It was a beautiful old house, but we didn't have time to fully explore. Bess, George, and I holed up in Jenna's dad's office and started going through the letters again. At around 10:30, they announced that they were exhausted and were heading to bed. I only had a few more letters to look over, so I stayed up to finish. The next thing I knew, someone was shaking me by the shoulder. Nancy, wake up! My eyes flew open and I saw Jenna standing over me. Where am I? I asked, disoriented. You fell asleep at my dad's desk, she explained. I rubbed my eyes, taking a second to get my bearings. I looked at the clock on the wall. It was after midnight. Are you just getting home now? I asked. I had to go through the whole museum twice after you girls left, Jenna said, sitting down in the armchair in the corner. Why? I asked. I discovered that some scrimshaw is missing. What's that? I asked. Engraved ivory, Jenna explained. Whalers used to carve it as a hobby on the boats. There are some really beautiful pieces. Do you know when they were taken from the museum? I asked. Based on the dates when the catalog was last updated, it had to be some time in the past couple of weeks. At every turn, this case got more and more complicated.
Chapter 5. The Letter Writer. Jenna and I were both too tired to think about what the missing scrimshaw meant for finding the figurehead. We decided to go to bed and regroup in the morning. Tomorrow was going to be a big day, no matter what the outcome of my investigation was, and we needed to get some sleep. I padded upstairs to the room I was sharing with Bess. George liked to stay up till all hours playing on her various gadgets, so we decided she should have her own room. Bess was fast asleep, but she had made up my bed for me. She was always so considerate.
I brushed my teeth and collapsed into bed. The next morning, I woke up bright and early, but Bess had gotten up before me. I headed into the kitchen to find her and Jenna sitting at the table, their lips lined with sugar and chocolate. "Jenna got the most amazing donuts," Bess said, licking her lips. "Help yourself," Jenna said, indicating a brown paper bag on the counter. I reached in and grabbed a chocolate iced donut. "Ooh, they're still warm," I squealed. "Yep," Jenna said. "I got to the bakery right as they opened, and these had just come out of the oven. It's something my dad and I used to do. We'd buy donuts, then eat them on the docks, looking at all the boats." "They're really good," I said with my mouth full. Jenna grinned. "I'm glad you like them. I wanted to show you something good while you were here." A look of sadness came over her face. I assumed she was thinking about the ruined exhibit. Bess noticed too. "Jenna was catching me up while you were asleep," Bess said. "She told me about the missing scrimshaw." She turned to look at Jenna to make sure she was getting the word right. Jenna nodded. I popped the last piece of donut in my mouth and sat up straight in my chair, readying myself to get to work. "Did you work with it at the museum?" I asked. "No," Jenna said. "I've barely even looked at it, but Kelsey loves it and is quite the expert." I made a mental note of this. "Is there any specific reason someone would want to steal Scrimshaw?" I asked. "It's pretty valuable and easy to sell," Jenna explained. "It's been illegal to sell new whale ivory since 1973, so the only Scrimshaw you can buy or sell has to be vintage. One dealer on the island was actually arrested last summer for selling ivory that was too new. The museum has one of the largest collections of Scrimshaw in the world." I thought for a moment. We'd been assuming all along that this was about Jenna personally. But maybe the motive was as simple as money. It didn't explain vandalizing the sign, but it was a possibility worth exploring. "What about the figurehead?" I asked. "Is that worth a lot of money?" "It's definitely one of the more valuable objects in the museum." George came in carrying her tablet, and we burst out laughing. Her hair was sticking up in a million directions. She looked like she had a porcupine sitting on top of her head. "George," Bess admonished, "haven't you ever heard of a comb?" George half-heartedly ran her hand through her hair, attempting to push it down. "Whatever," she muttered. "I was too busy reading the paper to comb it. I wanted to see if word of the theft had gotten out, but it hasn't," George assured Jenna, who was looking alarmed at the possibility. "But there certainly is a lot of drama on this island. Check out this letter to the editor." She took a deep breath and started to read out loud. "Dear Nincompoop Editor, I'm writing to respond to yesterday's front page article about the renovations being done to the Sconset Casino. Your reporter says that the project has been held up by unnecessary rules. Those unnecessary rules are called due diligence. I suggest you and your idiot reporters look up what that means." George kept reading, but my mind was racing. I quickly got up from the table and rushed out of the kitchen, hustling up the stairs to Jenna's dad's office. I sorted through the letters still spread out on the desk. Finally, I found the one I was looking for and ran back to the kitchen. "Did you find a clue, Nancy?" Bess asked. I nodded, catching my breath after my sprint through the house. "Listen to this," I said as I began to read the letter out loud. "Dear Nincompoop Museum Director, this weekend I had the misfortune of attending the exhibit about whaling ship crews put on by you and your childish staff. Clearly no one could be bothered to do the proper research and due diligence. I suggest your idiot staff look up what that means and stop lying to the public with your poorly researched displays, or you might face some nasty consequences with your next exhibit." I stopped reading and looked up at my friends. This was sent just last week.
The Eleanor Sharp exhibit is the next exhibit. Maybe these are the nasty consequences. Who wrote that? Jenna asked excitedly. It was sent anonymously, I said. But it has to be the same person who wrote the letter to the newspaper. There are too many similarities between them. Is that letter signed? I asked George. It was written by someone named Jeremiah Butler, George read off her tablet. He's the president of the Historical Society, Jenna blurted. My dad told me he was actually up for Pete's job, but the board thought his exhibit ideas were too dry and boring. Pete's ideas were tourist-friendly and would bring in more visitors. Apparently, Jeremiah didn't take it so well. He even told the board they would regret their decision. What if the culprit was targeting Pete, not Jenna? I asked. That could be, Bess said. Whoever painted the sign and took the figurehead didn't necessarily know that the Eleanor Sharp exhibit was Jenna's project. It would be logical to assume that the head of the museum was responsible for it, George added. I went to talk to Jeremiah right away, I announced. My friends nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, we all pushed back our chairs and headed upstairs to get ready. I need a snack first, George said from behind me. You ate 2 donuts back at the house, Bess yelped. George shrugged, but I didn't know why Bess was surprised. We all knew George was a bottomless pit. We were walking through town on our way to the Historical Society. Jenna had gone back to the museum to get ready for tonight. There was nothing for her to do except prepare as if everything would go ahead as planned. It was a beautiful day. The fog had rolled out overnight, and a gentle sea breeze was blowing as gulls circled overhead. All around us, everyone seemed to be headed toward the beach or tennis courts. I spotted a soda fountain across the street. Do you want to get something there? I asked George, pointing toward it. She nodded. Inside, the place was bustling with people both sitting at the counter and placing to-go orders. And like almost everything else on the island, it looked like it belonged in a different century. The front half served food, mostly grilled cheese sandwiches and ice cream by the look of it. The back was a convenience store, selling everything from beach umbrellas to shampoo. George read the menu written on a chalkboard behind the counter. I guess I could get a milkshake, she mused. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, Bess barked. George shrugged. It has milk in it. That's healthy. Bess and I both gave her, "Are you serious?" looks. Fine, she muttered. I'll get an egg sandwich. While George got in line, Bess and I hung back, trying to stay out of the way. I was about to suggest to Bess that we wait outside, when George gestured urgently for us to join her in line. We fought our way through the crowd over to her. Look, George hissed. It's Kelsey. I didn't immediately see the significance of running into her. It was such a small island, I'd almost be more surprised if we didn't see her. I heard the cashier say her card was declined, George added. I looked back at Kelsey. Her face was bright red as she pulled another card from her wallet and handed it over. Here, try this one, she said to the cashier, who took it and ran it through the machine. Kelsey nervously tapped her fingers on the counter as she waited to see if it went through. After a moment, the cashier returned with an apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry, he said, handing the card back to Kelsey. This one was also declined. Kelsey blushed an even darker shade of red. Sorry, she murmured. I'm supposed to get paid later today. As she turned to leave, she saw us. Her eyes went wide with fear before she slunk out of the soda fountain without saying a word. What payment do you think she's talking about? I asked my friends. You said she works at the sailing club, right? Bess asked. Maybe it's payday. I doubt it, I responded. It's Saturday. Most jobs don't pay on the weekends. All three of us stood in silence for a moment, trying to puzzle it out. You know, I said, Kelsey had access to the scrimshaw all summer, and she would know exactly how much the figurehead is worth. And whom to sell it to, George added. I'm going to follow her, Bess declared. Before George or I could say anything, Bess had exited the soda fountain and taken off after Kelsey. She really has a bee in her bonnet about Kelsey, I observed. You know Bess, George said. She's the sweetest person you've ever met, until you cross someone she cares about. That's for sure, I agreed. George was finally at the front of the line. Once she got her food, we continued on our way to the Historical Society to talk to Jeremiah Butler. The Historical Society was housed in a cottage that had been converted into a museum a few blocks off Main Street. Everything about the outside of the house, the condition of the shingles, the paint of the trim, the pruning of the flowers, was impeccable. Whoever took care of the building was a very neat and orderly person. We walked inside. In contrast to the clutter and excitement of the Nautical Museum, this place was so clean, it almost seemed sterile. This is the exhibit, George whispered to me, pointing to a sign on the wall. It advertised an exhibit on floorboards of houses on the island. The text talked about width and grain and other aspects of the wood, but my eyes glazed over as I tried to read it. If this was the type of exhibit Jeremiah had pitched to the Nautical Museum, I could understand why they chose Pete over him. We don't sell t-shirts, a voice growled behind us. George and I spun around to find an older gentleman, sporting a long gray beard and a captain's hat, glaring at us from behind the counter. Excuse me? I asked. I figure you girls got lost and thought this was a place you could shop, but this is not a store, and we don't sell t-shirts. He made a shooing motion with his hand, as if we were annoying gnats. I could feel George tense up next to me and knew she wanted to tell him that just because we were girls didn't mean all we did was shop, but that would get us nowhere. If we wanted information, we would have to play nice, even if he wasn't a very pleasant man. Are you by any chance Jeremiah Butler? I asked as cheerfully as I could muster. He looked taken aback. I am. Why? I'm Nancy. I'm a writer with on-the-go travel guides. This here is George. She's my photographer. We're updating the Nantucket guidebook, and we're going to all the museums on the island. Jeremiah snorted. Well, you're standing in the only museum on the island. George and I exchanged confused looks. Really? I thought there was a nautical museum. Sometimes pretending to know less than you do is the best way to get someone to talk to you. Jeremiah snorted again, this time with even more gusto. That place gives the word museum a bad name. It's a toy store where some of the objects happen not to be for sale. This new Eleanor Sharp exhibit seems interesting, I said. That's the worst of them. They take a myth, a bedtime story, and shape an entire exhibit around it. What a waste of space. That's not real scholarship. But what can you expect? The director of the museum, Peter Boyd, is a complete nincompoop, and his staff is made up of complete children. I was glad Bess wasn't with us. She wouldn't have been able to keep her mouth shut, and our cover would have been blown. It's an outrage that the Nautical Museum won the auction for the figurehead, Jeremiah continued. It should belong to me. I would have crafted a proper exhibit around it. I gave George an excited look. Was this a break in the case? It must annoy you, then, that the Nautical Museum is so much more popular, I said, trying to egg him on. Jeremiah shrugged, and for the first time did not look irritated. The masses always pick the easy option. Genius is often underappreciated. This man certainly thought highly of himself. Anyway, Jeremiah continued, let me give you the tour, so you can write it up in your guidebook. He pushed back from the desk, and for the first time we saw that he was in a wheelchair. his right leg in a large cast. George and I exchanged a startled glance. "How long have you been in that?" George squawked. "About a month. Fell off a ladder while I was repainting the shutters. I was lucky all I broke was my leg." He wheeled around and George and I hung back, conferring. "There's no way he could have stolen the figurehead," George whispered. "Unless he had someone help him," I offered. "Pick up the pace, girls," Jeremiah shouted. "I don't have all day to give you this tour." We reluctantly trailed after him, neither of us looking forward to learning all about floorboards. 45 minutes later, we found Bess waiting for us outside. She had followed Kelsey, who had only ended up going back to the museum. Jenna had promised to call us if Kelsey left or anyone suspicious came to visit her at work. We decided to walk along the beach as we figured out which lead to follow next. "I can't imagine anyone helping Jeremiah," George said. "They'd be bored to death in the process." "He does seem like a loner," I agreed, "but it's possible that he got someone to help him. I won't take him off the suspect list, but he's definitely not at the top." A gust of wind came up and swept Bess's hat off her head. She shrieked, and all three of us took off after it, but the wind kept it just ahead of us. All of a sudden, a hand snatched it out of the sand. I looked up and saw a strong, good-looking boy holding the hat. "Does this belong to one of you?" he asked. "That's mine," Bess said, stepping forward. "Thank you for saving it." "It's never a hassle to help a pretty girl," he said with a smile, holding out his hand. "I'm Mike," he added. Bess took his hand shyly. "Oh, brother," George muttered under her breath. "Another one bites the dust." Bess didn't mean for this to happen, but boys were just constantly falling head over heels for her. Sure enough, Mike was already making moon eyes at Bess. He had reached out to put the hat back on her head when I spotted something. A bright red paint mark on the side of his shirt. It was exactly the same shade as the paint used to write "liar" on the sign.
Chapter 6. Prankster on the Loose. "What happened to your shirt?" I asked Mike urgently. He twisted around and saw the stain. "Oh, man," he said, sounding genuinely upset. "This is my favorite shirt." He stripped it off and ran toward the water. We followed after him. He waded into the ocean and dunked the shirt in the water, scrubbing at the paint stain. I stood behind him, trying to avoid getting my feet wet. We were on the bay side of the island, so the water was calm, just tiny waves lapping onto the shore. Every once in a while, though, a slightly larger wave would make it farther up on the sand, and I'd have to jump back. "Where do you think it happened?" I shouted over the sound of shrieking children as they played in the ocean. "Stupid fall regatta," Mike said. "What does the fall regatta have to do with your shirt?" I asked. "They're repainting all the mooring stations at the sailing club for the fall regatta. I must have bumped into one." He looked down at his shirt. The paint stain didn't look any better. "This is such a bummer. Excuse me, ladies. I have to go find a new shirt." He walked off, and I turned to Bess and George. Whoever vandalized the sign probably stole the paint from the sailing club. "Who do we know who has access to the sailing club?" George asked. "Marnie said Connor, Jenna's ex-boyfriend, is there every day," I said. "And Kelsey works there," Bess added. "To the sailing club," George shouted, throwing her fist in the air. We laughed and trudged across the sand to the parking lot. "May I see your membership card?" A middle-aged man with slicked-back hair and a bow tie peered over a counter at George, Bess, and me, with a smug grin. He could tell just by looking at us that we didn't have a membership card. I'd known as soon as we'd stepped foot on sailing club property that it wasn't going to be as easy to get in as I had thought.
The parking lot was filled with fancy cars, and everyone we saw walking in was wearing either tennis whites or fancy clothes. Even Bess was underdressed here, and she looked the nicest of us. George looked down self-consciously. Normally she didn't care about how she looked, but her jeans and dirty sneakers were so out of place she probably couldn't help but notice. The man behind the check-in desk was still looking at me expectantly. I had to think fast. "Well, I'm not a member, but," I said quickly, not giving the man the chance to cut us off, "my father is interested in joining. He wants to make sure that I like it before he makes his decision." I added an extra lilt to my voice, trying to come across like a bratty daughter who would throw a fit if I was unhappy with the place. "So," I continued, "can we just take a quick look around?" "A member needs to sign you in," the man said, completely unimpressed by my story. He turned away from us and went back to his computer. As far as he was concerned, the conversation was over. George, Bess, and I stepped outside. "Jenna's a member, right?" I asked Bess. "Yeah," Bess said, "but she seemed really busy. I don't know if she'll be able to step away from the museum." "I bet if we go around back, there will be a way for us to sneak in," George suggested. I didn't have a better idea, but it made me nervous. If we got caught, and I was pretty sure we would, we'd embarrass Jenna and lose valuable time explaining ourselves to security, or worse, the police. I was debating what to do when Marnie emerged from a car in the parking lot. "Hey," she greeted us cheerfully. "Are you a member here?" I asked. "Yep," she grinned. "Free membership for a year is one of the perks of winning the regatta." She looked at us standing right outside the door, and it must have clicked. "Do you need me to sign you in?" "Could you please?" I asked. "Sure. Follow me." She walked inside with us right behind her. "Hi, Fred." She acknowledged the man at the desk. "These are my friends. They'll be joining me today." "I need them to sign here," he grumbled through gritted teeth, roughly shoving the guest log toward us. The three of us signed our names as Fred glowered. George couldn't resist flashing him a self-satisfied smile. Marnie escorted us through the central lounge. White wicker furniture with nautical-themed cushions decorated the area, while small triangular flags hung above. A man in a suit played a piano in the corner. Members walked around us, speaking in soft tones. "This is the main lounge," Marnie said. "The furniture gets put away and it's turned into a ballroom once a month. There's a sit-down restaurant and a snack bar over there. In the back, there's ping pong, foosball, and badminton." "I didn't realize it was so big," I said. "I thought this was just where people kept their boats." "Yeah," Marnie said. "It's a real social hub for summer people. I know a lot of families who are members even though they don't own boats." "Speaking of boats," Bess said, "I thought you said you kept yours at the marina." Marnie looked uncomfortable. "I do, but Jenna's dad said I could use their boat for the fall regatta. It's a much tougher competition. Their boat is a lot fancier and will really help my odds of winning," she said quickly, almost as if she was defending her decision to use Jenna's family's boat. "That's great," Bess exclaimed. "It's very generous," Marnie said. "I haven't decided if I'm going to use it or not." "Why wouldn't you?" George asked incredulously. "I just don't know if I feel comfortable," Marnie replied. She paused for a second before continuing. "Besides, the GPS is on the fritz. I have to see if I can get that to work before I can make a decision." "I bet I can fix it," George offered enthusiastically. "She's really good with gadgets," I said. "Don't you need to help Nancy find the figurehead?" Marnie asked George. "Do you mind, Nancy? If you need help, of course I will. But if you two are okay on your own..." George gave me a hopeful look.
It was a look I couldn't resist, and honestly, Bess and I could handle talking to Connor by ourselves. "Have fun," I said. George beamed. Marnie smiled, still looking a little uneasy. "Hey, Nancy," Bess said urgently. "There he is." She nodded toward Connor walking down the hall, holding a ping-pong racket. He disappeared through a double door across the room, and we lost sight of him. "He's probably going to play ping-pong," Marnie said. "He plays almost every day." "Bess, how would you like to play a game of ping-pong?" I asked. "I would love to play a game of ping-pong," she answered with a smile. "The rec room is through there and to the right," Marnie said, pointing to the double door Connor had gone through. Bess and I took off after Connor, while George headed out with Marnie to check out the boat. The rec room was mostly full of younger kids playing a variety of table games. Others sat in beanbag chairs playing video games. We spotted Connor bouncing a ping-pong ball on his paddle. Older than anyone else in the room, he looked out of place and lonely. I nudged Bess forward. "Want to play a game?" she asked him with a smile. Connor's eyes widened. "You want to play with me?" he asked shyly. Bess nodded and crossed to the ping-pong table. Connor picked up the other paddle, handed it to Bess, and helped her take off her jacket. Very gentlemanly, I noted. He obviously didn't recognize Bess from their earlier encounter, where he'd bumped into her and spoken to her rudely. Connor started the rally to determine who would serve first. "Have you ever been to Nantucket before?" he asked. "Nope, first time," Bess answered. "How about you?" I interjected. "Oh, I've been coming here my whole life," he said with a proud smile. "So you must know our friend Jenna. She's been coming here her whole life too," I offered, as if I didn't know anything about his and Jenna's history. Connor's face hardened. He glared at me icily, and then looked suspiciously at Bess. "What is this?" I shrugged. Connor stared at me. He could tell that I knew more than I was saying. "If you were really friends with Jenna," he continued, "you would know that she and I are not on the best of terms right now." It was time to drop my act. "Someone's going after Jenna," I said, "and as far as I can tell, you're the only person who has a problem with her." To my surprise, Connor started laughing. "What a baby! She freaks out and sicks her friends on me because of one tiny prank?" "It was a pretty big prank," Bess stated. "I'm glad you two were impressed, but it really wasn't that big of a deal. I just took some paint and wrote liar on her precious sign. She is a liar. She said she cared about me." Connor snarled. "And then when everyone was distracted by the sign, you took the figurehead?" I asked. "Someone took her figurehead?" he asked. "She must be flipping out." Bess scowled. "I thought you cared about Jenna." "If she doesn't care about me, I don't care about her," he replied. I still had more questions for Connor. I wasn't sure I believed that he had nothing to do with the figurehead. So far, he had the strongest motive, and he clearly had a temper. Before I could ask anything else, Marnie came running into the rec room, a frantic look in her eyes. "Nancy, Bess, you need to come right now." "What happened?" I asked. "There's been an accident," Marnie said, her lips quivering as she fought back tears. Bess and I turned and looked at each other, our eyes wide with fear. "George!" we yelled. Chapter 7. Overboard. "The nurse thinks she might have a concussion," Marnie said in a shaky voice as she led us through the club to the nurse's office. "A concussion?" Bess asked. I could hear how scared she was. "That's a brain injury, right?" Marnie nodded. The nurse is running some tests here, but George might have to go to the hospital for more. I gulped, working hard to fight back tears. George was always so tough and unafraid that it was hard to imagine her seriously hurt. I tried to prepare myself for the worst before we saw her. "How did this happen?" I asked. The boom slipped and it hit George on the back of the head, knocking her overboard. I jumped in and got her out, Marnie explained. Bess stopped and wrapped Marnie in a giant hug. "You saved her life!" Bess burst out. Marnie looked embarrassed. "It was no big deal. I used to work as a lifeguard." She tried to extract herself from Bess's grasp, but Bess wouldn't let go. "No, it is a big deal. You're a hero," Bess said emphatically. Marnie blushed and looked uncomfortable at the attention. I interjected with some questions to help change the topic. "If I remember my sailing lessons from summer camp, the boom is the horizontal pole that holds the sail, right?" I asked. Marnie nodded. "But how did it get loose?" I wondered out loud. "The knot slipped. I don't know how," Marnie said as we reached the door to the nurse's office. We barged in to find George sitting on the exam table with a towel draped around her. Her clothes were sopping wet. The nurse stood in front of her, holding up 2 fingers. "How many fingers do you see?" the nurse asked. George stared at the fingers, squinting her eyes as if she was trying to focus. Bess squeezed my hand. I squeezed back and held my breath as I waited for her to answer. What was taking her so long? Could she really not see how many fingers the nurse was showing her? 4, George finally answered hesitantly. I gulped loudly. Bess's breath caught in her throat. The nurse turned to us with a concerned expression on her face. "Just kidding," George shouted, laughing. 2! It'll take a lot harder hit than that to injure this brain. "If I weren't so happy you were okay, I'd shake you for scaring us like that. It wasn't funny," Bess scolded her. The nurse handed George an ice pack. "Keep that on there for at least 20 minutes. She turned to Bess and me. "If she starts feeling dizzy or like she's going to throw up, you need to take her to the hospital right away." We nodded. I knew Bess would watch George like a hawk and take her to the emergency room if she so much as put her hand on her stomach. "All in all," the nurse continued to George, "you are a very lucky young lady. This could have easily been much, much worse." "Don't I know it?" George smiled. "Usually I keep my phone in my pocket, but I took it out to take a selfie of myself behind the captain's wheel, and I left it on the console." She paused for a moment, shaking her head. "If my phone had gone overboard with me, that would have been a real disaster." "She's fine," I said with a laugh. Even the nurse smiled. "Is your phone still on the boat?" Marnie asked. She was still standing at the back of the office. I'd been so focused on George and making sure she was okay that I'd completely forgotten Marnie was in the room. "It had better be," George said. "I'll get it for you," Marnie offered. "And I'll find you some dry clothes," Bess suggested. They both left the room. I had some questions for Marnie about exactly what had happened on the boat. "George, will you be okay if I leave you alone for a few minutes?" "Sure, I'll be fine," George answered. I exited the nurse's office and saw Marnie at the end of the hallway. "Marnie," I called out. "Wait up." She slowed down, and I caught up to her. "I just wanted to go over what happened one more time." Marnie looked around nervously. "I don't know. All of a sudden, the knot just slipped, and the boom went swinging and hit George. It happened so fast. I couldn't do anything to stop it." "It's not your fault," I tried to assure her. "Accidents happen." Marnie bit her lip. "I'm not so sure about that." I stepped in to stand closer to her and lowered my voice. "What do you mean?" "I don't have any proof or anything, but—" She trailed off. "You have a hunch?" I asked. Marnie nodded. The thing is, the knot that was used to tie the boom is really reliable. It almost never slips. There's a reason sailors use it. What are you saying? I asked. Marnie took a deep breath. I think someone tampered with the knot. My mind raced through all the implications of this information. The biggest question, of course, was who was the target of the sabotage? Maybe the thief knew George was helping me with the case? George had gone on board so spontaneously I couldn't see how the culprit would have had enough time to mess with the knot without Marnie and George seeing them. Maybe this was entirely unrelated to the theft of the figurehead. Do you think someone was trying to hurt you so you couldn't compete in the fall regatta? I asked Marnie. That's the thing, Marnie said. No one knew about Jenna's family lending me their boat. It took me a moment, but suddenly I understood what she was implying. You think someone was trying to hurt Jenna? I asked. Marnie nodded glumly. I don't mean to be a bad friend, but I'm starting to think Jenna should cancel her exhibit. It's not worth getting hurt. I understood why Marnie would say that, but I didn't want to give up yet. I'm going to come with you to the boat, I said. Are you sure? Marnie asked. It might not be safe. Whoever messed with the knot might have sabotaged something else. That's what I'm counting on, I said. Marnie looked confused. The more things a culprit touches, the more chances they left behind a clue, I explained. Marnie still looked nervous, but she agreed and we headed to the boat. We cut across the well-groomed lawn to the docks and made our way down to the last slip. Even with my limited knowledge of boats, I could tell this was an impressive one. It looked sleek and powerful, like it could cut through water at a quick pace. This is it, Marnie said. The Mayflower. Like the boat the Pilgrims came to America on? I asked. Marnie nodded. Did Jenna name it? I asked with a grin. Marnie laughed. She does have a bit of a one-track mind. History, history, history. Sometimes it can be difficult to get her to focus on the present. She walked to a large box at the end of the dock and pulled out a bright orange life jacket. Put this on, she said. Even though we're not leaving the dock, I'm not taking any chances. I took the life vest and clipped it on. I felt silly, but I knew Marnie was right. If someone was booby-trapping the boat to cause Jenna bodily harm, then we couldn't be too careful. Once my life jacket was secure, we climbed on board the Mayflower. Even docked, there was a gentle sway to the boat that took some getting used to. Marnie led me to where the boom was tied up. Okay, she said. I just tied this knot after the old one slipped. This is what it's supposed to look like. I studied the knot, the way the rope twisted and turned on itself. You should be able to tug on it like this, she demonstrated, and it shouldn't budge. I tried it. She was right. The knot didn't move. That's incredible, I said. It is pretty amazing what you can do with the right knot, Marnie agreed. She walked over to a pile of extra canvas for the sail that was sitting near the back of the boat. You want to check the other knots and look for clues? I'm going to move this to the hull. If someone is messing with the boat, I want as much locked below decks as possible. She struggled to pick up the pile of canvas. Here, I can help you, I said, rushing over to her. I've got it, Marnie grunted. She maneuvered past me. I could hear that her breathing was strained as she made her way down the stairs. I shook my head. These islanders really were tough. I guess living 30 miles away from the rest of civilization made you self-reliant. I checked all the knots, but they were all tied correctly. Then I scoured the deck for clues. Nothing appeared out of place. I sighed. I had really hoped to find a lead on the boat. Marnie said all the instruments checked out. We grabbed George's phone and headed back to the nurse's station. We walked back in silence, both lost in our own worlds. When we arrived, we found Bess sitting in a chair, Her arms crossed in annoyance. George was nowhere in sight. "Where's George?" I asked. Bess indicated the closed bathroom door. "She refuses to come out."
"No one can see me like this,"
George yelled through the door.
"I told you," Bess answered. "That's all they had." "Then just give me back my wet clothes," George yelled.
"You're not getting sick on top of a head injury," Bess hollered back. I've known George and Bess long enough to know they were in a standoff, and neither was going to budge unless someone intervened. "Hey, George," I called out. "I have your phone." Almost immediately, the bathroom door creaked open and George padded out. If not for the furious glare she was shooting me, I would have burst out laughing. Apparently, the only clothing Bess could find for George was the sailing club's waitress uniform. George was decked out in a khaki pleated skirt and a pink collared shirt that bore the sailing club insignia. I could not imagine a more un-George-like outfit. "May I have my phone, please?" George said, still sulking. I handed the phone over. "Okay, so the outfit isn't exactly you, but you don't look bad," I said gently, trying to make her feel better. "Thanks," George muttered, quickly immersing herself in her phone and everything she had missed in the 30 minutes she had been separated from the internet. I sat next to Bess and Marnie and recounted our theory that the boat accident had been intended for Jenna. "Nancy," Bess said seriously, "I know this would be bad for Jenna's career, but I think it might be time to go to the police. If she's physically in danger—" She left the rest unspoken, but I knew what she was getting at. And she was right. Jenna's job being at stake was one thing, but her safety was another. It was probably time to bring in the professionals. It was frustrating, because I knew I was close, but maybe not close enough. I had lots of leads, but no solid evidence indicating the culprit. Who knew what could happen to Jenna while I was struggling to make sense of all the pieces? "Guys," George said abruptly, "we need to go back to the museum right now." "Why? What's going on?" Bess and I asked. The newspaper just posted that an anonymous source told them there was a theft at the museum affecting the Eleanor Sharp exhibit. "It's not a secret anymore," George said.
Chapter 8. A Man with a Past. Bess, George, Marnie, and I walked back to the museum as fast as we could. "Poor Jenna," Bess moaned. I wondered if Connor had leaked the information to the press after I'd let it slip to him that the figurehead was missing. I was really botching this case. I was going to have to apologize profusely to Jenna. We turned the corner onto Broad Street from Beach Street. Half a block ahead, a large crowd had gathered on the sidewalk in front of the museum. "What do you think is going on?" Bess asked. None of us had an answer. Without saying a word, the four of us picked up our pace. Even closer to the action, it was still hard to figure out exactly what was happening, but people were in line, pushing and shoving to get to the front. Amid all the yelling, I could make out people shouting about tickets. I tapped the shoulder of the man directly in front of me. "What's going on?" I shouted over the noise.
"Apparently there's been a robbery at the museum. We're all buying tickets to the opening reception tonight."
I still didn't follow. "Why would you want tickets if there's been a theft?" The man looked at me like I was dumb. A woman behind me leaned over my shoulder. "First the sign, now the theft," she said. "Something big is going to happen at this reception, and I am going to be here to see what it is." The man in front of me nodded in agreement.
"This is going to be the biggest story on the island tomorrow morning. Everybody who's anybody will be there."
"So you're trying to get tickets to see something bad happen at the museum so you can gossip about it?" I asked, making sure I understood what they were saying.
Both the man and the woman nodded. I stormed back to my friends, furious. Jenna had worked so hard on this exhibit, and now all these people just wanted to see her fail. "Let's find Jenna," I said. Marnie checked the time. "I gotta go," she said. "My grandfather and I play chess every Saturday afternoon." "Okay," I said. "We'll see you at the reception." Marnie nodded before heading off. "I think it's great how close she is with her grandfather," Bess observed. I agreed. It was nice to see. "Ah, this thing is leaking," George muttered, holding out the ice pack with water running down her arm. Bess glared at her. "Don't you dare take that off your head," she said sternly. "It's been 20 minutes," George protested as she found a trash can and threw it away. We pushed our way through the crowd and up the stairs to the entrance. We did a quick search of the museum, but didn't spot Jenna. "I'll text her," Bess offered. "I'm going to the bathroom while we wait," George announced. After a moment, Jenna responded that they were in the staff room, and George emerged from the bathroom in her normal clothes. "George!" Bess said. "They're barely damp," George countered. Bess tugged at George's clothes and grudgingly agreed. "Are we all set?" I asked. The girls nodded and we made our way to the staff room. Both Pete and Jenna were there. Jenna looked completely spent. She was slumped in a chair, her face pale and gaunt. I couldn't blame her. Her worst fears were coming true. Pete, on the other hand, was pacing, full of energy, like a kid after eating an entire bag of Halloween candy. "Nancy Drew, the girl detective." He greeted me with a big smile on his face. "You seem happier than I expected," I said. "Have you seen the crowds outside?" he asked, beaming. "We haven't had this much attention about any of our exhibits in years." He turned to Jenna. "Was I right about the power of negative publicity or what?" Jenna gave him a wan smile. "But now there's no hiding it from Mr. Whitestone. He'll know we lost the figurehead." "That's not true," Pete said. "Right now all the newspaper has is a rumor. They've no proof that anything is missing. As long as the figurehead is back by the time he arrives, Mr. Whitestone will just commend us for turning out such a big crowd. He won't care how we did it." I knew then that Pete wasn't going to call the police, and he definitely wasn't going to close the exhibit. He loved the excitement and the attention this was bringing. So far, this was all good news for the museum. His phone rang and he stepped away to answer it. "I'll be right there," he said, turning back to us. "They need my help selling tickets up front," he told us, beaming. He looked directly at me as he left the room. "Nancy, my dear, I am counting on you. Find that figurehead." "He's very optimistic about how all this will work out," I said, not understanding why Pete wasn't more concerned. "That's just Pete," Jenna said with a sigh. "He always believes in people. It's why he gave me this chance in the first place. Most museum directors would never have given me this opportunity. Maybe they'd be right." "No," Bess said firmly. "You did a terrific job. We're going to figure this out. Nancy has a lot of leads. We just need to finish tracking them all down." My stomach sank. I had a lot of leads, but no sense of where they went. I hoped Bess wasn't giving Jenna false hope. "Who are your top suspects?" Jenna asked. "All right," I said. George whipped out her laptop and started to take notes. "Kelsey is still a suspect," I said. "You two have a history. She would directly benefit from you not getting the job. If her keys really were stolen, though, she didn't have a way of accessing the display case." "Who else could it be?" Jenna asked. "There's Jeremiah Butler. He would love to see Pete and the museum embarrassed. Plus, he admitted that he wanted the figurehead for his own museum." "But he's in a wheelchair," George noted. "Right," I said. "So if it is him, he's not working alone." Anyone else? Jenna asked. There's also Connor, I said. Connor? Jenna said, surprised. I knew he was mad at me, but I didn't think he would do something like this. Well, he confessed to vandalizing the sign. He denied knowing anything about the figurehead, but sometimes a suspect confesses to a smaller crime to throw suspicion off themselves for the bigger one. Jenna shook her head. I can't believe I ever liked him. Do you think he would be capable of taking the figurehead as well as vandalizing the sign? I asked. Jenna thought hard. I wish I could say no, but he has a vindictive side. Marnie told us that at the regatta this summer he knocked over the trophy table when he came in second, Bess mentioned. It was worse than that, Jenna muttered. After he knocked over the table, he picked up the first-place trophy and stomped on it right in front of Marnie. He told her it was worthless and she didn't deserve it because she cheated. But Marnie didn't cheat. She was just better than he was. Did he know how important the figurehead was to the exhibit and to you? I asked. Definitely, Jenna replied. I had just discovered it when I called it off with him to spend more time restoring it. I think he blames the figurehead for our breakup. All of these seem like strong suspects, George agreed. But how do we figure out which one actually stole it? I was quiet for a moment, considering my answer. The truth was, I wasn't sure. Something felt off. Usually when I'm working on a case, the solution suddenly snaps into focus, but this one still seemed blurry. Even though Kelsey and Connor were strong suspects, I didn't think either of them had stolen the figurehead. All of Connor's other actions had been spontaneous, motivated by a clear moment of anger. To steal the figurehead would have taken consideration and planning. That didn't seem like Connor. My interactions with Kelsey made me think that she wanted to make it on her own, not take someone else down to get ahead. She might be bitter and jealous, but I didn't think she would feel satisfied if Jenna failed because of sabotage. Jeremiah seemed like such a loner. It was hard to imagine him working with a partner. Before I could explain any of this to my friends, Kelsey walked in. She sat down, ignoring Bess, George, and me, and turned to Jenna. Break's over. It's your turn to usher. We followed Jenna out of the staff room and into the main museum area. She picked up a stack of maps and stood near the entrance. All of a sudden, I felt my phone buzz in my purse. I checked the caller ID. It was Ned. Hello? I answered, stepping outside so I wouldn't bother the museum patrons. I thought you didn't have cell service in the woods, I said, confused. Is everything okay? Yeah, everything's fine. It was raining cats and dogs the whole time, so we decided to pack it in. How about you? I thought you'd be swimming in the ocean right about now. I was just going to leave you a message to let you know I was home. I haven't really had a chance to go swimming yet, I said. My boyfriend seemed to immediately know why. Nancy, did you find yourself a case? I filled him in on what was going on and ran down the list of suspects. This might sound weird, but do you think Jenna could have taken the figurehead herself? He asked. Why would she do that? I replied. Having your own exhibit is a lot of pressure, especially with the job riding on it, Ned pointed out. Maybe she couldn't take it and couldn't think of any other way to cancel the exhibit. We've seen it before. That was true. I had solved cases where the culprit turned out to be the same person who'd hired me. I'll look into it, I said. Thanks for listening to me. Anytime. We said our goodbyes and I headed back inside the museum. I was still lost in thought when two middle-aged women walked by me. They wore matching skirt suits, one in red, the other in yellow, and they both clasped purses that were actually baskets made out of woven wood with ivory on top. One look at their faces told me they had to be sisters. This is so like Pete, one said to the other. Tell me about it. Only he would fake a theft to sell tickets to his opening night reception. I quickly caught up to the sisters. "Excuse me?" I said. "I couldn't help but overhear what you said. What do you mean Pete would fake a theft?" The women exchanged a look and then leaned in close. "You've heard these rumors about the theft, I assume?" the one in red murmured. I nodded. "Well, that's all it is, dear. A rumor. A new ingenious way for Pete to sell more tickets." "He's done this before?" I asked. "Well, not this exact ruse, but similar schemes," said the one in yellow. "Like what?" I asked. The ladies led me over to a bench. I knew this was going to be a long story, but I was all ears. "Pete's father started the Nantucket ghost tour," the one in red said. "You've probably seen it around," the other chimed in. "They take you on a walk around town to a bunch of different houses and hotels and tell you how they're haunted. All a bunch of hooey. Until he left for college, Pete's job every summer was to sell tickets." "He'd sit at one end of Main Street in a top hat," the red sister interjected, "wearing a sign over him. He had to fill the tours. His family depended on him to sell out the tours in order to have enough food on the table. That boy learned how to say and do anything to sell a ticket." "He'd spin these yarns about how his mother had passed away when he was born, and that's when he began to see ghosts," the sister in yellow said, pausing for dramatic effect. "Pete's mother is alive and healthy as a horse today." My jaw dropped. If Pete was capable of that, what else might he be capable of? Hiding the figurehead and telling the press it was stolen to create more buzz around the exhibit didn't seem too far-fetched. If that was his plan, it had certainly worked. It would also explain why he was so confident that the figurehead would return in time. I felt excited to have a new lead to pursue after going in circles for so long. I just needed to prove for sure that he had taken it, so I could tell Jenna not to worry. Just then, I saw Jenna walk by with a concerned expression on her face, gesturing for me to come over. "Nancy," she whispered urgently in my ear, "look at her brooch." The sister in red had an ivory brooch pinned to her suit jacket. The brooch had been carved to depict a whale breaching, with a whaling ship in the background. "What about it?" I asked Jenna. "That's one of the pieces of scrimshaw that was stolen from the museum," she hissed. Chapter 9. Broaching the Subject. If we can find out where she got the brooch, we might be able to track down who stole it in the first place, I whispered excitedly to Jenna. "If they stole the scrimshaw, they probably stole the figurehead too," Jenna said. She and I walked back over to the sisters who were chatting quietly. "Excuse me, ma'am," I said to the one in red. She looked over, mildly annoyed to be interrupted. "Yes, dear?" she asked. "That is a beautiful brooch. I've been thinking about what kind of souvenir I'd like to buy to remind me of my trip, and I think I'd like a brooch like yours. Could you tell me where you got it?" "Let's see. Which one am I wearing today?" the woman murmured to herself, looking down at her lapel. "Oh, this one. Sorry, girls, I've had this for years. It's an old family heirloom that was passed down from my mother." I looked at Jenna, confused. "I know that's the one that was stolen," Jenna whispered to me. "I stared at its photo in our catalog for hours last night. See the chip missing on the top left sail? That's our scrimshaw." I looked over. She was right. There was a chip in the sail. I doubted that could be a coincidence, though I also didn't think this old woman had stolen the scrimshaw. She was probably confused, but I wasn't sure how to tell her this was not her beloved family heirloom. Thankfully, the sister in yellow interjected. "That's not the brooch you got from Mother," she said sharply. "Yes, it is," her sister answered defensively. "No," the other insisted. "The one you got from Mom has a humpback whale. That brooch has a sperm whale. Let me see." The sister in red pulled out a pair of glasses and put them on, studying the brooch. Beside me, Jenna tapped her foot impatiently. I shared her agitation, but I knew that rushing this woman would just fluster her and make her take longer. As much as we wished we could hurry her along, we had to let her go at her own pace. "Oh, you're right," the sister said. "This isn't the one from Mother." "She should have given the brooch to me," the one in yellow muttered under her breath. "You never did appreciate her gifts." The sister in red lifted her head sharply. Her eyes narrowed as she prepared to answer back. I don't have any siblings, but I knew this was the kind of argument that could get out of control very quickly. "Can you remember where you got it?" I interrupted, trying to keep us on track. "Let me think for a second," the woman said, distracted from her sister for the moment. She scrunched her eyes, trying to remember. I crossed my fingers behind my back, hoping that it would come back to her. This was our first solid lead, and I needed it to come through. Otherwise, I was running out of ideas for how to find the figurehead. I had no proof with which to confront Kelsey, Connor, Jeremiah, or now possibly Pete. "You probably got it at that little antique shop on India Street you like so much," the sister in yellow said impatiently. "Yes, you're right," the other exclaimed. "I did buy it there. I remember now. It's a lovely place. They have the best scrimshaw collection on the island." "It really is beautiful," I said, standing up now that I had the information I needed. I looked at Jenna. "Do you know the antique store she means?" Jenna nodded. "Yes, it's called Captain Jim's Treasure Chest." "Let's go," I told her. I turned back to the ladies. "Thank you for your time." I always try to be polite when on a case, and in everyday life too, but especially during a case. You never know when you might need to ask someone for more information later. If you're rude or take them for granted, they might not want to help you again. Jenna and I went to grab her purse from the staff room and found Bess and George sitting in the corner. "Do you feel dizzy?" Bess asked. "No," George said. "Are you sure? Not even a little bit lightheaded?" Bess pushed. "The only thing I feel is annoyed that you won't stop pestering me," George insisted. This case was getting to all of us. We were cranky and frustrated. As soon as I filled them in about the stolen scrimshaw and the old woman telling us where she'd bought it, Bess and George perked up. "What are we waiting for?" George said, jumping up from her seat. Bess rolled her eyes, but she knew that getting her cousin to slow down was a next to impossible task. Jenna got her purse and we headed out of the museum and down Bond Street. "What time is it?" Jenna asked. 4:52, George said. "I'm pretty sure they close at 5, Jenna said. "Run," I said. Jenna took off, leading the way. It was only 6 blocks away, but by the time we arrived, we were all panting and out of breath. We stood for a second, trying to regain our composure. Just as we were about to go in, a woman came to the door and flipped the sign to closed. We all looked at each other. Then I sprang into action, running to the door and knocking loudly. The lady returned with an irritated look on her face. She opened the door a crack, just enough to be able to talk to me. She pointed to the sign. "We close at 5 o'clock. "It's 4:57, George called out behind me. She held up her wrist, showing the woman her giant watch with multiple dials. "This is a satellite watch. It's accurate to the nanosecond." Reluctantly, the woman opened the door all the way and let us in. "I really must close at 5, she said. "But if you girls would like to look around for the next 3 minutes, you're welcome to." We walked into the store, which reminded me of the Nautical Museum, but even more cluttered. Paintings covered the wall from floor to ceiling. There was a corner that was entirely devoted to used books on Nantucket history. A variety of furniture was placed throughout the store, each piece piled high with Nantucket souvenirs, pillows, dishware, pennants, dating back to the 1950s. Behind me, Bess coughed, reacting to the dust. "We're wasting nanoseconds," George whispered. I realized she was right. We had been standing in the doorway almost dumbstruck, overwhelmed by the vast amount of stuff before us. "Could you show us where you keep your scrimshaw?" I asked the shopkeeper. "It's all in that case over there," she said, pointing to a far corner. We made our way through the store, carefully sticking to the narrow path that had been cleared around the various pieces of furniture. "This is all just old junk," George said quietly. "Why would anyone buy this stuff?" "This is not junk," Jenna said tersely. "These are treasures, each with its own story." George shrugged. Jenna was never going to turn George into a history buff. We reached the display case with the scrimshaw. It consisted of 3 shelves, each containing about 50 pieces of ivory. Jenna pulled the museum catalog from her purse and plopped it on top of the counter. She flipped it open to the scrimshaw page. Small photos accompanied descriptions of the pieces in the museum's collection. Someone had drawn red stars next to 5 of the pieces. "The ones with the star next to them are the ones that are missing from the museum," she explained. "That's the one the lady at the museum was wearing," I said, pointing to its picture. "So we're looking for one of these 4? Bess clarified. It occurred to me that there were 4 pieces and 4 of us. Why don't we each look for 1 piece? That will probably be the fastest way to find them. I could feel the store owner hovering behind us. I knew the minute the clock struck 5, she would ask us to leave. The others agreed, and we each picked a carving to look for. Mine featured a design of a seagull soaring over a rough sea. We all leaned over the case and got to work scanning the scrimshaw for the stolen pieces. We were quiet as we looked. It took a lot of concentration to make sure you saw every piece. "Found it!" Jenna announced, pointing to a pendant in the back right of the second shelf. "Can we see that one?" I asked the owner. She sighed but came around and unlocked the case, pulling out the pendant. I checked against the catalog. It was definitely the same artifact. "Where did you get this?" I asked. "Someone sold it to us. It's how we acquire everything we sell here," she answered. "Do you remember who?" I asked, hopefully. "I'm afraid not. This is one of our busiest times of year. People are clearing out their houses as they prepare to close them up for the fall, so we often buy several items a day. It is very hard to keep it all straight." I bit on my lip, wondering how I could jog her memory. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Jenna's museum catalog and got an idea. "You must have some sort of ledger," I said, "where you keep a list of everything you buy and sell." The woman paused before answering. She knew what I was going to ask next, and she didn't like it. "Yes," she replied hesitantly. "Could you please check it for us?" I asked. "It's late, girls. I really have to go," she sighed, crossing her arms over her chest. "Please," Jenna begged. "My job depends on it." The woman looked at Jenna, and I guess she realized just how desperate she was. "Fine," she relented. "Thank you," Jenna squealed. The shopkeeper took the pendant and went over to an old computer sitting in the back corner. Jenna, George, Bess, and I waited with bated breath. The big break we were looking for might be coming. "This piece was brought in by Peter Boyd," the woman finally said. I couldn't believe it. Beside me, George and Bess gasped. I realized I hadn't had a chance to share with any of them what the sisters had told me about Pete's history of publicity stunts. But I was shocked, too. I had considered the idea that Pete had temporarily removed the figurehead to sell tickets, but I hadn't thought he might actually be stealing from the museum. "No," Jenna said firmly. "That can't be right." "It says so right here," the woman insisted, pointing at her screen. "There has to be an error," Jenna maintained. The woman beckoned Jenna over, and we all followed. She held out the pendant. "You see this number in the upper right corner of the price tag?" We nodded. "It corresponds with this number on our spreadsheet. It shows who sold us the item and how much we bought it for. I can also search and see what else the seller brought in." She ran the search. "Peter Boyd brought in 5 items this summer." She started to describe them, and it quickly became clear that she was describing the 5 pieces of scrimshaw that were missing from the museum. Jenna looked as pale as a sheet.
Her entire image of Pete had been stripped away.
"I'm sorry, girls," the woman said, "but I have an appointment. I really must close up now." We shuffled out, except for Bess, who stayed behind to buy an old Nantucket pennant. It was blue felt with a yellow and white sailboat painted on it.
"You could have just taken a photo of Jenna's boat," George observed as we stepped outside.
"I think this will look pretty on my wall at home," Bess said. "Besides, I figured we should buy something to thank her for her help."
"I can't believe Pete would steal from the museum," Jenna said.
"I was so certain Kelsey had taken that scrimshaw because she needed the money," Bess added.
"The more I think about it," I said, "the more Pete does make sense as a suspect." Jenna looked at me sharply.
"How so?"
I told them about Pete's lifelong love of publicity stunts. Also, wouldn't most people in his position insist on calling the police as soon as the figurehead went missing? I could see the girls thinking about this.
"Maybe he didn't want the police looking into the theft too closely, and he thought Nancy wouldn't be able to figure it out," Bess suggested. "But if he stole the figurehead to sell it, that's not a publicity stunt," Jenna said. "He loves the museum. It's his whole life."
"But he stole and sold the scrimshaw," I countered, "and the figurehead is worth a lot more."
"I just don't think it's him," Jenna insisted.
"Why would he want to hurt the exhibit?"
I sighed.
Instead of providing answers, discovering that Pete had stolen the scrimshaw had just raised more questions. Why, for instance, would he want to sabotage Jenna's boat? Maybe the stolen scrimshaw was just a coincidence and had nothing to do with the figurehead. 2 independent thefts in one museum over 1 month seemed unlikely, though. Maybe the threats against Jenna were unrelated to the figurehead. I just couldn't make sense of it. I was so lost puzzling out the details of the case that it took me a moment to realize that all my friends were staring at me expectantly.
"So, what do we do now, Nancy?" Bess asked.
"I think we have to talk to Pete," I responded. "Tell him we know about the ivory and ask him point blank about the figurehead." Jenna sniffled. I looked over and saw that she was no longer fighting her tears. They were streaming down her face.
"Excuse me?"
she said as she rooted around in her purse.
"Pete's been my mentor for so long. I just never thought he would be capable of something like this."
I rubbed my hand on Jenna's back to try to comfort her. I couldn't think of anything to say that would make her feel better. It was horrible to find out someone you trust has betrayed you.
"Found a tissue," Jenna said. "Wait a second. This isn't it."
She was holding a piece of paper with a note written on it. I watched her read it. Her eyes went wide with fear.
"Nancy!"
She thrust the piece of paper toward me. I took it from her hand and read, "Jenna, if you do not stop this exhibit, you will get hurt." Chapter 10. Different Directions.
"What does it say?" George demanded. I handed her the note so she could read it for herself. Bess read it over her shoulder.
"If I shut down this exhibit, everything I've worked for is over," Jenna moaned.
"A job isn't worth getting hurt, though," Bess argued. Jenna sighed. I could tell she didn't necessarily agree with Bess. She had focused on getting this job for so long, it probably did seem more important than her own safety. I thought back to Ned's suggestion that perhaps Jenna had taken the figurehead herself because she couldn't handle the stress of the opening. She did seem to be under a lot of pressure, and I could see wanting to be free of that, but I didn't have enough proof to feel comfortable pursuing that lead over any of the others. If I was wrong, and Jenna hadn't done this herself, then I would be leaving her high and dry. "I know the note is scary, but it's actually a good thing," I said.
"How is it a good thing?"
Bess asked. It tells us what the culprit wants, I explained. Which gives us a motive, George added, catching my drift. Right. Up until now, we didn't know why the figurehead was stolen, I pointed out. We didn't know whether it was stolen because someone wanted to humiliate Jenna, or perhaps the museum itself, or if it was taken in order to sell it to make money. Bess and Jenna nodded. Now, we know that whoever stole it has something against this particular exhibit, I said. Bess turned to Jenna. Who wouldn't want this exhibit to take place? Besides Kelsey, I said. We still have her on the list, and I know she would benefit from you not getting the job, but we need to broaden our pool of suspects. Jenna bit her fingernails as she thought. I can't think of anyone. No one gets hurt by this exhibit. Everyone I feature in it has been dead for at least 50 years. Marnie told me that some of the people who live here year-round are very protective of the mystery of the Eleanor Sharp, and they wouldn't want you to tell the truth. Is there any islander you can think of who would feel particularly strongly about that? Jenna shrugged. I don't know. I thought all of that was a bit silly, so I didn't pay attention. I'm sorry. I thought of Marnie and how she was related to whaling captains. What about descendants? I asked. Are there any living descendants of the captain who wouldn't want to see his name tarnished? Jenna looked at me blankly. I don't know. My focus is on the past. I never looked into anything like that. It never occurred to me that I might make someone upset. I'm just telling the truth. I thought Jenna was a little naive to think that simply telling the truth wouldn't upset someone, but now was not the time to argue with her. I checked my watch. We had just over an hour before the doors opened for the reception, and Mr. Whitestone walked through the door to find the figurehead missing. We needed to hurry. The only way forward was to divide and conquer. George, I said, go to Marnie's house and see if you can gather any more information about descendants of the captain or islanders who would be offended by the exhibit. George nodded. I'm on it, she called. Jenna gave her Marnie's address, and George headed off, using her phone for directions. I turned to Bess and Jenna. We're going back to the museum and talking to Pete. Jenna sighed. I really don't think it's Pete. Why would he want the exhibit closed? I don't know. But he knows more than he told us. We can't solve this unless we have all the information, I insisted. Jenna and Bess agreed, and we headed back to the museum. The sun was setting, and it was starting to get dark. As we approached the museum, we saw a crowd gathered out front, waiting for the doors to open. At first, I was sad my parents couldn't make it, Jenna said. But now I'm glad they don't have to see me humiliated in front of all these people. I felt a stab of guilt. I had promised Jenna I could solve this mystery, and I was letting her down. Let's go around back so we don't have to walk through the crowd, Bess suggested. Jenna and I agreed that this sounded like a good idea. We cut through an alley that led behind the museum. As we rounded the corner, I stopped Bess and Jenna short. At the end of the alley, a man was sitting in a wheelchair. The captain's hat on his head was a dead giveaway that it was Jeremiah. What's he doing here? Jenna asked. He wouldn't want to come to the opening? I asked. Jenna shook her head. You couldn't pay him to come to it. He hates this place. He claims that he breaks out in hives whenever he comes within a block. Says he must be allergic to people who treat history like it's a joke. Unless he knows the figurehead won't be here and he wants to see Pete embarrassed, I suggested. It looks like he's waiting for someone, Bess said. Maybe his partner in crime, I said. Let's wait here and see who comes out. We remained hidden around the corner of the alley, only our heads peering around the side. We could quickly jump back if Jeremiah happened to look in our direction. So far, he was focused solely on the door to the museum. He tapped his good foot impatiently on the wheelchair's footrest. He told us he offered you a job, I said quietly to Jenna. Jenna nodded. I thought about taking it, she said. Bess looked at her, surprised. Why would you want to work with someone so rude? She asked. He knows more about the history of this island than anyone else. I could have learned a lot from him. But if no one comes to see the exhibits you create, what's the point? All of a sudden, the door creaked open, and a woman walked out carrying a large, heavy bundle. That could be the figurehead, Jenna whispered urgently. It's about the right size. The way the light was shining behind them, we could only see the person in silhouette. Besides being female, I couldn't make out any other distinguishing characteristics. Who is that? Bess asked. I can't tell, Jenna answered. We need to get closer, I said. I led the way, showing Bess and Jenna how to stay close to the wall and walk quickly and quietly without being seen or heard. We took refuge behind a dumpster halfway down the alley, which gave us a much better view. It's Kelsey, I exclaimed under my breath. I knew she was up to no good, Bess whispered. We don't know what is going on, I said. We were still too far away to hear what they were saying, and I wanted to keep an open mind as to what was transpiring between them. One of the worst things a detective can do is jump to conclusions. Although I had to admit, it did not look good for Kelsey or Jeremiah. Jeremiah reached into his pocket, pulled out a wad of cash, and handed it to Kelsey. That must be the payment she was talking about at the soda fountain, Bess whispered. Kelsey carefully counted the money twice. Finally, she nodded, indicating that it was correct. They spoke for a few more seconds, and then Kelsey walked around behind Jeremiah's wheelchair and pushed him down the alley away from us. I knew Jeremiah wanted to examine the figurehead himself, Jenna began, but I didn't think he would stoop to stealing it. Maybe he didn't get the idea until Kelsey offered it to him. She would get quick money, which we know she needs, and it would cost Jenna her job, Bess suggested. It all made sense, but there was something still bugging me. Why would they tell Jenna to shut down the exhibit? I asked. If part of Jeremiah's motive was to embarrass Pete, wouldn't he want the exhibit to open so that everyone knew that Pete lost the figurehead? Neither Jenna nor Bess had an answer for that. At the end of the alley, Kelsey and Jeremiah turned right. If we didn't start following them now, we would lose track of them. You two go after Jeremiah and Kelsey, I said. Be careful, but find out what they're up to. What are you going to do? Bess asked. I'm going to talk to Pete, I said. There have been so many wrong turns and twists in this case. I want to make sure we cover all our bases. Jenna and Bess nodded and took off after Jeremiah and Kelsey. I entered the museum through the back door, which had been cleared of visitors and was being prepared for the reception. Tables were set up in the main exhibit hall and covered with white tablecloths. Caterers in white shirts and black vests arranged trays of appetizers. It looked like it would be a really nice event. I just hoped it wouldn't be ruined by this missing figurehead. I didn't see Pete in the exhibit hall, so I made my way to his office. I was about to knock when I heard voices from inside. Won't people notice it's gone? Asked a man's voice I didn't recognize. I leaned in, pushing my ear up against the door as hard as I could. A few of the caterers gave me odd looks. In different circumstances, I would try to eavesdrop more discreetly, but right then I didn't have time to worry about appearances. Let me worry about that. A voice I instantly recognized as Pete's answered. It's my museum. I'll take the heat. It just seems really risky, the unknown man continued. Are you looking at this piece? She's a real beauty, the man conceded. But I don't know. Do you know what I've risked by arranging this? I could lose my job, Pete said, his voice raised in anger. I'm sorry, the other man mumbled. I could barely hear him. I'll take it. I appreciate everything you've done for me. Before I knew what was happening, the door flung open and I went flying into Pete's office. I landed sprawled on the floor with a loud thunk, right at Pete's feet. It took a moment for me to get my bearings. My wrists were sore from bracing my fall, but I didn't think I had hurt them badly.
"Nancy,"
Pete said angrily, "what were you doing?"
"How much did you hear?"
the other man asked. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with deep-set eyes and a pronounced forehead that made him look imposing, especially from my position on the ground. He glared at me furiously, waiting for my answer. "You took the figurehead," I said to Pete, "and you're selling it to him." I pointed to the other man. Before I knew what was happening, the large man stepped over me with one long stride, slamming the door shut. Now I was trapped in Pete's office with two men who clearly didn't want me there. Not only that, but whatever I had walked into seemed sinister. I stared up at Pete and the other man, waiting for what would happen next. Chapter 11. A Whale's Tale. To my surprise, Pete burst out laughing.
"You think I stole the figurehead?"
he asked between chortles. "I know you stole the scrimshaw," I said. If anything, Pete laughed even harder. I looked around, perplexed. I had no idea what was so funny.
"I didn't steal the scrimshaw, Nancy. It's in my contract that with the permission of the Board of Trustees, I can sell museum assets if I think it's necessary."
"Did you get the board's permission?" I asked.
"Of course I did."
He reached down to help me up, but I didn't take his hand right away. I still had questions. "Then why didn't you tell Kelsey or Jenna?" I asked.
"I don't discuss financial matters with our interns, Nancy," he explained. "I didn't want them to worry. We're getting into our slow season, and I needed some extra money to see us through the winter. I do it every year."
"Shouldn't it have been marked in the catalog then?" I asked.
"Look at this place," Pete said, sweeping his arm around his cluttered office. "Do you think I'm that organized?"
I had seen how he organized his letters, throwing every envelope the museum received into a box. It was easy to believe that he would just forget to update the museum catalog. Pete offered his hand again, and this time I accepted it. I got to my feet and brushed myself off.
"Any more questions?"
he asked. "Yes," I said. "What were you two talking about?" I indicated the man who had stood silently while I interrogated Pete. If it wasn't about the figurehead, what was it?
"I told you it was a bad idea," the other guy said to Pete. "Even this girl could see we were up to no good." "Allow me to introduce my stepbrother, David," Pete said.
David gave a half-hearted wave.
"He runs a restoration and authentication business, and last year he got in a little trouble," Pete continued. "He sold some items he shouldn't have sold."
"You sold the illegal whale ivory," I interjected. It was too new. It had come from whales that were illegally hunted. David sighed dramatically.
"It was one mistake. It was wrong, but I paid my fine, and no one will let me forget it. I haven't been able to get work all summer." "So," Pete said, "being the good older brother that I am—" "Stepbrother," David interrupted. "Being the good older stepbrother I am," Peter conceded, "I'm throwing David some restoration work to help him get back on his feet."
He indicated a painting on an easel in the corner. It showed a man standing at the lookout at the top of a ship's mast, pointing to a tiny whale fluke off in the distance as the rest of the crew sprang into motion to go after the whale. One man, who looked strikingly young, stood near the front of the boat looking like he'd been caught off guard, as if he was just realizing what he had gotten himself into. A plaque on the frame read, "So it begins." Pete and David were right. It was a beautiful painting, but even my untrained eye could see that it needed work to bring it back to its full glory. The colors were faded, and there were cracks in various places. I looked between them. I didn't really think that Pete still had the figurehead, but I didn't think I was getting the whole story. If it's so innocent, why were you so concerned that I had heard what you were saying? Okay, Pete said. It's not completely on the up and up. The board is supposed to approve anyone we hire to do restoration. With my past, they'll never allow me to do the work, David added. But his skills are amazing, and I completely trust him, Pete said. Once the board sees his work, they will grant approval in the future. Please don't say anything, Nancy. I need this, David begged. I didn't know how I felt about what Pete and David were doing, but this was Pete's decision. My focus was on the figurehead, and it was looking less and less likely that Pete had it. Aside from Jenna, I have the most riding on this exhibit. I would never do anything to jeopardize it, Pete said. He was right. He didn't have a motive. Once it was clear that he had sold the scrimshaw for the benefit of the museum and not for his own personal gain, I didn't have anything that pointed toward him. You're welcome to take a look around my office if you still don't believe me, he offered. Poking around his office could take hours. That won't be necessary, I said. I'm going to take this painting out the back exit, David said. Your board is probably waiting to get in. He wrapped up the painting and carried it out. Shall we see how the preparations are coming along? Pete asked me. Sure, I said. I couldn't help but feel dispirited. I was fresh out of Leeds. My phone hadn't rung, so I had no reason to believe that Bess and Jenna had found the figurehead with Jeremiah, or that George had gotten any decent information out of Marnie. We walked into the main exhibit hall, which looked amazing. Someone had lined the sperm whale skeleton with Christmas lights, which cast a warm, gentle glow over the entire space. George, Bess, and Jenna were back, but the looks on their faces confirmed my suspicions that they had gotten nowhere. What did Marnie say? I asked George. I couldn't find her, George answered. Her grandfather said she'd already left for dinner before heading over here. I called her a few times, but she didn't answer. I didn't see her outside, so I guess she's probably still eating. What happened with Jeremiah and Kelsey? I asked Bess and Jenna. We lost them, Bess said. We got caught behind a wedding party. They took up the whole sidewalk, and we couldn't get around them for 2 blocks, Jenna explained. A horn blasted out into the night. That's the ferry boat coming in, Jenna said. The one Mr. Whitestone is on. She looked sad. I'm really sorry, Jenna, I apologized. I thought I could find the figurehead for you. It's okay, Nancy, Jenna replied, though she didn't sound like she was okay. She sounded crushed. If only I just had a little more time. I know we're close, I said. Time is the one thing we don't have, George interjected. The reception is supposed to start in 15 minutes. There's no way you could show the exhibit without the figurehead, and Nancy could keep working on finding it tomorrow? Bess asked. Jenna shook her head. Without it, all I have is speculation. The figurehead is my proof that the captain deliberately sank the ship. The marks on the figurehead show the angle at which he hit the rocks. Opening the exhibit without the figurehead would be just as bad as not opening it at all. The 4 of us sat in silence on a bench in the middle of the room. The sperm whale skeleton hung above us. I hated to let someone down. It irked me to no end that this thief had outsmarted me. I thought back to the beginning of the case when I'd been so convinced it would be one of the easier ones I had tackled. If I hadn't been so overconfident, maybe Jenna would have gone to the police and the figurehead would be safely in its display case. I knew it was silly to play the what-if game, but I couldn't help it. It felt like this was all my fault. Pete came over. Sorry, Jenna. I think I need to tell everyone that the reception is canceled and start refunding tickets. Jenna nodded but didn't look up from the floor. I gave Pete an apologetic smile. Pete headed toward the door. Bess squeezed Jenna's hand. All of a sudden, there was a loud crack above us. Before we could react, the tail of the sperm whale skeleton came crashing down on the floor right in front of us. We all dove for cover, crawling under a nearby table, our hands clasped over our necks to protect our heads. We stayed for a moment, looking at one another, waiting to see if the rest of the skeleton was going to follow the tail to the floor. After a moment, Pete called out, "Come on out. It's safe now." We climbed from under the table and dusted ourselves off. The tail was scattered across the floor along with several vertebrae. Looking up, we saw the skeleton still swinging gently. The third cable, the one that had supported the tail, was hanging free. "You girls okay?" Pete asked. We all nodded. He picked up the tail and inspected it. "It's cracked," he said, "but all things considered, it's in pretty good shape." We picked up the rest of the vertebrae from the floor and handed them to Pete. I found a piece of the cable lying on the floor and brought it to Pete. "Do you think someone could have cut it?" I asked. Pete studied it. "It's hard to tell. I'd have to look at it under a microscope." "Wouldn't you have noticed someone up there with a ladder and a cable cutter?" George asked. "Most days, yes," Pete replied, "but we had a lot of people in and out today, doing work on various parts of the museum to prep for tonight." I looked over at Jenna. She was staring at the spot where the tail had landed, her face as white as a sheet. "That note did say I would be in danger if I didn't cancel the exhibit," Jenna said. "But you did cancel the exhibit. That's not playing by the rules," Bess said indignantly. "The culprit doesn't know that it's canceled," I countered. All of a sudden, there was another cracking noise, this one much softer than the last. Another vertebra fell from the tail, hitting George right on the top of the head. "Ow! My head!" she cried out. "George!" Bess exclaimed. We guided her back to the bench. Pete barked at the caterers to block off the space under the skeleton so no one would stand there. "How many fingers am I holding up?" Bess asked George, frantically waving 3 fingers in front of her face. "I don't have a concussion, Bess. This was barely a knock. It just surprised me." "Answer the question," Bess insisted. 3, George answered. "Satisfied?" "Not really," Bess said. "I think we should take you to the hospital. 2 knocks to the head in one day can't be good." George brushed off Bess's concerns. "It barely even hurts. I haven't felt dizzy or sick to my stomach or anything the nurse said to look out for." She turned to Jenna. "But I am going to demand more of those donuts as payment. Twice now I've taken knocks to the head that were meant for you." Jenna looked at George, confused. "When was the first time?" she asked. I realized that amid the busyness of the afternoon, we had never told Jenna about the incident on the boat. We gave her a quick rundown. Jenna still looked confused when we finished explaining what had happened. "But why do you think I was the target of the sabotage, not Marnie?" she asked. "Because no one knew that you had lent Marnie your boat," I said. "Everyone knew that," Jenna said. "What do you mean?" I asked. "There was an article about our so-called unusual friendship in the newspaper just last week, because I'm a summer person and Marnie is a full-time islander. One of the examples they used was how my family had lent Marnie our boat for the fall regatta," she said. "I can't believe I didn't double-check what she said online," George admonished herself. "Maybe I do have a concussion. I'm slipping." Suddenly, it all started to click like fireworks going off in my mind as the pieces finally started snapping into place. I turned to Pete. "Can you get this all cleaned up and the skeleton stabilized in the next 20 minutes? I asked. Pete nodded. "If Jenna helps me." "Great," I said. "Tell everyone you're running a little late, but the exhibit will be open in half an hour." "Nancy," Jenna said, "what are you doing?" "Come on," I told Bess and George. "I know where the figurehead is." Chapter 12.
A race against time. I raced out the back of the museum, Bess and George right on my heels. The three of us sprinted down the alley toward Broad Street. "Nancy, where are we going?" George panted behind me. I didn't have the breath to answer, so I just kept running. They'd see soon enough. We hit Broad Street and turned onto Beach Street. The 7 p.m. ferry that had just arrived had filled the sidewalks with people wheeling suitcases. Taxicabs clogged the street, slowing our progress, but I would not be deterred. "Excuse me, coming through! Pardon me!" I announced as I weaved between families and zigzagged around groups of friends congesting the narrow path. I heard my friends echoing the same words behind me. Finally, we made it to the sailing club. I barged through the doors, Bess and George following me. Fred was still sitting behind the counter. "Good evening, Fred," I said authoritatively as we marched past him. "Wait!" he shouted after us. "You can't come in here!" But we didn't slow down. I didn't have time to haggle about permission to enter. Maybe tomorrow, when this was over, we could stop by with a box of donuts to make it up to him. But right now, we were on a mission. As I pushed open the door from the main room to the outside patio, I ran smack into Connor. "Nancy!" he exclaimed. "Hi, Connor," I said as I tried to get past him, but every direction I stepped, he stepped too, blocking me from getting around him. We carried on like this for a few seconds as if we were performing an awkward dance. "Connor, I'm in a hurry," I said, exasperated, but Connor refused to let me go by. "I just got a text from Kelsey," he mentioned. "She said that the skeleton fell at the museum. Is Jenna okay?" "She's fine," I replied, trying once again to get around him, but Connor was quicker than I was. He put his hands on my shoulders, forcing me to pay attention to him. "If I had known Jenna was in actual danger, I never would have vandalized the sign. You know that, right? It was just a stupid prank," he insisted. I took a deep breath and looked him right in the eyes. "I know that," I said. "Right now, I have to go so I can save her exhibit and her career." "I want to help," he said. "Fine," I said. At this point, it was easier to let him tag along than waste any more time arguing. "Great!" he shouted, letting go of my shoulders and allowing me to pass. I picked up my pace and led everyone to the docks and down to the last slip, where Jenna's boat had been earlier in the day. But it was gone. "Where is it?" I blurted out. "Is that it?" George asked, pointing into the distance. I followed her finger and spotted a boat bobbing right where the calm water of the harbor transitioned into open ocean. "It's too far," I said. "I can't tell." "That's Jenna's boat," Connor said next to me. "How can you tell?" Bess asked. "I recognize the silhouette," he said. "Just trust me. I'm really good at boats, and that is Jenna's." "Do you really want to help Jenna?" I asked Connor. "Do you want to do something that will make it up to her for destroying her sign?" "Anything," Connor said. Jenna's boat was going farther and farther out to sea. We needed to move quickly. "Take us out to that boat, now." Connor nodded. "Follow me," he said. "We have to move fast." He led us down to the opposite end of the dock to a boat named Stingray. It was smaller than Jenna's. I hoped Connor was a good enough sailor to make up the distance. "This is it," Connor said. We all quickly put on life jackets and climbed into the boat, which started to tilt precariously. "Nancy, Bess, get on the other side," Connor ordered. Bess and I slid to the opposite side, and the boat righted itself. "We have to keep the boat balanced," he said sternly. I looked out to see Jenna's boat drifting farther away. "We need to hurry," I exclaimed. Connor pulled the cover over the sail and started hoisting it up the mast. He moved quickly and efficiently. "Hold this," he told me as he handed me the till. He climbed over Bess and George back onto the dock and pushed us off, jumping back into the boat at the last minute. He took the till back from me. "Pay attention and do as I say," Connor directed. He worked us through the harbor. The area was secluded and there was barely even a breeze. Connor jumped from side to side, controlling the boom and the till, maneuvering us around the boats and out into the open ocean. It was slow going, but finally we made our way to the edge of the harbor and caught the wind. Suddenly, we were cutting through the water. "Woohoo!" Connor yelled. "I love this moment." It was definitely an adrenaline rush to feel the wind blowing the boat, pushing it over the waves. It rocked back and forth and dipped up and down as we sped over the water. This was definitely more exciting than the sailing I had done on the lake at camp. Bess, on the other hand, looked a little green. "Just watch the horizon," I told her. I had learned at summer camp that keeping your eyes focused on the evenness of the horizon could help if you were feeling seasick. Bess nodded. "It looks like Jenna's boat stopped moving," George observed. Jenna's boat did look anchored. It was bobbing in the ocean, but not actually moving forward. Someone stood at the bow. "Connor, can you cut around in front of it?" I asked. "Sure thing," Connor agreed. He brought us around front, and we had a clear view of Marnie teetering on the edge of the boat, holding the figurehead. All she had to do was let go, and it would sink into the sea. "Go away, Nancy," Marnie called out tearfully. "You can't stop me." "I know why you did it," I said. "I understand, but this isn't the right way." "How can you know?" she asked. "Your grandfather's grandfather was the captain who sank the Eleanor Sharp," I said. Bess and George gasped. Marnie looked at me, almost relieved that someone understood. "Jenna set up this sneak peek tour of the exhibit for me and my grandfather on Friday afternoon, just before you guys got here. She had to leave to meet you at the ferry, and then Grandpa started to get so upset. He's supposed to be careful, but he wouldn't calm down. I was so scared that he would give himself a heart attack. He just kept yelling that this was a disgrace and we had to stop it. I didn't know what to do. I'd never seen him like that before. I saw Kelsey's purse with her keys, and I decided the easiest thing would be to stop the exhibit. I stole the figurehead, wrapped it in an old blanket, and hid it in his wheelchair." "Why didn't you just talk to Jenna?" I asked. "She wouldn't have understood. She would have said she was just telling the truth." That seemed a little unfair to Jenna, but I could see why Marnie would think that. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. "You didn't have to clock me on the head," George said angrily. "I know," Marnie wailed. "Everything just got out of control. I didn't want my grandfather to get in trouble. He's so fragile." She turned to George, who was still watching her with her arms crossed over her chest, unmoved by Marnie's explanation. "I'm sorry I hit you with the boom, George. I didn't mean to. You were just so close to the figurehead. I got flustered and the rope slipped." Marnie let out a loud sob that carried in the wind, becoming a sad, haunting sound. "I don't know what to do. I don't want to hurt Jenna. She's my friend. But I can't let her hurt my grandfather." Marnie wept. "If you didn't want to hurt Jenna, why'd you cut the cable to the whale skeleton?" Bess asked, still angry. "You could have killed someone." Marnie stopped crying for a second and looked up, confused. "What are you talking about? I didn't touch the skeleton." "You left a note in her purse saying she'd be hurt if she didn't stop the exhibit, and 30 minutes later the skeleton fell," George said. "I left that note, but I was just trying to scare her. I didn't know what else to do. I would never actually hurt Jenna," Marnie wailed. I didn't know what to believe, but we could sort that out later. Right now I needed to get the figurehead back. "Can you get us alongside her boat?" I asked Connor. "I can try," he said.
Slowly he maneuvered our boat so that it was parallel to Marnie's. "A little closer?" I asked Connor. Marnie was still bawling. I was worried that she was so swept up in her emotions that she would let go of the figurehead and it would tumble into the ocean, sinking to the bottom. "That's as close as I can get," Connor said. We were about a foot away from Marnie's boat. I stood up and checked my life jacket, which fit snugly against my chest. "Switch sides with me," I said to George. We changed spots, so now I was right next to Marnie's boat. "What are you doing, Nancy?" Bess asked with a nervous tone in her voice. I knew she'd try to talk me out of what I was about to do if I explained it to her, but I didn't see any other options. "Getting back the figurehead," I told her. I stood up on the edge of the boat, working hard to keep my balance. Marnie's boat was about a foot taller than Connor's. "I don't think I like this," George said, but I was determined. "Hold it steady," I told Connor. "I'll do my best," he answered. I took a deep breath and leaped. With the sway of the boat, I wasn't able to push off as strongly as I needed. My right foot hooked on the edge of Marnie's boat, and I landed on her deck with a thunk. I cringed, expecting to hear a splash as the figurehead hit the water, but it never came. "Nancy, are you okay?" Bess called from the other boat. "I'm fine," I answered. I brushed myself off and made my way to the bow of the boat, where Marnie was still sobbing. I had a feeling that, left on her own, she would be crying for a long time. "Marnie," I said gently, "hand me the figurehead." "I can't," she said through tears. "There's nothing you've done that can't be fixed. George is fine. Jenna is fine. If you give me the figurehead right now, we can get it back before they open the doors to the reception. No one will ever know it was gone." Marnie looked up. She stopped crying for a moment, and I could see a look of hope in her eyes, but then her face crumpled, and she let out another wail. "But my grandfather," she said. "Your grandfather's a tough man. No one makes it to 104 without being strong. He can take this." Marnie didn't look convinced. "Besides," I continued, "I bet he would rather see this exhibit go up than see you get in trouble." I could see in her eyes that I had gotten through. I extended my arms again. "Just give me the figurehead, and this can all be over." Slowly, Marnie handed me the figurehead. I breathed a huge sigh of relief and held it tight. Carefully, I carried it below decks. I didn't want there to be any possibility of something happening to it now. When I got back up, Marnie was curled into a ball, crying. Just by looking at her, I knew that she was not going to be able to sail the boat back to harbor. Before I could contemplate what to do next, I heard the sound of motors. Bright lights were suddenly shining on us. We were surrounded by boats marked United States Coast Guard. "We received a distress call," a voice boomed over a loudspeaker. "That was me," I heard George yell from Connor's boat. "I called you." "My friend is in no condition to sail us back," I shouted. "Coming aboard," the voice echoed through the speaker, and a handsome young Coast Guard member boarded our boat. "I'm Seaman Scott," he introduced himself. "Does she need medical attention?" he asked, indicating Marnie. "No," I said. "Just some rest. She's had a really rough day." He seemed to accept that, and quickly took the helm, navigating us back to the sailing club docks. Connor followed us back. I realized how exhausted I was from the whole ordeal. I sat down next to Marnie and enjoyed feeling the wind in my hair as we made our way back to land. Just as we pulled into the harbor, Marnie squeezed my hand. "Thanks, Nancy." I squeezed her hand back. Pete and Jenna met us at the sailing club. Apparently, George had called them too. I handed the figurehead back to Jenna, who cradled it like a baby. She looked at me,
her eyes glistening with tears of joy.
"Nancy, I can't thank you enough," she said.
"No problem," I said. "I'm glad I could help." Pete clapped me on the shoulder. "Very impressive, Nancy. I can see why you have the reputation you do back home." I blushed. Compliments make me uncomfortable. All of a sudden, I thought of something. "Pete, Marnie told me that she didn't touch the skeleton. Could that be true?" Pete and Jenna exchanged a look. "Actually, as we were cleaning up, I looked at the cable under the microscope. I didn't see any evidence that anyone had tampered with it. I think it was an accident. We are very lucky that no one was hurt." I breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Marnie hadn't put anyone in danger. "Shouldn't you get back to the museum?" I asked Pete and Jenna, indicating the figurehead. "We certainly should," Pete said. The two of them took off, and Bess, George, and I stayed behind. Bess found the nurse, who agreed to let Marnie lie down for a while before she went home. We watched as the nurse escorted Marnie to her office. "She made some really bad decisions over the past 36 hours, I said. But in her own way, she was trying to do what she thought was right. George and Bess nodded. "It's hard to be mad at her," Bess said. "She wanted to protect her family." "You weren't the one who got hit on the head," George protested. After a beat, she continued, "I'm kidding. I'm not really mad at her. Being caught between your friends and your family is never easy." We stood quietly for a moment. "Should we head to this reception?" I asked. George and Bess heartily agreed. By the time we arrived at the museum, the opening was in full swing. The place was filled to capacity. People were hovering in groups, sipping champagne, eating hors d'oeuvres, and happily chatting with one another. I overheard more than one person say that they had been blown away by the exhibit. You'd never guess that less than an hour ago, the whole event had been in jeopardy. "Let's find Jenna and congratulate her," Bess shouted over all the talking. George and I nodded. It was hard to spot anyone in the packed room. "When artists have an opening, they usually stand next to their work," I said. "I wonder if it's the same for curators." "Should we try the exhibit room first, then?" George asked. Bess and I agreed. We fought our way to the exhibit room, squeezing past the other guests, murmuring, "Excuse me," over and over again as we made our way through. When we arrived at the exhibit room, I spied Jenna talking to an older gentleman in a tuxedo in front of the display case that housed the figurehead. I realized that even though I had held the figurehead in my hands, I hadn't really looked at it. I had been too focused on making sure it was returned safely to take the time to carefully examine it. In the display, under the shining lights, it was truly beautiful. We hurried to greet Jenna, but at the last moment I noticed that the man she was chatting with was wearing a pin on the lapel of his jacket with the initials R.W. "Wait," I hissed, stopping George and Bess in their tracks. "What's Mr. Whitestone's first name?" "Roger," George quickly answered. "I saw his bio on the museum's website." I pointed to his pin. "I think that's him," I whispered. "Let's not go over until they've finished talking." We hung back and watched. It was too loud to hear what they were saying, but after a moment they shook hands, and Jenna's face erupted into a huge smile. As soon as Mr. Whitestone walked away, we rushed over to Jenna. "What did he say?" Bess asked. "Did you get the job?" George piped up before Jenna even had a chance to answer the first question. "I did," Jenna gushed. "I got the job." We embraced her in a giant group hug. "Mr. Whitestone said this was one of the best exhibits he has seen curated by someone of any age, and he would be thrilled if I worked here full-time." "That's so great," I said. "You deserve it," added Bess. "Thank you," Jenna said. "But I couldn't have done it without all your help." "It was my pleasure," I said. "Ooh, mini quiches," George squealed, eyeing a waiter walking by with a tray. We all laughed at how completely she had broken the sentimental mood.
"I'm still feeling a little queasy from the boat ride," Bess said.
"Well, I'm starving," George said, trailing after the waiter.
"Oh, there's Kelsey,"
Jenna said, pointing where Kelsey was standing across the room.
"Let's go congratulate her."
Bess and I looked at each other, confused. "Congratulate her for what?" I asked.
"She's starting her own business,"
Jenna explained as we crossed to Kelsey.
"She told Pete right before he opened the doors for the reception."
She embraced Kelsey in a hug.
"Congratulations," Jenna said. "I know we had our differences this summer, but I hope we can put them behind us."
Kelsey nodded. "I'm sorry I was such a jerk. I was under a lot of stress and I took it out on you, which wasn't fair. Besides, I couldn't help overhearing your conversation with Mr. Whitestone. You're officially going to be a full-time islander." Jenna nodded gratefully.
"What is your new business, if I may ask?"
I asked. "I'm dealing antiques," Kelsey said excitedly. "I've been saving my money for the past year, and I just signed a lease for a space this week. In fact, today I finalized my first sale to Jeremiah Butler at the Historical Society."
"That's what you were doing in the alley," I blurted out. "Completing the sale."
"Yeah," Kelsey said, obviously surprised that I had seen that exchange.
"That's great," Bess said. "That seems like a perfect fit for you."
Just then, I let out a huge yawn. "I'm so sorry," I said, embarrassed.
"I'm tired too," Bess said. "Perhaps we should think about going home and going to bed early. I have a big day planned for us tomorrow."
"You do?" I asked.
"It's our last full day on the island," Bess said, "and I plan on beaching, hiking, and shopping. A full vacation in a day," she said with a laugh.
"Yeah, I'm definitely going to need a good night's sleep," I said. We said our goodbyes, pried George away from the appetizers, and made our way back to Jenna's house. 2 days later, we were headed back to River Heights. Jenna waited with us at the ferry terminal. It was early in the morning, and there was a bite in the air. It officially felt like fall.
"I talked to Marnie," Jenna said. "She's going to work at the museum for free to make up for what she did."
"That sounds fair," I said.
"She's also going to add a section to my exhibit about everything her great-great-grandfather did for the island."
"That is very generous of you," Bess said.
"In this weird way, I'm grateful to her," Jenna said.
"Why?" George asked incredulously.
"I think it was good for someone to teach me that the past isn't just the past. It affects the present. I don't know if I would have learned that without her, and I think it will make me a better curator and person."
George nodded. I wasn't sure if she completely agreed with Jenna's assessment, but she seemed to respect it. "Now boarding, ferry to Hyannis," a voice boomed over a loudspeaker.
"That's us," George said.
We hugged Jenna one last time and made our way up the gangplank to the ferry, waving goodbye as we walked. A few minutes after we had shoved off, we noticed all the other passengers gathering on the left side of the boat.
"What's going on?" Bess wondered aloud.
"We're getting ready to throw our pennies," a woman carrying a toddler answered, overhearing Bess's question.
"What do you mean?" I asked.
"As we pass by the lighthouse, we each throw a penny and make a wish," she explained. As we joined the other passengers on deck, I rummaged through my purse for 3 pennies. I found them just in time, handing one each to George and Bess as we glided by the lighthouse. I took a deep breath and threw my penny. I knew exactly what my wish was without even having to think about it. "What did you guys wish for?" George asked.
"We can't tell you that," Bess said.
"Yeah," I said. "Then it will never come true." George sulked, but after a moment she perked up. "Is that a whale?" she shouted. I followed where she was looking, just in time to see a whale in the distance breach and land back in the water,
with a splash. I smiled. My wish had come true.
Dear Diary, so maybe it wasn't the vacation I imagined, but I do love a good mystery, and this was definitely one of those. In a way, I feel like I know Nantucket better after finding the figurehead than if I had just done the usual tourist activities. I never would have known about the tension between people who visit for the summer and those who live there year-round, for instance. Who knew such a small island could be so complicated? It's sad that Marnie didn't try to talk to Jenna about the exhibit, but she was scared for her grandfather and she panicked. I think Jenna is right, though. What she learned will make her a better museum curator in the future. It's important to remember that the past doesn't just stay in the past. It also affects the present. We hope you've enjoyed The Phantom of Nantucket, an Oasis audio production. Directed by Dirk Gowans. Text copyright 2014 by Simon & Schuster, Inc. Production copyright 2016 by Oasis Audio. Under arrangement with Aladdin, an imprint of Simon & Schuster Children's Publishing Division. Oasis audio titles are available wherever audiobooks are sold and on our website, oasisaudio.com. Oasis Audio presents The Nancy Drew Diaries No. 8, The Magician's Secret, by Carolyn Keene. Read for you by Georgina Marie. Dear Diary, I've always been a little skeptical when it comes to magic. I guess the detective in me can't help wanting to know how every trick is done. But when celebrity magician Drake Lonestar decided to come to River Heights, even I was excited to see him perform. After all, it's not every day that you get to see a courthouse disappear into thin air. I just wish the evidence box for my dad's latest case hadn't disappeared too. Now I have to figure out the magic behind the mystery before something or someone else vanishes. Chapter 1. A Magical Day. I thought we had plans, I sighed. This is the third time you've canceled. My boyfriend Ned Nickerson just stood in the front hallway of my house and continued typing a text message into his phone. Ned? He raised his head. Oh, sorry. I'm in the middle of an important conversation. He took one more glance at the phone before lowering it to meet my eyes. You can't keep working like this. The stress isn't good for you. I squinted, staring at his hair. In fact, I think I see a strand of gray. No way. He looked up, startled, then touched his temples. Just kidding, I admitted with a chuckle. I understand that you have a million things to do. I just wish you could get some time off. Today was supposed to be fun. I'm sorry, Nancy. I promise I'll find time for us to hang out, he said. That's what you said Thursday, I replied. And again yesterday. Now it's Saturday. You deserve the weekend off. I put my hands on my hips. In fact, I'm going to complain to your boss. He's driving you too hard. Ned snorted and grinned. Good luck. He tilted his head toward my father's closed office door. We both knew I'd be busy when your dad hired me as an intern. He paused, then added, I just didn't realize how busy. I knew what he meant. As busy as Ned was, my dad, attorney Carson Drew,
was even busier, and his latest case was taking up all his time. My dad was defending a man accused of stealing millions of dollars worth of precious gems from a jewelry shop right in our hometown of River Heights. Dad was convinced that his client, John Smallwood, was innocent, but he couldn't prove it. Not yet, anyway. Ned glanced down at his hand as his phone began to ring. I really should... He looked conflicted between answering what was obviously another important call and continuing the conversation with me. Don't worry. I picked up my purse from a side table near the front door. I can go to the show by myself. Ned drew his eyebrows together. Show? The magic show, I said, looping the purse, a new one my friend Bess had bought me, over my shoulder. He looked at me blankly. Drake Lonestar? Still no sign of recognition. He's probably the most famous magician ever to visit River Heights, I explained. He makes large, historic monuments disappear. I stretched out each word, trying to jog his memory. Oh, right, Ned said at last. You showed me the video of him making the Eiffel Tower vanish. Yes, I was encouraged, and the Taj Mahal, and the Sphinx in Egypt, and today our very own River Heights courthouse. Ned was with me now. I'm so sorry, Nancy. I totally forgot. Want to change your mind? I held up the tickets and wiggled them in front of him. We could sneak out the back door. He paused. It was a pause full of possibility. Maybe I could, he began again. Just when I thought I had convinced him, my dad's office door opened. Ned! Oh, good, there you are. My father walked into the foyer past me, straight up to my boyfriend. Like Ned, he was wearing a suit, even though they were only working from our house. You aren't answering your phone. What's the status? I'm on it, Mr. Drew, Ned said, grasping his phone with tight knuckles. The courthouse is closed today, but I called Judge Noyan's clerk at home. She says the materials were transferred out of the judge's chambers to an evidence locker in the basement. It's your job to get us in to see that box. My dad tapped his toe and wrinkled his brow. Immediately. I'm doing my best, Ned said. The clerk is checking to find out if the locker can be opened later today. I'm expecting a call back any minute. I hope she hurries, Dad replied. Me too, Ned said, then turned to me. The police gathered evidence at the crime scene. Papers and documents, along with the jewelry shop's security tapes, were put into crates and sealed. Then the crates were counted and cataloged at the judge's office. That's all perfectly normal. It's a big case, my dad put in. The judge is keeping a personal eye on everything. Lawyers are only allowed to review the materials at certain times. When I went over there yesterday, Mr. Walton was there too. He frowned. I knew my father had worked with prosecuting attorney Ted Walton before, and he didn't trust him. Ned continued. The police also collected materials from Mr. Smallwood's hotel room, along with clothes and papers. They found a locked box. No one could figure out how to open it without breaking in, and with so little time to review the materials, the box was put aside. He sighed. I couldn't help but ask, any idea what's in it? The police think the stolen gems are inside, Ned said. They don't know that for sure, my dad cut in. The prosecution is basing the whole case on assumptions. That's why it's so important that we open the box. Did you ask Mr. Smallwood what's in there? A feeling bubbled inside me, the same feeling that always happens when a mystery presents itself. He doesn't know, but he insists that the box isn't his, Ned replied. Where did it come from, then? Whose is it? I asked. Does he have an explanation for why it was in his hotel room? Ned gave a small laugh and smiled. Nancy Drew, girl detective. I blushed, but didn't back down. I'd been solving mysteries my whole life. In fact, there was already a list forming in my head. Clue, unopened box,
Suspect, John Smallwood. My nerve endings popped with excitement as I imagined the lists growing and then diminishing as I crossed off potential suspects and sorted through clues. My father shook his head. I wish I had more to tell you. Whatever is in that box might be the very thing to free my client. But if the jewels are inside and it can be proven that the box belongs to Mr. Smallwood, then the box might be the very thing to put your client in jail, I reminded him. At this point, we need to trust that Mr. Smallwood is telling the truth. He didn't rob the store and the strange box isn't his. So? He looked at Ned and tapped his wristwatch. Pre-trial hearings start Monday. There's no time to waste. I found a locksmith who says he can open the box without damaging it. We just need access. Time to get back to it, Ned. Ned gave me an apologetic look and, gripping his cell phone, took a step back. My dad reached into his coat pocket. Oh, Nancy, I almost forgot. A past client gave me 2 tickets to this afternoon's performance of that magic show everyone's talking about, he said, handing me an envelope. I thought you might want to take either Bess or George. He said that as if I would be able to take one of my 2 best friends without taking the other. That would so never happen. Dad would have realized it himself if he hadn't been so distracted. Of course, now I had 4 tickets total, so I could invite them both and still have one left over for Ned. I took the envelope. Thanks. Great, he said. Have fun. I can't wait to hear all about it at dinner. He gave me a quick hug, then scooted Ned into his office. I stood alone in the foyer. Somewhere in the bottom of my purse, my cell phone buzzed. It was a text from Ned. I'll try to meet you, it said. Save me a seat. I smiled and quickly typed back. Okay, hope to see you there. Then I phoned George and Bess in a 3-way call. Give me 5 minutes, George said after I explained what had happened. I'll grab my stuff. I imagined her throwing a jacket and some loose cash into an old tote bag. Just pull up out front. I'll jump in the car and then we can go get Bess. I need at least 15 minutes, Bess insisted, and I call shotgun. You had front seat last time, George argued. I call it again, Bess argued. Whatever, George replied with a groan. George Fane and Bess Marvin were cousins, but no one would ever guess they came from the same genetic material. Where George would show up wearing whatever she found on the floor of her room, dark hair in a tangle with a tote bag for a purse, Bess would get dressed to the nines, make sure her blonde hair was perfectly styled, and change her bag to match whatever outfit she'd selected. 15 minutes to Bess meant we'd be waiting for 30. Bess, try to hurry, I pleaded. I was hoping to get there a bit early. I want to look around before the show and see if I can figure out how his magic works. Uh-oh. Is this another case for Detective Drew? The case of the disappearing courthouse? George asked with a giggle. Exactly, I laughed and headed out the door. Chapter 2. The Magician. The magic show was at 1 p.m. right outside the River Heights courthouse. As it turned out, the seats my dad gave me were located in the same row as the ones I had bought. Bess batted her eyes and convinced an older couple to trade tickets with me so we could all sit together. She was great at getting what she wanted. The couple even smiled at her as they scooted down. Here, George held out Dad's ticket envelope. We should save the seat on the aisle for Ned. That way if he shows up, he won't have to step over anyone. On the way over, it had dawned on me that it was going to be extra difficult for Ned and my dad to get into the courthouse's evidence locker today. Not only was it a Saturday, but the River Heights courthouse was the centerpiece of Drake Lonestar's show. His grand trick was to make the big historic building disappear. Even if the lawyers got permission to enter the storage area, the investigation would probably have to wait until after the performance. So maybe Ned would be able to attend the show after all. He wasn't going to be able to do much on the case for the next few hours anyway. I took the envelope. Good idea. I'll sit in seat B.
We'll save A for Ned. I looked over my shoulder to see if there was any sign of him. I knew I was acting obsessive, but I really hoped he would come. There was also a different reason I was glancing around. I'd like to check out the stage area, I said, pushing a long strand of hair off my face. We'll come with you. Bess smoothed her bright green skirt and grinned at me. The show starts in 15 minutes. Let's see what kind of trouble you can get into until then. I laughed. I'm not looking for trouble. You never are, George replied, putting a hand on my back. But you're a magnet for it. If there's trouble around, it will find you, Bess added. Not today, I said firmly. Right. George winked and Bess laughed. As we walked to the stage area, I turned and looked toward the audience. Metal folding chairs were set in long rows. There were enough seats for about 300 people. Employees in Lonestar t-shirts, black with a silver star on the sleeve, were ushering ticket holders to their seats. Wow, it's really exciting, Bess said, pointing out that there was only one entrance to the area. Curtains, ropes, and caution tape created a closed space, with the courthouse straight ahead. I don't know why Lonestar picked River Heights, but I'm so glad he did. He threw a dart at a U.S. map and then came to the place that it landed on, George said. It just happened to be River Heights. Bess looked at her. How on earth did you know that? When Nancy said her dad had the extra seats, I checked him out online. George shrugged as if she wondered why Bess hadn't thought to do the same. You amaze me, Bess said, shaking her head. A banging sound made us all swing around. George pointed. Hey, look. There was a commotion near the back of the audience. At the left side of the entryway, a man had jumped the rope boundary. He was shouting, Drake, you're the best! In literally seconds, the Lonestar staff had stopped him and were escorting him outside. I took a sharp breath and quickly scanned the area. Security sure is tight, I noted. Big signs had warned, no cameras or recording devices. We'd had to leave our smartphones at a check-in booth. In addition to Lonestar's own security team, the local police were out in force. Above us, 2 helicopters hovered in the distance. The blades hummed in the light spring breeze. I pointed them out to Bess and George. Those are military helicopters, George remarked. Along with computers, her obsession was anything mechanical. She knew a lot about all kinds of hardware. I think the models were retired. Must be more of the magician's private security. She made a clicking sound with her tongue. Interesting. I'd never seen a show like this, but I wondered if the security and helicopters were there to protect skeptics from ruining the illusion. I assumed I wasn't the only one there who was eager to figure out how the trick worked. I turned toward the stage. It was the same standard rented raised platform the town used for outdoor concerts, and it had been set up near the bottom of the courthouse steps. Several thick, billowy velvet curtains framed the stage, and spotlights dotted the makeshift ceiling. Come on, I said to my friends. Let's check it out. Don't get too close, George said, then leaned in and warned, You don't want to get kicked out because you were snooping. We aren't snooping, I countered. We're just surveying the scene. As I said that, I could feel the eyes of a Lonestar employee watching our every move. Glancing over my shoulder, I spotted a security guard with thinning, gray, speckled brown hair and very big arm muscles standing under a tree. He winked at me, not in a bad way, but in a way that let me know he was doing his job. I gave him a tiny smile and looked away. Bess pulled my arm and we moved to the side of the stage where a small set of steps led to a thick, black curtain. I guess Bess and George could sense my inner detective getting into gear because they both shook their heads. But I put my finger to my lips, checked to make sure the burly security guard wasn't looking our way, and darted up the steps. I knew it probably wasn't the smartest move, but I was dying to know what was back there. and Bess and George must have felt the same, because they followed me. I parted the curtain panels, and the three of us found ourselves in the stage's wings. The stage setup was simple. A table sat in the middle with a black top hat, the old-fashioned kind magicians usually drew a rabbit from, sitting on it. I have to admit, I was surprised the stage was so bare. I don't know what I expected, but at least a few props or something. "Magic baffles me," I said. "It takes so much preparation to pull off a single trick." I seriously had no idea how Drake Lonestar was going to make the huge, solid courthouse disappear, and looking around the stage certainly gave me no clues. Suddenly, loud orchestral music blared from the speakers, and the stage curtains slowly pulled back. A murmur rose from the audience, who seemed to be scrambling back to their seats. "Wait," George hissed. "Is that smoke? The show isn't supposed to start yet." Sure enough, smoke had started emanating from the stage. I squinted, trying to make out what was happening. Bess glanced at her watch. "It's still 10 minutes to showtime. Maybe he likes to get things started early." Just then, the hat levitated a few inches off the table, hovering in midair for about a minute before settling down again. Screams and whistles, as well as scattered applause, could be heard from the audience, and the curtain closed once again. "Whoa, did you guys see that?" George exclaimed. "I wonder if the hat was connected by wires." "We sometimes like to give our audience a little pre-show teaser." A tall and very physically fit man appeared, seemingly from nowhere. He was about my dad's age, had long, dark, curly hair, and was wearing sunglasses that were so dark I couldn't see his eyes. He held out his hand. "I'm Drake Lonestar." "I'm Nancy," I said, and quickly introduced Bess and George, too. "It's no fair snooping around before the show," he said with a chuckle. "This trick demands an audience that's willing to believe in the illusion." "Oh, I stuttered. "We weren't snooping." Bess coughed. "We're just surveying the scene," George said as she elbowed me in the ribs and chuckled. I quickly changed the subject. "I've seen your magic on TV. Very impressive. Of course, I can't help but wonder how you make things disappear." "You'll see for yourself soon enough," Drake Lonestar said. "Be patient. Are you willing to believe even for a moment that what I am about to do is real?" I stalled. If I had to admit the truth, then the answer was no. I liked understanding what really happened behind the curtain. Was I willing to let go of the detective in me, just for an hour? "I'll try to sit back and enjoy the show," I finally answered. "That's all I can ask," Lonestar said, and with a wave of his hand, he produced 3 roses out of thin air. He gave one to Bess, one to George, and one to me. "Hugo will take you back to your seats." Hugo turned out to be the beefy guard who'd winked at me earlier. He surprised me when he put a hand on my back. I jumped, and Lonestar laughed. "Hugo LeBlanca has been on my staff for 20 years. If I disappeared right now, I'd trust him to take over the show." Lonestar snapped his fingers, and I half expected him to actually disappear, but he didn't. For his part, while Lonestar was joking around, Hugo showed no response. He touched my elbow, which made me jump again, and a moment later escorted us away, with no room for any further snooping. Or surveying. We hadn't gotten far when Drake Lonestar called out to me, "Nancy Drew." I turned. Wait a minute. Drake Lonestar had just called me by my last name, but I was positive I hadn't told him anything other than Nancy when we'd first met. "Don't forget." He took off his sunglasses and stared at me with the greenest cat eyes I had ever seen. "Magic is a mystery that doesn't need solving." His words echoed in my ears as Hugo led us back into the audience. Chapter 3. On Stage. I sat down in seat B and twisted the rose stem. The blossom was closed.
the petals waiting to open and reveal the fragrance inside. "Did you hear what he said?" I asked my friends. "Mystery? Somehow he knows who I am." George rolled her eyes and muttered, "I wouldn't take anything that guy says seriously, Nancy. He was so arrogant. Instead, let's try to figure out how the trick is done." "I liked him," Bess cut in. She ran the rose across her cheek. "He's charming." "Blech!" George rolled her eyes. "You'd think any guy who gave you flowers was charming." "Maybe," Bess admitted. "But tell me, George, how did he know there were 3 of us? He would have needed to have the roses with him when he first approached." "He saw us outside the curtain," George said, shrugging. "Not so tricky." Bess was clearly willing to let the magic slide over and impress her. George, not so much. On this, I was more like George, but I'd promised Lonestar I'd try to be more like Bess. Letting my mind go blank was harder than I had ever imagined, and I had to chase away any thoughts that the rose was in his sleeve, or that he'd had an accomplice, or that he'd distracted us with Hugo. I was fighting against my own busy brain. I was grateful when the show's music started again and the curtains parted. With a puff of smoke and a flash of lights, Drake Lonestar appeared, seemingly from nowhere, up on the stage. He waved a hand and a screen appeared behind him. On the screen was a short video. I couldn't help myself. I flipped my head around to look for a projector. I didn't see one, but that didn't mean anything. I wasn't privy to the latest, most advanced technology. That was George's domain. Poof. A flash of smoke, and Lonestar levitated above the stage, floating high over the screen. "Wires," George whispered to me, though I didn't see any. He hovered while the screen lit up with his name and logo. The video was entertaining. It showed clips from Lonestar's other tricks around the globe. He'd made more buildings disappear than just the ones I'd told Ned about. There was a bank in Zurich, a hotel in South Africa, and even a large tower in Hong Kong. The video did also, in fact, show him throwing a dart at a U.S. map and picking River Heights. And it showed a 3-dimensional model of our courthouse building. When the screen disappeared with a flash of light, Lonestar was no longer airborne. Now he stood on the stage, flanked by 2 stunning models in miniskirts and the Lonestar t-shirts we'd seen earlier. Bess leaned past George and whispered, "I have that same skirt at home. It's the newest from Gritty Grand, the Australian designer. She's a rising superstar." George pointed at a camera and crew that were now standing at the back of the audience. "Can't hurt to have your clothes on display at a popular show," she said. "Great exposure." I nodded, feeling slightly disappointed that I hadn't noticed the recording crew. Of course the show was being taped, just like all of Drake's other illusions. We could probably revisit the whole performance on the internet later this week. "My friends!" Drake Lonestar raised his hands, and as he did, the back of the stage slowly disappeared into the ground, so that the courthouse behind it was clearly visible to the audience. The historic building had been built about 200 years earlier, with wide cement stairs ascending to carved oak doors. Beautiful stained glass windows dotted the front, and ferocious stone gargoyles guarded the entry. A tower at the top overlooked the grassy stage area. All the civic work of River Heights took place inside that building, from criminal trials to council meetings to government document processing. A branch of the police department and some jail holding cells were there too. During the week, the place was busy, but on weekends it was closed to the public. "Unless you convince a clerk to call a judge and let you in," I thought, remembering Ned and my father. I shook my head and focused on the show. Drake Lonestar's assistants raised a large circular object that looked like a hula hoop. The perspective of the hoop made us all focus on the courthouse, which from my angle fit neatly inside its round-edged boundaries. I reasoned that he'd worked out the seating so that the courthouse was framed inside the circle from every chair. "In a moment," Drake announced in a big, booming voice, "the building you see in front of you will cease to exist." The audience applauded. He paused. "For the skeptics among you, I offer this." With a finger snap, a barrel appeared on the stage in front of him. It was one of those thin wire mesh tumblers that lottery numbers or bingo letters are picked from. Inside were slips of paper. He took the side handle and rotated the barrel. "One lucky member of the audience will join me on stage," he laughed. "The best view in the house." Drake spun the barrel a few more times, then pulled out a slip of paper. With another finger snap, the tumbler disappeared into smoke. He looked at the number. Then he looked at me. "The lucky person for today's show is—" There was no drum roll, only silence. "Row 5, seat B."
"Hey, that's your seat, Nancy."
Bess put her arm around me and gave me a big hug.
"Congratulations."
I didn't move. There was something funny going on. Out of everyone in the audience, he'd picked my seat. My number. Was it magic? Fate? Or something else? Then I realized that I wasn't supposed to be in that particular seat. It was one of the tickets my dad had given me, and I had only sat there because George wanted me to be near Ned. I'd been the one to determine that if he showed up, he'd take the aisle. It has to be a coincidence, I told myself as Hugo arrived to usher me up the steps to the stage. The magician held out his hand to escort me to a folding chair that he'd placed to the side. Sitting there, I'd have a clear view of the courthouse. I noticed there were small silver pieces of tape that marked where the chair was placed. This stunt had obviously been planned in advance. I tried to tell myself that there was no way it was planned for me. I was being paranoid. He didn't know I was coming to the show or which seats I had. But then again, there was the fact that he knew my name and hinted at my mystery-solving background. Something strange was going on. But what? "Meet Nancy Drew," he announced, pulling the chair back and settling me into it as if we were at a fine restaurant. I sat down, not sure what else I could do. Drake moved to the center of the stage where his assistants rejoined him. They held up the hula hoop. From my view, the courthouse filled every inch of the circle. "The courthouse is closed today," Lonestar said. "We checked that the doors are locked. We even invited all courthouse employees to attend the performance." He asked anyone who worked at the courthouse to stand. "Our greatest civil service workers," he boomed. "The importance of justice can never be understated." While Drake told a story about how he had been a troubled kid whose life was changed by magic, I let my eyes turn away to peek out at George and Bess. To my surprise, Ned had arrived. He was sitting in the seat I'd saved for him. Row 5, seat A. Seeing Ned made me more determined than ever to enjoy the show. Like the rest of the audience, I stared through the hoop at the courthouse building. "An illusion demands that the audience participate fully," Lonestar said as he did a little sleight of hand. It was similar to when he'd made the roses appear, but this time a bright red silk square fluttered from his palm. He raised the silk. The material fully covered the hoop, blocking the audience's view of the building beyond. And that was it. We couldn't see the courthouse. Without another word, he lowered the scarf. The courthouse was gone. The crowd went wild. Drake looked at me and smiled. "Nancy?" he asked. "Do you see the courthouse? I shook my head. "The audience can't hear you," he prodded. "No," I said loudly. "It's gone." Drake instructed the assistants to drop the hoop. Even without the frame of perspective, the building was, as far as my eyes could tell, gone. The buzz of the helicopters that we'd heard when we first arrived grew louder. "Oh no!" Drake exclaimed as the copters got close enough that we could feel the breeze from their whirling blades. "They'll hit the building!" He was joking, of course, and laughed as 2 helicopters flew through the space where the building had stood. If the courthouse had been there, they'd have crashed into it. I closed my eyes, blinked hard, and reopened them. There was a broad open area where the courthouse used to stand. The helicopters circled around and soared through the spot again before Lonestar raised the hoop, instructing the audience to look inside as he held up the scarf. A moment later, he dropped both the cloth and the hoop. The courthouse was back. The audience roared with applause. Everyone, including me, stood for an ovation. I flicked my eyes to the crowd and saw Bess and Ned cheering. George was standing at her seat, but she had her hands on her hips. I could see by the scrunched-up look on her face that she was trying desperately to figure out what she'd seen and how it worked. Drake Lonestar took his bow and with a puff of smoke disappeared from the stage. Then he reappeared, laughing. "I forgot something important," he joked, taking the arms of his 2 assistants. "I can't leave these ladies behind." An instant later, the 3 of them were gone. I was left standing alone on the stage. I looked for Hugo to come and walk me back to my seat, but he was over to the side, talking to the chief of the River Heights police force. The show was over. There'd be no more illusion or fanfare. I even had to walk myself off the stage to meet my friends and Ned. "I'm headed back to your dad's office," Ned said, kissing my cheek before taking off. "This was fun. But are you sure you can handle all this?" He looked around, gesturing to the crowd that had gathered around us. There were quite a few people clamoring for my attention, shouting questions about Lonestar and the trick. "We've got her covered," George said. I answered whatever questions I could, but the truth was, I'd seen the same as anyone in the audience. There was no great secret I could reveal. About half an hour later, Bess, George, and I managed to get our phones from the check-in desk and were headed to our cars. "Whew," Bess sighed. "Want to go to the mall? There are some shoes that I want both your opinions on." "I'm free," I said. "Not like I have anything better to do," George said. "Though I wish I did," she exhaled heavily. Shopping wasn't her thing. I had just opened the car door when 2 officers rushed toward us. "Not so fast," one of them said, putting up a hand. "We have a few questions for you, Ms. Drew." "You were seen talking to Drake Lonestar before the show," the other officer said. "Yes," I shrugged. I was walking around and he approached me. My sleuthing senses tingled. "What's going on?" "You're our key witness," the first officer said. An important box of evidence was being held in a basement storage locker of the courthouse. When the courthouse disappeared, so did the box, the other officer continued. "It's gone."
Chapter 4. Gone Missing. Later that afternoon, my father's wish was finally granted. He was inside the courthouse. But then again, so were most of the River Heights police force, Prosecutor Ted Walton, Hugo, Lonestar's 2 assistants, the judge's clerk, George, Bess, Ned, and me. We all stood together, crammed inside the small storage locker where the Smallwood case evidence was stored. Ted Walton had a clipboard and was flipping through the attached pages.
"Where was the courthouse security guard?" he asked a tall, thin police officer whose name tag read Collins. "There was no guard on duty, since the building is officially closed today," Officer Collins replied. "It's highly unusual that anything is stolen from the storage lockers."
He punctuated that by adding, "It's never happened before." The stunned clerk said, "All employees were outside watching the show the entire time." She sighed. "Wait until Judge Nguyen hears what happened," she moaned. "I don't want to be the one to tell her." "She knows," my dad said. "I called her." He put a hand on the clerk's shoulder. "She understands that it's not your fault the box disappeared." A young police officer said, "When River Heights agreed to host Drake Lonestar's show, the mayor made sure that no court employees would come in that weekend, not even janitorial staff. He also agreed to turn off all surveillance cameras for an hour to protect the integrity of the trick. There didn't seem to be a risk of anything like this. Plus, it was great publicity for River Heights." Her shoulders slumped. Mr. Walton was a burly man with a hot temper. "Well, the mayor was wrong," he shouted with a red, sweaty face, "because we do have a problem." His voice echoed off the cement walls. "A big problem." The locker was about the size of a small bathroom. The boxes of evidence from the Smallwood case were marked and set against the back walls. There were only 3 of them. "The obvious conclusion is that Drake Lonestar removed the mystery box from the courthouse locker during the show," Mr. Walton continued in a calmer tone. "Find the magician, find the box, and I am certain you will discover that inside the box are the gems which Mr. Smallwood stole," he added. "In fact, I'll bet money on it that Smallwood and Lonestar are in this together." "Now, wait a minute." My dad faced Mr. Walton. "You have no proof of any of that. You can't go around stating your opinions as if they were facts. That's not how justice works. Mr. Smallwood is innocent until proven guilty. So far, we have no evidence that links him to the box, the gems, or to Drake Lonestar." Mr. Walton was shorter than my dad, but didn't seem to be intimidated. He rushed forward until the 2 men were toe-to-toe and bellowed, "Your client is a thief! No doubt about it!" "Prove it in court," Dad countered. They began to argue. Hugo stepped between them. An impressive thing about Hugo was the quiet way he asserted himself. He didn't have to say much, or in this situation anything at all, to show that he was in control. Both my dad and Mr. Walton retreated immediately, and the argument ended. I turned to Ned. We hadn't had time to talk about what was going on, and I was suddenly curious as to how he'd gotten into the magic show at all. I still had his ticket in my purse, and security at the magic show had been as tight as a vault. Ned leaned over and whispered to me, "Mr. Walton is going crazy because, besides whatever is in that missing box, the only real evidence he has against Smallwood are the store's security tapes. And those only show that Mr. Smallwood was the last man in the jewelry shop on the night it was robbed." He took my hand and led me out of the locker so we could have a minute alone. If he hadn't been previously convicted of burglary, I don't think he'd be a suspect at all. I raised my eyebrows. "As it is, he got out of prison last month after serving a year for armed robbery," Ned continued. "What did he steal?" I asked. "Diamonds," Ned replied. $2 million worth of them from a shop in Switzerland. "Really?" I inhaled sharply. "What was missing from the shop here?" "Emeralds." Ned pinched his lips together and wrinkled his forehead. "And rubies." "No diamonds?" I considered that. "No. It's something in your dad's favor for the defense. Your dad might be able to say that Mr. Smallwood was only interested in diamonds, so he couldn't possibly be the thief." He quickly added, "Plus, Smallwood just got out of prison. Why would he want to risk going back there?" "Is he the only suspect in the burglary?" I asked. "So far." Ned frowned. He pointed at the storage locker. "That's why they took everything from his hotel room. He'd been staying there a week and was supposed to leave tomorrow. He's not being held in jail, but he's not allowed to leave town yet either, so he's staying with a friend in River Heights." I nodded. The police couldn't keep Mr. Smallwood in town indefinitely. They were going to have to either file charges against him or let him leave River Heights. Ned motioned toward the crates against the wall. Every scrap of paper from Smallwood's trash, the book he was reading, even his toothbrush is in one of those boxes. They're going to investigate him down to the hairs on his head. We moved back to where the police were now showing Mr. Walton the lock to the storage room. My dad was hanging at the back of the group. "There's no sign of forced entry," Officer Collins was saying, "and Judge Nguyen has the only key." As I got closer, my father raised his shoulder at me just a tiny bit and tilted his head. It was his way of asking me to move in closer. I could tell that he wanted me to take a look around, so I gave him the smallest of nods. Then, with a silent signal of my own, I brought in George. If anyone could figure out how that locker had been opened, she was the one. George had been standing with Bess, chatting with Hugo and the two assistants. I had no doubt Bess was asking about their designer skirts. The speed with which George came over to me confirmed it. Skirts were definitely not a topic she enjoyed. All I had to do was look at her, then glance at the locker, and she came rushing across the room. "You saved me," George said gratefully. "Apparently Hugo is dating that designer. Gritty Grand?" She made a face. "Who names a child that?" As George stepped away to check out the storage room lock, a second officer, a woman whose name tag read Fernandez, approached me. "Got a minute, Nancy?" she asked. Her dark hair was pulled back in a dancer's tight bun. "Sure," I said. I was confident that George would find out anything I might want to know about the lock, and Bess was probably gathering important information by speaking to Lone Star's staff. "We suspect that Drake Lonestar had something to do with the box's disappearance," Officer Fernandez told me. "Did you see anything on stage that might have indicated he was up to no good?" "Up to no good?" I repeated. "No." "You didn't see him disappear during the trick or stash something or—" She fumbled for the right question before settling on a direct approach. "In your opinion, is there any chance he slipped away during the trick, snuck into the courthouse, and stole the box?" I considered the question. Lone Star had told me not to think too much about how the trick worked, so I intentionally hadn't concentrated on details. As far as I could remember, he was on stage the whole time. He did disappear at the end, but only for a second, and then he disappeared again with his assistants. Would that have been enough time to get into the courthouse and take a box? I didn't think so. But in this world of magic, nothing seemed certain. "No," I admitted, then asked Officer Fernandez a question of my own. "Have you talked to Mr. Lone Star?" "We would if we could find him," she said. "It seems that the magician has disappeared." "No one has seen him since the show?" I asked, glancing over at Bess with Lone Star's staff. They were all laughing at something Bess had said. "No," the officer reported. "When he vanished from the stage that last time, he never reappeared. We have a team of officers searching River Heights. They'll track him down." "Can you excuse me for a moment?" I asked. I hurried over to Lone Star's assistants. "Hi," I said, noticing that they weren't much older than me. Bess introduced us. "This is Ayala." She indicated the one on her right. "And Ariana." The other one smiled. "They're twins, and their aunt is fashion designer Gritty Grand." Ah. If Hugo was dating Gritty, it stood to reason that he would hire her nieces as Lone Star's helpers. I shook hands with each of them, then asked, "So where is Mr. Lone Star?" They didn't know. "But you performed the last trick with him," I said. "You vanished together from the stage." We can't reveal how it's done," Ayala said. "We'd be fired," Ariana added. "I don't need to know how it's done," I said, though I was curious. "I just wondered where Lone Star went afterward." "The police already asked them," Hugo told me. "They don't know." He moved toward me in a way that almost seemed threatening. I stepped back to give myself some space from the burly bodyguard and looked to Ayala and Ariana.
Where did you reappear? Ayala and Hugo exchanged glances before she replied, In the dressing room tent. But Drake wasn't with us, Ariana said. I guess you could say he dropped us off. She smiled. You don't know where he went? I asked. No, they said at the same time. Who can ever guess what that man is up to? Drake Lonestar's got kangaroos loose in the top paddock, Ayala said with a giggle. I decided to give the girls a rest. I wouldn't get anywhere by badgering them with the same question over and over. The facts were clear. Drake Lonestar was missing. A box that had been in evidence storage was missing. More than $1 million worth of gems were missing. I was standing in the middle of a major mystery with a lot of unanswered questions. Still, one question loomed over the entire scene, bigger than the rest. What did any of this have to do with my dad's client, John Smallwood?
Chapter 5. No Coincidence. A half hour later, the same crowd from the basement had moved to just outside the courthouse. Officer Fernandez continued to question Lone Star's staff, while the rest of the police investigated the evidence locker. The sun was bright in the sky. Bess absent-mindedly fanned herself with one of Lone Star's programs.
Whew, it sure warmed up out here, Hugo muttered, removing his jacket.
As he swung his coat over his arm, a stack of small white cards fell out of the pocket. He leaped forward to pick them up, but Officer Fernandez stopped him.
Can that wait? I have a question for you, she said, putting her hand on his chest. His eyes went to the cards. Give me 1 minute. I need to... Mr. LeBlanca, please, this is important, she said firmly. My curiosity was piqued. What was on those cards, and why did he need to gather them so badly? I kneeled down to pick up the cards myself, but before I could find out what was on them, Bess dropped to her knees next to me.
Nancy, she whispered, I've got something to tell you.
Bess picked up a few white cards.
While I was speaking to Ariana and Ayala, I suddenly remembered an article I read recently about Gritty Grand. If the report is accurate, she's broke. According to a rival designer, her company is shutting down.
Do you think it's true? I asked.
Probably. Bad news often is, Bess said. The thing is that Gritty Grand's response to the report was that this rival designer has kangaroos loose in the top paddock. I thought it was such a strange thing to say that I remembered it.
I'm guessing it's simply Australian slang, I suggested. It's possible that it's just one of those phrases everyone says, like, she's got a screw loose.
I'm not sure.
Bess pinched her lips together.
I mean, we are looking for a jewel thief, and there's the possibility that Gritty Grand, who we've now connected to Drake Lonestar through her boyfriend and nieces, might be broke.
The wheels started turning in my head. I get what you're saying, I told Bess. If she needed money to save her business, she might be interested in gems. That could be the connection we need to attach Lone Star to Smallwood.
While you're thinking about that, Bess said, I have something else for you to consider. She handed me 2 of the cards we'd picked up from the floor. They all say 5A on one side and 5B on the other, Bess pointed out. They were the white cards from the barrel that Lone Star had used to choose his onstage guest. Me. So it wasn't a coincidence that I was on stage for the performance. My dad had given me 2 tickets, seats 5A and 5B. Whichever seat I chose, I'd have been selected. The moment Hugo and Officer Fernandez ended their conversation, I leaped forward. Hugo? I said, thrusting out my hands filled with the white cards. Care to explain? He laughed as he took them from my hands and tossed them into a nearby trash can. There was distinct humor in his eyes and a smile on his face.
It was part of the marketing plan, Hugo explained easily. Drake heard about you, Nancy Drew. You're famous around here.
I wrinkled my nose. Sure, I'd solved a few mysteries, but I would never consider myself famous. Not like Drake Lonestar. He had fans screaming his name, jumping fences for him, and begging for autographs. I had a couple of articles in the local paper. There was no comparison. Drake decided he wanted you on stage, so he sent the tickets to your dad under the name of a past client that he'd read about in the news. How did you know my father wouldn't give them to our housekeeper or take someone else himself? It was a risk, Hugo admitted, but Drake's a magician, Nancy. He'd have found a way to get you to the show, and anywhere you'd have sat, he would have picked you. I nodded. Drake figured out that it would be much more impressive to have a known detective on stage, watching the trick with eagle eyes. He added, he also made sure that the ticket desk let your boyfriend in when he showed up. Just another pair of eyes confirming the wonder created by Drake Lonestar. My conversation with Hugo answered the question of how Ned got to his seat without a ticket, and it answered how my dad got tickets to the show. The problem was, there were so many questions still left unanswered. Chapter 6. A Midnight Chat. "Hey, George," I hissed. "You awake?" It was late at night, and I was standing outside my friend's bedroom window after having given up on sleep. All the excitement of the day had made my head feel full, and I figured that if George could clear up a couple of important things, maybe I'd be able to rest. "George!" I banged my knuckles on the glass pane. "Go away, Nancy." That wasn't George. It was Bess. I'd forgotten she was sleeping at her cousin's house. I could see Bess roll over and put her pillow over her head. "Go back to sleep, Bess." George sat up. "I'll take care of the intruder." She opened the window. "Come on in," she said, moving aside and giving me space to crawl through the frame. "Thanks," I said. "I wasn't sleeping anyway," George admitted. She tipped her head toward her bed, and I could see a faint blue glow under the covers. "Late-night internet research?" I asked with a grin. "You know it." She glanced at Bess. Had to be quiet, though. Don't want to disturb the princess. "I heard that," Bess grunted from the bed next to George's. "The princess needs her beauty sleep. Now, shh." She turned her back to us. I whispered to George, "This case is making me crazy. I don't see a connection between Smallwood and Lonestar." I sat on the edge of George's bed. I mean, we could guess that Lonestar hired Smallwood to steal the gems for Hugo, to give to the nieces, to give to Gritty Grand, but that seems like a long and winding chain of relationships. There's no evidence to prove any of that. "I hear you," George agreed. "We need some hard facts." She turned her computer screen to face me. "Ah, the light!" Bess whimpered from the other bed. "It's coming into my head through the back of my skull." "Oh, good grief," George moaned. She packed up the computer and led me into the bathroom. She sat on the closed toilet lid. I shut the door so we wouldn't bug Bess anymore and sat on the edge of the bathtub. "I wasn't searching for connections between the suspects," George told me, typing on her laptop. "I was thinking more about the trick." She showed me a site and scrolled down the page. I was right about the helicopters. They are an old military model that's been retired. Anyone can hire them for air shows or magic shows. "Do you think the helicopters have a connection to the missing box?" I asked. "No," George admitted, "but I am obsessed with figuring out how the trick worked. Right now I have two theories. One is that the audience was hypnotized, and the other is that somehow we were still watching a video even after Lonestar dropped the hoop. So we weren't seeing the actual building, but a screen with doctored images of the empty space. The helicopters were there to throw us off." I guess both are possible. A big part of me wanted to have George figure it out, but Lonestar's voice in my head told me to let it be. As much as I wanted to ask more about her theories, especially the mass hypnosis, I let it drop. Instead, I asked George, "Do you have any idea how the locker was opened in the courthouse? Or when? We need to know if Lonestar had enough time during the trick to get into the evidence locker and take that box." "I've been thinking about that, too," she told me. "There are many different kinds of magic, but most magicians specialize in one or two and hone their craft. From everything I've read about Lonestar, he's what one would call an illusionist. That means he does big, showy tricks that seem impossible, like cutting people in half, levitating, and making things disappear." George had done her homework. She went on. "Illusions take a lot of planning. Not that this is set in stone, but if an illusionist was the one to open the lock, he'd probably have manipulated it earlier, like sawed off part of the barrel or wedged something inside to prevent it from really closing all the way." She bit a fingernail thoughtfully. "And?" I prodded. "When I looked at the lock, nothing seemed altered. I looked for markings like scratches from picking tools. I searched the floor for rubber bands or cork or gum that might have held the locking mechanism open. Nothing." "So what's your verdict?" I asked. George leaned back on the toilet tank and closed her eyes. "Officer Fernandez told me that the police have two theories. Either someone had keys to the evidence locker and stole that box, or an accomplice let the thief into the locker while the show was going on. I think there is another possibility." "Magic?" I asked. "Yes, but not Lonestar's kind of magic. He's a showy guy with big costumes and setups. I just don't see this as his kind of trick," she went on. "This is essentially an escape. Someone opened the lock and then escaped from the sealed evidence room with the box. When I think about it like that, it fits in with the kind of magic that's about picking locks and getting out of tight spaces, which is called escapism. Harry Houdini was the most famous escape artist. He once did a trick where he was locked in a jail cell and managed to get out in less than 20 minutes. "That's amazing." I was going to have to look up that one later. I asked George, "So, from everything you know about magic, it sounds like you think Drake Lonestar isn't our number one suspect." "I've searched the internet to see if he's ever done any escapes from boxes or secure rooms, but can't find anything. He might know how to do some of those tricks, but from everything I can see, he doesn't. He's all illusion all the time." George shook her head. "From a magic point of view, he simply doesn't make sense." I slipped down into the empty bathtub and put my head against the cool tile wall. It seemed like we'd hit a dead end. Usually I had a list of suspects and clues, but this case was filled with suspects without clues and clues without suspects. What I did have was a previously convicted thief who denied he stole anything, missing gems, the cast of a magic show, a locked door, and a mysterious box that had disappeared. All pieces of a puzzle that didn't fit together. "What do we do next?" George asked me. I started. "You two are so loud." Bess stomped into the bathroom. "I'll tell you what we do next. John Smallwood was staying at a hotel for the week, right? The Drake Lonestar magic show team has been here a week too. They're also at a hotel. That might be a place to start searching for connections." George's face lit up. "You're right. There aren't that many hotels in town. It's possible they're staying in the same place." So we weren't going to figure out how Drake Lonestar made the courthouse disappear, and we weren't going to figure out how the box vanished from the evidence locker. But we were back on track with my initial burning question. Was Smallwood in any way connected to Lonestar? Chapter 7. Connecting the Dots. It was still dark, but the sun was slowly rising when Bess, George, and I piled into my car. "I want the last donut," Bess complained from the back seat. "No way," George countered. "You already had 2. It had been my idea to quickly stop for coffee and donuts at the all-night diner.
Thing was, I only wanted one glazed, and the employee insisted that a half-dozen was cheaper. I shouldn't have given in to the pressure, or else I should have just eaten the last one and prevented this whole heated discussion. Going to check hotel registers was my idea, Bess said. That should be enough for extra chocolate cream privileges. I was up all night learning about magicians, George said. That should be my ticket to the treat. I was up too, Bess argued, because you're so noisy. They kept at it until we reached the nicest hotel in town, the Towering Heights Resort. I'd texted Ned to find out where Smallwood had been staying. This was it. I pulled into a parking spot. Now, to see who else might have stayed there. It only took a minute to find out that the magician and his crew weren't registered. Rats, I muttered as we drove to the second nicest hotel in town. Then the third, and fourth. The sun was high in the sky when we reached the last option on our list, a low-budget hotel on the outskirts of town. It was called the Riverview, though it was so far from the river there was no way the name was true. The Highway Traffic View Hotel just didn't sound as nice, I suppose. It was my turn to run in and ask the front desk about our missing magician.
Nancy, what are you doing here?
I whirled around to find Hugo sitting at a small table in the lobby, reading the newspaper and drinking a cup of coffee from the local River Run coffee shop. I wasn't sure what to tell Hugo. After all, he worked for Lonestar. What would he do to protect his boss from going to jail?
We're supposed to start tearing down the set today, but the police still can't find Drake, Hugo told me.
I assumed he'd be here at the hotel with you, I said, watching as Hugo swirled the coffee in his cup.
He was, but now he's not, Hugo said. Celebrity admirers can get really aggressive when they want to meet their idol, he explained. The first night we were here, a man climbed in through Drake's hotel window. I had to chase the guy down the street. Drake always registers at hotels under phony names to avoid fans, but this one was more persistent than most, and followed us back after rehearsal.
So he might have been staying under a different name at one of the hotels we'd already visited. So where is Drake now? I asked.
I don't know, Hugo said, staring past my left shoulder.
I turned and saw Ayala and Ariana entering the lobby. As they got in line for the vending machine, they waved at Hugo, who grinned back. He turned back to me.
Drake moved after that first night. He changed hotels, picked a fake name to register under, and got himself to rehearsals.
But you're his bodyguard. You let him do that without protection? I asked.
The truly devoted fans know me by now. A lot of them follow me if they think I'm with him, so we often separate. He goes off the grid. No email. No cell phones. It's not a big deal. Drake knows to meet me at the train station on Tuesday.
That's when you're leaving? I asked. 2 days from now?
Magic is really draining, so Drake likes a few days of rest before traveling to the next show, Hugo said. But like I told Officer Fernandez, I fully expect that he'll be at the train station Tuesday.
Hugo! Ariana and Ayala ran toward us. Nancy!
Bess and George called my name as they entered the hotel.
The radio! They cried at the same time as Ariana and Ayala yelled, The radio!
Apparently, the four of them had been listening to the same station.
Hugo and I rushed to the closest TV set in the hotel bar.
A handcuffed Drake Lonestar was on the screen, flanked by Officer Fernandez on his left and Officer Collins on his right. Beyond them were screaming fans, desperate to get a glimpse of the magician. There were countless women carrying signs that said, I love you, and marry me. A guy was standing on the courthouse steps selling Drake Lonestar t-shirts. The crowd was chanting his name. Even with all the chaos surrounding him, we clearly could hear Drake shout, I'd rather spend a lifetime in prison than reveal how my magic is done.
Chapter 8. Jail Time. I'd never driven so fast in my life.
When Bess, George, and I arrived at the courthouse, Drake Lonestar was already inside. Getting booked, I presumed, but I hadn't a clue under what charge. The courthouse was usually closed on Sunday, just like Saturday, but today, like yesterday, it was bustling. Reporters were milling around, waiting for a story. My dad was off to the side with Ned. Even at a distance, I could see that Ned's hair was standing up, and his suit, the same one he'd worn the day before, was rumpled. He'd clearly been working all night. Hugo, with Gritty Grand's nieces in tow, pulled his rental car into the space next to mine, and all 6 of us ran across the parking lot together. I raced up to Ned. "I wondered when you'd show up," he said, kissing me hello on the cheek. "News travels fast in River Heights. I saw the arrest on TV." He nodded. "But the news only reported that Lonestar was picked up. An hour ago, John Smallwood was also brought in for questioning again." "Why?" I asked. Ned opened his mouth when my dad cut in. "Tell her everything," my father told Ned. "Every detail." He looked at me. "We need your big brain on this one," he said. "Big brain?" I laughed. "A genetic mutation from your side of the family, I believe." "And a good thing, too. Now put that mass of gray matter to use and figure out what is going on, okay?" My dad gave me a kiss on the top of my head. "I'll try my best," I told him, then returned my gaze to Ned. "The police finally found Drake Lonestar. Turns out that unlike you or me, he needs a lot of sleep," Ned said. He was in his bed in his hotel room. "Performing magic is exhausting," I repeated what Hugo had told me earlier. "Right." Ned rolled his eyes as if Drake was simply a prima donna who had no idea about real work. "Anyway, the officers discovered that not only was the magician staying in the same hotel as Smallwood, but the 2 men had rooms across the hall from each other." I lurched forward in surprise when Ned quickly added, "Apparently the magician was initially put into the same room as Smallwood, but that was a mistake." He shook his head. When Drake walked in, Smallwood was in the shower. The hotel cleared it up, putting Drake in the room across the hall. Shower? That must have been awkward. I chuckled at the thought of walking into a hotel room that was already occupied. So they had a moment where their paths crossed, but that doesn't prove they knew each other, or that Lonestar was involved in the gem theft, I said, furrowing my brow. "Did Lonestar have the missing box or the jewels?" "No," Ned admitted. "I'd seen Lonestar in handcuffs." "What are the charges against him?" "He's under investigation for the jewel theft. The police are focusing on the Lonestar and Smallwood connection." Ned added, "That's why Smallwood is being questioned again." "Under investigation?" I echoed Ned's words. Lonestar shouldn't have been arrested then. Escorted to court, yes, but no handcuffs. "I've got this one." I turned to see Officer Fernandez approach. "Lonestar was arrested for disorderly conduct." I raised my eyebrows. That was unexpected. When we showed up, we insisted on knowing how the courthouse disappeared. We figured that if we understood how the trick was done, we could determine how Lonestar managed to break into the evidence locker and steal the box. Instead of answering our questions, Lonestar went crazy and started throwing things around the room. "He should have known better," I said, wrinkling my brow. "He doesn't like to be questioned about the magic. We're all clear on that now," she continued. "The police chief believes that Smallwood was working with Lonestar. The theory is that Smallwood stole the gems and put them in the box. He was supposed to give the box to Lonestar. But when Smallwood was arrested and all his belongings were collected by the police, Lonestar panicked. He used his magic to snag the box and thus stole the gems for himself." Officer Fernandez's cell phone beeped. "If you'll excuse me, I need to take this." She moved away. All this is based on the fact that Drake Lonestar had a room in the hotel across the hall from John Smallwood? I muttered to myself. The police seemed to be guessing, creating a story about events that they couldn't prove. I knew it. Officer Fernandez knew it. And my dad knew it. I asked Ned if anyone had found anything suspicious at the hotel.
No witnesses, he told me. No box, no gems, nothing out of place. Even with the disorderly conduct charge, the police are going to have to let Lonestar go soon. They might not let him leave town for a while, but they can't keep him here very long.
This case is getting more and more complicated, I told Ned. Every time I think we're onto something meaningful, it dissolves into nothing. I bit my lip in frustration.
I'll find out if Lonestar has said anything relevant to the police, Ned told me.
My guess is he didn't, I said.
My guess is you're right, Ned replied.
He left me standing on the courthouse steps, shaking my head and wondering what to do next.
Nancy, come sit with me.
Hugo was resting on a bench just outside the courthouse, staring out toward the empty space where the magic show stage had been the day before.
We can wait to hear what's going on together. It'll be better than waiting alone.
Hugo was so devoted to Drake Lonestar, my admiration for him was growing. Their friendship reminded me of mine with Bess and George. I decided to stay with him until either Ned and my dad came out, Drake was released, or I saw Smallwood. Bess and George made their way over to us. There's nothing to do but sit there and see if Lonestar would be released.
Looks like you might not make your train Tuesday, I told Hugo.
I know, he sighed, but I'm not canceling the next show until it's absolutely certain that we can't get there in time. The show isn't for a week after we arrive, so we might be able to pull it off. Maybe I'll go ahead without Drake. I can set things up and wait for him there. He glanced at the courthouse. We'll see.
We sat on that bench waiting for an hour, then 2. At the end of the 3rd hour, Bess was done reorganizing her purse, and George had maxed out the data minutes on her smartphone. I'd slept a bit on a nearby patch of grass to make up for the night before. But the truth was, we were bored. Even though it wasn't her job, Officer Fernandez had been bringing us periodic updates and snacks. This time she had bottles of water and granola bars. She was about to leave when Hugo asked,
"Want to see some magic?"
Bess brightened. Sure. We all gathered around as I shook off the last bit of my sleepiness with a big yawn.
"Can I borrow your handcuffs?"
he asked Officer Fernandez. By now we'd spent so much time together that we knew her first name was Faith, that she drove a convertible, and that she lived across the street from her elderly parents. The officer put a hand on the silver metal cuffs that hung off her police belt.
"I don't think it's a good idea just for a minute," Hugo said. "I promise they'll be returned to you."
She glanced at the courthouse doors, then to the street. No one was around except for us and a small band of reporters a block away. She pinched her lips together for a short pause before handing Hugo the cuffs. He passed them to me.
"Nancy, check these out. Confirm they are real. I want you to make sure the lock isn't broken and that there aren't any hidden release buttons."
I examined the cuffs and didn't find anything strange.
"Faith," Hugo asked Officer Fernandez, "did I borrow these earlier? Have they been in your possession at all times? Is there any way I might have tampered with them?"
She shook her head. No to all those questions. I've had them the whole day.
"Put them on me," he told her.
I handed the cuffs back to the officer. She slipped them around Hugo's outstretched hands and locked them tight.
"Where's the key?" Hugo asked, then laughed. "I probably should have asked that before I had you put them on my wrists."
He jingled the chain now connecting his wrists together as Officer Fernandez held up a ring of keys. I had to admit, he was a good showman. I just hoped the trick lived up to his jokes.
"Bess?" Hugo asked. "Can I use the scarf that's in your purse?"
"Wow!" Bess exclaimed. "How'd you know I had a scarf?"
Hugo rolled his eyes. "It doesn't take a psychic to know that," I told Bess gently. "We all just watched you clean out your bag." Bess smiled sheepishly. "Oh, yeah." She reached into her purse and gave Hugo a boldly patterned blue scarf.
"Toss it over my hands.
Hugo said, making a scene about how he couldn't possibly do it by himself since he was wearing cuffs. Bess covered his hands and the handcuffs. "Do you have a favorite magic word?" Hugo asked me. "Abracadabra," I answered. "Right. Now, Nancy, wave your hands over the scarf and say your magic word." I did as he told me. Ta-da! An instant later, Bess's scarf floated to the ground. Hugo picked it up with his free hands. The locks on the cuffs were both open. He gave the handcuffs back to Officer Fernandez and told her to examine them again. "Well done," she told him. "Remind me not to arrest you."
"How'd you do it?"
George asked. I could see the wheels in her brain turning. "Are you double-jointed? Did you put grease on your hands to slip them out? Did you pickpocket the officer's key?" At that, Officer Fernandez checked her key ring. She still had the key. "It's magic," Hugo said with a chuckle. "So you're not just the show's manager and a security guard? You're a magician too?" I asked. "Not like Drake," Hugo shrugged. "Drake's art is entirely based on distraction and misdirection." "Distraction and misdirection," I repeated. "That's magic based on illusion." I was glad that George had taught me about magicians. Hugo nodded, then went on. "I wanted to be like him at first, but I couldn't figure out how to attract a crowd. I tried doing street shows for a while, but never made more than a few bucks and a bus token." He gave Bess her scarf. "All I ever wanted was to be involved in magic, so when the chance came to work for Drake Lonestar, I jumped at it. I tied my dreams to Drake's, and he's done well for us both." "What about your own dreams?" Bess asked. "After all, that was a really good trick. People would totally pay to see you perform." "It's too expensive to start. Renting venues, travel, advertising. Plus the tricks have to get bolder and fancier every year," Hugo said. "I'm happy working for Drake." Hugo stared down at his hands. I could see a faint red line around each wrist where the cuffs had bitten into his skin. I had to admit, I had no idea how he'd done it. Hugo shook out his hands, looked up at the courthouse door, and let loose a long sigh. "I don't know what I'll do if they don't free him soon."
Chapter 9. Careful Considerations. By dinner time, I was back home with Ned, John Smallwood, who had been released into my father's custody, and my dad. He couldn't go back to his hotel room anyway due to all the press gathered in the hallway. Drake Lonestar was also stuck in River Heights for a few more days. Officer Fernandez had arranged for him to be released to Hugo. The bodyguard was still hopeful they'd be on the Tuesday train out of River Heights, but it didn't look good. After the day's grueling events, not to mention a sleepless night before, I think we were all ready for a hot meal. Our housekeeper, Hannah Gruen, had just served her famous lasagna when the front door burst open. "Nancy!" Bess shouted from the front hallway. "Wait until you see," George was saying as the two of them rushed up to the table. She stopped short. "Oh, is that lasagna?" Whatever she had been about to say was completely lost to the delicious scent of Hannah's dinner. "Girls?" My father looked from Bess to George and back again. "Hello, Mr. Drew," Bess said, noticing everyone sitting at the table. "Sit down, ladies," my father told them, indicating 2 empty chairs. "Judging by your exciting entry, we are all anxious to see what you've discovered." Hannah brought them each a plate of lasagna. Between happy bites, George said to Bess, "Tell them, cuz, you found it." Bess's mouth was full. She pointed at George and handed her cousin her purse. George pushed the purse back at Bess. Before Bess could protest again, I grabbed it. There was a magazine sticking out of the top. "Are you talking about this?" I asked, checking out the magazine's cover. "Yes." Bess put down her fork. "The magazine came in yesterday's mail, but with the show and everything, I didn't look until this afternoon."
Bess opened to a page near the middle. I leaned in for a closer look. There was a large photo of Gritty Grand standing with her arms around Ayala and Ariana. All three had the same tilted posture, leaning on their left hips. All three had the same dark hair and dark eyes. I read the caption. Twins. We knew that already. Keep going, Bess encouraged. Daughters? I leaped up from my chair so fast I nearly knocked Ned's water glass over. Whoa, Ned said, grabbing the glass before it spilled. Why's this news? I stepped away from the table and began to pace in the space behind John Smallwood's chair. He was so busy devouring Hannah's lasagna, he didn't look back at me. Hang on. My brain was spinning. Why is this news? I murmured to myself. It seemed like such a huge revelation. Hugo had lied to us. But how did it connect? If Gritty Grand's nieces are really her daughters, then... I was mumbling. Maybe the jewel heist was a family operation? Bess asked, forcing me to wonder if I'd spoken my question aloud. No. We hadn't had any suspects other than John Smallwood and Drake Lonestar up until this point. Could I add Ayala, Ariana, and their mom to the list? So Hugo had lied. Was that enough to pursue an investigation of him as well? Gritty, Ayala, Ariana, I said to Bess. Can we connect them to the crime? I've got this one, George chimed in. The police's #1 suspect, Drake Lonestar, is the twins' dad. Seriously? Lonestar? I asked, stunned. How do you figure that? I did a little internet digging, George explained. And apparently it's true. Plus, it makes sense. When their mom was in financial trouble and the girls needed a job, who better to help out than their dad? So is Hugo even dating Gritty? I asked Bess. She flipped through the magazine until she came to a column called Hot Couples. No, Bess told me. She's dating Hal Thomas. I looked down at a picture of the designer with her arms around the newest boy band heartthrob. She's old enough to be his mom, I grimaced. He's the same age as the twins, George agreed. Bess fluttered her eyelids dramatically. True love is beyond age. George punched her in the arm. You're ridiculous. Bess laughed. You're just jealous, hoping to snag Hal Thomas for yourself. George gagged. As if. He uses too much hair gel. I'll leave him to Gritty. There's one more thing you need to know, Nancy, Bess said, pointing down at the magazine. The bankruptcy rumors are true. When she talks about her business issues, Gritty actually mentions Drake Lonestar by name. George went on from there. She says the exposure from his shows has helped her gain international recognition. Her business isn't solid yet, but things are better. Still, she'd like to have more capital. She's hoping to raise $1 million. She's looking for an investor, Bess said. Or a thief, George put in. I'm not a thief, Smallwood roared, leaping up from the table. His small nose twitched, and he was quickly blinking his beady eyes. I screamed when I saw that he was brandishing a knife. Chapter 10. The Missing Gems. Turned out John Smallwood was heading to the counter to cut himself a second serving of lasagna. Everyone laughed at my stunned reaction, even me. But deep inside, I wondered if he might really be the thief. The one who denies the crime most adamantly is often the one who committed it. I wasn't ready to cross Smallwood off the suspect list, nor to defend him like my dad and Ned were.
I needed more clues and more evidence. My adrenaline was pumping as I hustled Bess and George out of the house. We had a stop to make. I pulled into the parking lot of the jewelry store just before 7 p.m., a few minutes before closing. George had called ahead to make sure the manager, a woman named Candy Corleone, would be able to stay past closing time if we were late. Candy was tall and so thin and pale that she looked almost ghostly. Her bleached blonde hair was nearly white, and her forehead was taut and wrinkle-free. "Hi there, I'm Nancy Drew." I introduced Bess and George, too, and launched into an explanation about my dad, the court case, and how we were helping. Candy seemed more than willing to share the details of the night the jewels had disappeared. The place was dripping with rings, bracelets, necklaces, and even loose stones that had yet to be set. I peeked over my shoulder and saw Bess sigh and smile dreamily. A jewelry store was her happy place. I'm sure she'd have stayed forever if she could. Candy led us to the counter that had been robbed. The case was empty. "The police assured me we could reopen for business, but they told me not to touch this particular area," she said, waving her hand over the long glass box that had housed the stolen jewels. "The missing stones were loose?" I asked. "Yes," Candy told me. "Stealing a setting would have been far more difficult. We tag all our set jewelry. We don't want to mar the beauty of a stone with a sticky tag, so we leave those unmarked." Moving to a different case, she brought out a tray of rings. Bess leaned in, saying, "Oh." There were small white tags on each ring. "These tags have sensors embedded in them," Candy told us. She pointed up to a row of security cameras that were carefully placed all around the ceiling. "The sensors send information to the security system. If someone tried to walk out without paying, alarms would go off and the police would be here in minutes. The tags are very difficult to remove. The sales rep takes them off when they polish each piece for a customer." "Can I take a closer look?" George asked. Candy handed her a ring. Bess's fingers twitched as George examined the sensor tag, which also listed the price. She quickly handed the ring back to the shop manager. "Wow, that costs more than a new car. 2 cars, even." "It's a," Candy started to say. "Flawless sapphire," Bess finished, "cushion cut and set in platinum." If Bess had asked for a job just then, it would have been hers. The look on Candy's face told us that she was impressed. I hadn't actually seen the surveillance tapes from the night the store was robbed. I knew only what Ned had told me. John Smallwood was seen wandering around the shop the night the gems disappeared. He was the last customer to leave that night. I asked George to pull up a few photos on her smartphone. She quickly found pictures of Drake Lonestar and his daughters from a gossip website. I zoomed in on the twins and handed the phone to Candy. "In the days before the robbery, did either of these girls happen to come into the store?" She took a long look at the photo. "No." Next I zoomed in on Drake Lonestar's grin. "And him? He's been in town for about a week. Have you seen this man come by?" "No," Candy replied. "Are you sure?" I asked lightly, not wanting to imply that I didn't trust her memory. "With all due respect, Ms. Drew, I have been the eyes and ears of this place for 20 years. The security system is really only in use when I am not here. I have personally stopped nearly 90 shoplifters and prevented 6 burglaries from taking place," she proudly said. "I am very, very good at my job." She added in a lower voice, "That's why this is extra upsetting. Never has anything like this happened under my watch." I asked George to bring up another picture, this one of Hugo from Lone Star's website. I turned the phone around so that Candy could see it. "No," she said firmly. "I've never seen that man." That left John Smallwood. I pressed my lips together, wondering what I was missing.
"Can I see how the burglar entered the shop?" George asked.
"That's the oddest part," Candy said. "According to the police, none of the doors showed any sign of forced entry. The alarm never went off. Even the security tapes show nothing unusual." She shrugged. "It's as if the stones just disappeared. Like magic." That's what I figured. Candy went on to tell us that the security equipment was kept in a small room that was always locked. Candy had the only key. While George examined the security system and Bess checked out the cabinet where the gems had been stored, I went outside to make a quick phone call. Ned answered on the first ring.
"Where are you?" he asked. "Should I run to your side? Do you need to be rescued?"
I smiled. It did happen occasionally, though I'd rescued Ned about as many times as he'd rescued me. "No, not this time," I laughed. "No knight in shining armor necessary. But you can help me out with something. Do you know why John Smallwood was in the jewelry shop that day?" It had been bothering me for a while. Why would a thief, especially a retired thief, go into a jewelry store? Seems like he was asking for trouble. "A date," Ned said simply. I had no idea what he was talking about. "Huh?" "Apparently he met Candy at the River Run coffee shop the day before. She didn't give him a phone number, but she told him where she worked," Ned explained. "The jewelry store is in the same mini-mall, so he went to the shop at closing time, then hung out to see if she'd have dinner with him." "That's kind of romantic," I said. Ned gave a small laugh. "But while they were out, the store was robbed, and before the night was over, Mr. Smallwood was arrested." "What a terrible first date," I remarked. "Hopefully when your dad clears this up, they can try again," Ned told me. "Hopefully," I echoed, then thanked him and said goodbye. Bess was waiting for me. "I just got off the phone with your dad," she said. "About what?" I asked. "I wanted to know how many jewels were stolen and their value," she replied. "I think Ned said the jewels were worth millions," I noted. "Millions is too vague when it comes to gems," Bess snorted. "It's precisely $3.5 million in 15 stones, 6 emeralds, and 9 rubies." "Only 15 stones?" I was surprised. "Those are some mighty gems." "Big and flawless. Very valuable," Bess nodded, then said, "I've been thinking about how Gritty wants to raise $1 million for her clothing line. 3.5 is way better than just 1 measly mil." "I've been thinking about that too." I took Bess's arm. "Let's get George and move." Just then, from the back of the shop, we heard a scream. "George!" I cried. Chapter 11. Clue by Clue. "Look at what I found." George was standing in the security room doorway, gripping a small box. "The gems?" I asked, expelling a sigh of relief that she was okay. George snorted. "Better." "Better than the gems?" Bess said, squinting at her cousin. "What could be better?" "Videotape," George cheered. "Right," Bess said. "I think you are sleep-deprived." No, George said. Yes, I am sleep-deprived, but this is our most important clue yet." I was listening. "Nancy, there are some gaping holes in my theory here, but try this," George started. "What if—" Her eyes lit up in the darkened room. "What if, after Smallwood left the shop, there was someone else already there?
Maybe someone who knew Smallwood, like a partner, or maybe someone else. At this point, it doesn't matter.
She shook her head as if to clear it.
Let's just say, once the shop was officially closed, if a person broke into the security room, they'd have had access to the entire system. The security tapes could have been tampered with, and whoever stole the jewels could have simply played footage from any other night.
She held up the tape box.
The tapes would have shown that all was quiet, even though the thief was inside. Then, there is just the matter of disabling the alarm and opening the gem case.
Sounds possible, I said. I like that idea better than to think the gems magically disappeared.
Me too, George said adamantly. There's always an explanation for everything.
She handed me the tape.
The police missed this one. There's a backup unit for the security equipment in a cabinet. That machine had been tampered with. It was set to play, not record.
Candy let us use the machine, and we quickly discovered that George was right. The tape showed looped footage of a quiet night. She'd found our most important clue so far. Someone had been in the security room when Candy left for her date.
I'm not sure how they got in, George was saying as we walked from the room. I mean, this door was locked, the front door was locked, the back... Ew!
Bess hopped from foot to foot, making gagging sounds.
I stepped in gum! Gross!
Gum? Candy asked. There's no food allowed in this shop. That's why I go to the coffee shop at 10, noon, and 3 for all my scheduled breaks. No food, no drinks, and certainly no gum. She handed Bess a tissue. Someone will be fired.
It's a huge wad,
Bess said, peeling it off her shoe.
Blech.
It's not just gum. George took the tissue and peered inside. I mean, it is, but I think it's also part of the crime. She paused, staring at the gum. Maybe the thief planted it here on purpose, though I don't think this gum was used in the heist. I checked the doors, and there was no sign of anything gummy in the locks. Candy looked crushed. After all these years, someone slipped by me. She put her hands on her hips. I'll call the police. They should check the locks again and re-interview my employees. This is a highly professional job, I told her. The gum, the videotape, the gems. Your employees probably aren't suspects. As we left, Candy was on the phone arranging for a new security company to come install an upgraded system. Good sleuthing, I congratulated my friends. We are definitely getting somewhere. Right, Bess said with a sigh. All we have left to do is figure out who did it, why, and where they put the jewels. No problem, I said with a laugh. I'm hoping we'll find out more at our next stop. It was a little after 10 p.m. when I pulled into the Riverview parking lot. At night, the place looked even more shabby and run down than it had in the daylight. I hoped the twins were awake. We needed to talk to them. You'd think if the girls stole the gems, they'd have at least kept some of the money for a hotel upgrade, Bess said, wrinkling her nose. I don't think the gems have been sold yet, George said. Whoever took them needs to get far away from here first. But even if the twins do have the gems, they might be stuck in this motel anyway. Hugo told me that these performances are expensive to run. I held the door for my friends. I guess that's why the staff stays at the cheap places, while the magician goes to stay at the fancy resort. Even if he was escaping from a crazy stalker fan, the twins might resent their dad for leaving them here, George said. I know I would. If they are angry, no one said anything. I recalled all the conversations I'd had with Ayala and Ariana. They'd never even let on that Lonestar was their dad, certainly not that he'd moved on to better digs and stuck them with Hugo. The hotel lobby was quiet. The only sign of life was a desk clerk at the counter. The young woman looked bored, like she wished she was anywhere else.
Her long brown hair hung over one charcoaled eye. When we approached the desk, she looked up and pinned that one eye on me. "Can I help you?" Bess moved in and flashed a smile. "We're looking for Drake Lonestar's 2 assistants. Could you tell us what room they're in?" The woman picked up a pen and twirled it. "I'm not supposed to give out information on our guests." It might have been the first time in Bess's life that her oozing charm didn't work. George gave her a small, sympathetic smile. Undeterred, Bess tried again. "But we know Ayala and Ariana. We were supposed to meet them." She stopped to check her watch. 20 minutes ago. Bess threw George a dirty look over her shoulder, as if it was George's fault we had only arrived now. "Please?" Bess said in the sweetest voice I'd ever heard. "Oh, The clerk paused and twirled her pen some more. "Whatever." She scribbled the number on a slip of paper. "Go ahead. Let them fire me. I hate this job." As we walked away, Bess grinned at George and said, "The Marvin charm hasn't failed me yet." George rolled her eyes. After a quick elevator ride, we were standing in front of room 406. The TV was on inside. I knocked on the hotel room door. Ayala opened it. "Hey!" She was super cheery as she let us inside. "Welcome." The room was tiny. 2 beds and a rollaway sleeper were stuffed wall to wall. In fact, so much furniture had been crammed into the small space that there was nowhere to stand. I peeked into the tiny bathroom. The fact that an architect had managed to fit a shower, toilet, and sink in there might have been the most impressive magic trick of the past week. Deep red wallpaper, stained with age and peeling from decay, made the room so dark I had to squint to see Ariana sitting on the bed, next to her dad, Drake Lonestar. "I was wondering when you'd show up," he said. I didn't mean to be rude by not replying, but my tongue was tied. Above Drake's head, above where the rollaway sleeper was squashed up against the wall, there were holes. Lots and lots of little holes. "Darts!" I practically shouted the word, scanning the floor. "Aha!" I found one halfway behind the nightstand. I grabbed it and held it up like a trophy. This was a big clue. George pointed at Lonestar. "So you were already in River Heights when you decided to come to River Heights." "George, are you saying that the video of Lonestar throwing darts at a map is fake?" Bess asked. "The video was planned and carefully edited," George said, not moving her eyes from Lonestar's face. "I should have realized. From what I've read, videos are often used in illusion magic because they are so easy to manipulate. That means if they're done right, they seem live. Drake knew he was coming to River Heights." "Don't look at me with those disappointed eyes. Your courthouse was perfect for what I wanted to do," Lonestar told George. "But it was a bold lie," George accused. "You made a video about how you chose River Heights with a single dart throw." She glanced at the pockmarked wall. "Apparently, it took more than one toss." Lonestar laughed. "Hugo is a terrific filmmaker. The darts took a lot of practice for me, but the video was done in a single recording." He asked me to grab a deck of cards from the nightstand. Once I could pin the map, I moved on to other tricks. "Check this one out." He took the cards, shuffled them, and fanned them in front of me. "Pick a card. Don't show me which one." Drake rose from the bed and handed me a pen. "Write your name on it." I took the ace of spades and wrote Nancy in bold letters across the top. He opened the deck to a random spot. "Put in the card." I did, and he shuffled the deck. Then he told me to shuffle. I ran the cards through my fingers several times and handed the deck back to him. "I'm going to throw a dart at the wall 3 times, Drake told me.
taking the dart I'd picked up off the floor. 2 for practice, and on the 3rd, I'll toss up the deck. The first shot landed in the wall, knocking down bits of dry plaster as it stuck. He took back the dart and did the same thing. With the 3rd throw, Drake Lonestar tossed up the deck of cards. They fluttered through the air as the dart soared from his fingertips to the wall. "Take a look," he told me. The dart was stuck in the wall. There was a single playing card pinned there, speared through the point. I peeled it off the wall.
"It's mine,"
I said, showing Bess and George the ace of spades with my name written on it. "Nicely done," George told Drake. He said, "We wanted to come to River Heights, but we had to make it look coincidental. Besides," he removed the dart and put away the cards, "magic is always a kind of lying. Like those flowers I made appear out of thin air. You know they didn't just come from nothing. I say the courthouse disappeared, but you know it really didn't." He paused and turned to face me. "Have you figured out how I did that one yet, Nancy?" "No," I shook my head. "I've been trying to take your advice and not overthink the magic." "Perfect." He sat down and leaned back against a pillow. "That means you accepted the lie." I suppose I did. I glanced at Bess and George. On some level, we all did. "Good," Lonestar said. "If people didn't completely suspend their logical reasoning, I wouldn't have a job." I nodded. He was right. I supposed it didn't make a difference how he'd decided to come to our town, except for one thing. Everyone already knew that Drake Lonestar was around the night the gems were stolen from the jewelry shop, but now it wasn't a coincidence that he'd been in River Heights. He had actually planned to be here. That made it even more suspicious. He'd had plenty of time to plan a show as well as a heist. As hard as I was trying to put other suspects on my list, Drake kept making it impossible. Every clue kept coming back to him. Even Hugo couldn't protect Drake from the evidence mounting against him. "Where's Hugo?" I asked Lonestar. My dad said that Lonestar had been released into Hugo's custody. Shouldn't the bodyguard have been around? "He went to the resort," Drake said. "I left all my gear in my room, but I can't go back, not even to help him. The press is camped out there." I nodded. Smallwood was at my house for the same reason. He waved his hand at the rollaway and groaned. "I'm bunking with the girls until this legal mess is resolved." "Why didn't the media follow you here?" I asked him. Lonestar grinned. "Hugo spread a rumor that I was planning to go to the resort later tonight." "Another lie?" I couldn't help myself. It just burst out. "I suppose," Drake Lonestar said. "This time a small white one for protection. It's the same reason Hugo lied about Ayala and Ariana being Gritty Grand's nieces instead of her daughters, and why he's been telling the press that he's dating Gritty." He went on, "I work hard to distance myself from anyone who might use my family to get close to me. Hired employees, even if they are related to a top designer, are definitely less interesting than a magician's daughters. The idea of Hugo and Gritty dating is less scandalous than her being my ex. All of these are red herrings, meant to throw the paparazzi off my trail." "The internet is a mix of truth and lies," George said. "If someone really wanted to find out about you, it wouldn't be so hard. We throw a lot of misinformation out there to cover the facts. If a fan or the press wants to know details, we have to at least make them work for them. That's what Hugo says, and I trust him completely. He's a great bodyguard and manager." While George and I had been talking to Lonestar, the twins had been giving Bess a preview of Gritty's new collection, previously unseen pieces that would appear in upcoming fashion shows. I knew that Bess was probably thrilled to see the clothing, but she was also deciding whether the twins might be our thieves. That had been the real goal of this visit, Discovering the darts had been a bonus. When she joined George and me, she shook her head. I got the message. She wasn't sure. Bess whispered to us, I tried to get them to talk about accessories like jewelry, but they aren't interested. They wanted to talk about leggings and tunics and the staples of a wardrobe. She shrugged. Even when I tried to bring up their mom's money issues, they wouldn't go there. Bess lowered her voice even further and said, I frankly don't think either of them are sharp enough to pull off this kind of crime. She quickly added, the only suspicious thing I noticed was that they both liked chewing gum. That was something. I wondered if it was the same kind of gum Bess had stepped in at the jewelry store. But what about the magic? George asked. They know how Drake does his illusions. So much of this theft seems similar to magic tricks. Do you think they can do any tricks of their own? Well, Bess replied, Ariana can remove her socks without taking off her shoes. I laughed a bit too loudly. What's so funny? Drake asked. Nothing, I hedged. It's late. We need to go. After we said our goodbyes, I made a plan for the next hour. I'd drop off Bess and George, and then jot down some notes on what we'd discovered. We'd made good progress, but I wasn't sure what it all meant. I needed to think. I also needed to sleep. Bess opened the door to Lonestar's hotel room. We were stunned to find the hallway crowded with police and journalists. Officer Fernandez pushed past me. She announced, Mr. Lonestar, you need to come with me. We found the missing box in your hotel room. Chapter 12. Inside the Box. With this development, I was certain we'd be up all night again, but luckily Bess, George, and I were able to catch a few hours of sleep before heading to the courthouse. When I spoke to Ned shortly after the police showed up, he assured me there was no reason to hurry. The paperwork would take a while, and then the lawyers had to get there. That would take time too. When I did arrive at the courthouse well rested, I realized that I had forgotten to charge my phone. I turned down the screen's brightness and muted the sound and did everything else I could think of to save power. I was waiting for a call from Ned or my dad, one I couldn't risk missing. Because the box surfacing impacted John Smallwood, my dad and Ned were inside the courthouse waiting to be briefed. Until every shadow about Smallwood and Lonestar was brought to light, Dad's client wouldn't be let off the hook. Lonestar had refused an attorney the day before, but this was more serious. Now he had brought in his own lawyer, and it was none other than River Heights' own Madeline Summers. Madeline was a tough nut who had worked with my dad on many cases. Though I wasn't sure how Lonestar had found her, I had no doubt she'd give her all to Drake. The one thing about Madeline was that she worked alone. That meant she didn't want to hear from any outside detectives, namely me. In the past, she'd made it crystal clear that I was to stay away from her clients. I was certain this would be no different. But just because Madeline Summers didn't want me around didn't mean I would back down from my personal investigation. My phone rang. "Ned?" I shouted as I stabbed the talk button. "What's going on?" "The police found the missing box in Lonestar's hotel room at the Towering Heights Resort," he said. Oh, I'd assumed that was what happened. "And the gems?" "The box is still sealed. The locksmith is on his way." My shoulders dropped. This was the most exciting part of the investigation, and Madeline Summers would surely try to keep me out of the judge's chambers. I'd be lucky if my dad and Ned were allowed in, since they weren't Lonestar's attorneys. "The locksmith needs an escort into the building," Ned told me. 3 escorts, actually. There are passes at the security desk for you, Bess, and George. I was shocked. I can't believe Mrs. Summers would agree to let me anywhere near her client. How'd you do it? "Do you believe in magic?" Ned asked. His voice had a light chuckle to it. That's the question of the moment, isn't it? Even though he couldn't see me through the phone, I smiled. "Come straight to the judge's chambers," Ned said, then hung up.
The locksmith's van was already pulling into the parking lot. We ran to meet the elderly man. He was wearing a suit that was frayed with age, but he had close-cut hair and a clean-shaven face. The sign on his truck read, "Galloway Gets It Done." "You'll need a 505 wrench with a needle nose tip for this one," George told Mr. Galloway before we'd actually introduced ourselves. "Really?" He looked at her with a shocked expression. "You've seen this mystery box?" "No," George admitted. "I'm just saying that's what I'd take if I were you." "Alrighty then." He just shook his head as he grabbed that wrench plus a few others. "We're here to show you the way," I said. "Lead on," Mr. Galloway replied. Judge Nguyen's chamber was packed. In one corner there was the magician and his lawyer. In the other were my dad and Ned. Ned tipped his head to me when I entered with George, Mr. Galloway, and Bess. Judge Nguyen sat in her oversized leather chair, gazing at us all, with the mystery box on her desk. The box was made of the most beautiful polished wood I'd ever seen. Red mahogany, with thin ribbons of a lighter blonde oak. Engraved into the sides and top were ornate swirls and designs that looked as if they came from India, with interlocking loops and flares. The depth of the carvings made the wood shine and shimmer, giving the effect that the wood itself was flowing like a river. I couldn't take my eyes off those carvings. The mysterious box held me in a spell. Judge Nguyen stood and said, "This box was originally found among John Smallwood's things at the Towering Heights Resort. He has sworn all along that the box does not belong to him, and that he does not know how it came to be in his room." She looked at my dad and continued, "Because Mr. Drew and Ned Nickerson are Smallwood's legal team, I feel that it is important for them to be here at the opening. If jewels are inside, Mr. Smallwood will be immediately arrested, pending a full investigation." She looked at a notepad on the side of her desk. "I presume he is standing by at your house, Mr. Drew?" My dad nodded. I threw my dad a smile. Smallwood and Hannah were probably sitting at the table, enjoying leftover lasagna. The judge glanced at the locksmith, who was clearly ready to get to work. She reviewed pertinent facts. The box was collected at the hotel and moved to an evidence locker in the courthouse for safekeeping until it could be opened. Sometime during Mr. Lonestar's magic act on Saturday, the box disappeared from the evidence locker. It has been missing until today. Just because it reappeared in my client's hotel room does not mean that the box or its contents belong to Mr. Lonestar, Madeline Summers put in. "True," the judge said. She turned to me. "Nancy Drew, you were at the magic show the day the box disappeared. I've been told that you and your friends have some information to share." I glanced at Ned. So that was how he had gotten us in. He'd promised that I'd reveal what we'd discovered. I bit my tongue. I wasn't ready for this. I hadn't solved the mystery yet. But if I declined to comment, I'd be kicked out of the room and miss the box opening. I sighed. "Everything we've discovered points to Drake Lonestar as the gem thief," I said. "Objection!" Mrs. Summers stomped to the center of the room. "Miss Drew cannot make accusatory statements like that. She has no proof that my client is the thief." I directed my gaze at the judge and said, "I'm not saying he did it, Your Honor. I'm saying that everything is pointing to the likelihood that he took the gems." "Go on, Miss Drew," the judge told me. Drake Lonestar was in town several days before the burglary. He knew his courthouse trick would be performed here in River Heights. His personal timeline fits the timeline of the crime, and his arrival wasn't a coincidence like he'd led us all to believe. I looked back over my shoulder at Lonestar, who radiated a cool calmness. The lies keep piling up from there. His bodyguard, Hugo, told everyone that he was dating Lonestar's ex-wife, Gritty Grand. Hugo has no such relationship with Ms. Grand. Lonestar came to town with his daughters, claiming they were Gritty's nieces. Although there's no proof he has ever met John Smallwood, Lonestar moved from the Riverview Hotel to the Towering Heights Resort and was placed in the room across the hall from the suspected thief. I had one last thing to say. The break-in at the jewelry shop showed some classic hallmarks of a magic act. I explained about the video loop and the gum on the floor. Magic is about illusion. Often elements are set up in advance of the actual trick. I looked directly at Drake. Right, Mr. Lonestar?
Enough!
Madeline Summers roared. She turned to her client. Don't answer that. Drake Lonestar settled his eyes on mine. I felt a chill go up my spine as he glared at me. Judge Nguyen cleared her throat, demanding the attention of everyone in the room. It does seem, for now, that the evidence points to the magician as the gem thief, she told Officer Collins, who'd been standing near the door. Take the handcuffs off, Mr. Lonestar. He's not going anywhere. Then she pointed at her desk. Let's open this box and see where this case goes next.
Chapter 13. Unlocking the Magic. I wanted to stand next to Mr. Galloway, the locksmith, but the judge asked us all to keep back. Mr. Galloway turned the box over on the desk and raised a pair of pliers. Frowning, he rotated the box to one side, then the other.
There's no latch, he said with a confused, blank expression. No seams or obvious entry point.
Mr. Galloway raised the box and looked like he was about to shake it. "No!" Bess shrieked.
What is your objection? The judge asked Bess.
"Oh, please tell me the police never shook that box," Bess muttered as she stepped up beside the locksmith.
I don't know whether they did, the judge replied. Why?
Bess explained. The gems that are missing are very delicate rubies and emeralds. If they are inside and knocked together, it's likely they might get scratched. Or worse, her eyes went wide with horror. They might chip. The value of those stones is based on their condition.
Judge Nguyen nodded and told the locksmith, Be more careful.
Yes, ma'am, he agreed.
He continued to search for an opening to the box. We all watched closely as time ticked away. Madeline Summers was getting impatient. By the way she was tapping her toe, I could tell she was ready to grab a hammer and open the box herself. The carvings on the box continued to mesmerize me, especially as the locksmith rotated it and sunlight began to stream in through the room's window. The brightness of the light striking the wood was hypnotizing. That's when I saw it. At an intersection where the two colors of wood met, there was a hole. It was smaller than the dart marks in Drake's hotel room, and too tiny for any of the locksmith's tools, as far as I could tell. I nudged Bess. "Can I borrow an earring?" I whispered. She looked at me as if I was crazy. "This isn't really the time to play dress-up," she hissed. "Please?" I held out my hand. She gave me a small pearl on a gold post. "Keep the back," I said, pinching the pearl in my fingers. Can I have a try?" I asked Mr. Galloway.
"If it's okay with the judge," he said with a shrug. "I've never seen a box like this. Staring at it makes my head feel foggy."
"Mine too," I told him, but it also gave me some clarity.
"That's because it's a meditation mandala," Drake said. "Stop right there," his lawyer put up a hand. "Not another word." "I think it's in the interest of the court if he speaks. Go on, Mr. Lonestar," the judge prodded. "The outside carving is for meditation. The ornate design is called a mandala. This particular design is meant to open one's heart and allow for profound insight." "Are you certain this box does not belong to you?" the judge said. "You seem to know a lot about it." "The box is not mine," Drake said in a calm voice.
I see, the judge said. Then you do not know how to open it? Drake shook his head. No. Each box is uniquely created for the person who purchased it. Madeline Summers glared at him. Drake shut his mouth. May I try? I asked. You seem quite certain, Miss Drew, Judge Nguyen said. Have you seen this box before? No, I said. But after staring at the box for so long, I felt an odd spark of insight, and then I saw the keyhole. Go ahead, the judge told me. Can you open the curtain a bit more? I asked Bess. The sunlight had moved, and I wanted it to fully illuminate the carvings. I had lost the keyhole for a moment, but as the sun hit the box anew, that tiny hole became so prominent that I couldn't believe no one had seen it before. I took the end of Bess's earring and slowly pushed it into the pinhole. The box top opened along seam lines that had been previously invisible. I felt a heated rush as everybody in the room crowded around me. All eyes peered past my shoulders into the empty space within that ornate box. Nothing, Ned said with a sigh. All this for nothing. There's a false bottom, Bess said. How do you know? I asked her. There's always a false bottom, she replied, grinning at me. Don't you pay attention to your own mysteries, Nancy? I laughed. It was true. Whenever we came to a dead end, it was never really the end. I searched the interior, which was made out of the same wood as the outside, beautifully polished, but not carved. I tipped the box toward the sunlight. I don't see, I began, when George reached over my shoulder. She tucked her finger into a groove I hadn't noticed and lifted out a large piece of the wooden interior. Beneath that was, indeed, a hidden compartment. I gasped. Inside were 3 glittering red rubies. Chapter 14. Flawless. They were beautiful, the purest red I'd ever seen. I had no doubt they were real. Bess reached in to touch one, but the judge stopped her. Wait, we need a forensic specialist to take a look at that. The judge told Officer Fernandez, Officer, please bring Mr. Smallwood to the courthouse. We need to clear this up. The box was originally in John Smallwood's room. Then it disappeared, only to reappear in Drake Lonestar's room. The resolution to this crime is somewhere between these 2 men. On my way. Officer Fernandez rushed from the room. Everyone else, stay put, the judge commanded. Bess pulled me away from the others. Those stones are probably worth just enough to cover Gritty Grand's debts. This doesn't look good for Lone Star. George joined us. But what about the other gems? There's another $2.5 million worth of emeralds and rubies still missing. Bess glanced over her shoulder at Drake, who was conferring with Madeline Summers. I don't think there's any way to avoid him going to jail. Even if they never find the other stones, so much of what we've discovered points to Drake as the thief. I think that's the point, I said. It seems like a setup to me. With Drake Lonestar in jail, no one will question where the other gems are. They'll assume Drake took them, hid them, destroyed them, whatever. I sighed. Someone is planning to get away with the other stones, and knows it's likely that part of the mystery will remain unsolved. Unless you solve it, George said, putting her hand on my shoulder. My head was spinning. No matter how many times I reviewed the evidence, it all came back to Drake. What was I missing? There was one thing gnawing at me. I hadn't had time to look up Harry Houdini's famous jail escape trick that George had mentioned at her house the previous day, and I wanted to know more. I asked George to tell me about it. It was 1904, she said. Houdini was already known for his handcuff escapes, but he had added jail escapes to his show when he was on tour. Once at Scotland Yard, the chief constable asked him to do a trick on the spot, without any preparation. They locked him in a cell and triple-locked the door. Then they locked the iron gate leading to the cell block. 5 minutes later, he arrived in a public hallway. "Amazing," Bess said. "Yes," I agreed. "Are there theories of how he did it?" "No one knows for sure," George told me, "but some say he might have visited the cell block earlier. Apparently he had a kind of a wax that he could put in the locks, make a mold, then create a key to use later. The rumor is that he had a false sole on his shoe and hid the keys there." "But no one knows for sure?" I asked. "There are guesses as to how he got the keys he needed, but they always come back to the fact that he had them," George said. "Thanks." I was considering George's story when I heard a rattling sound and looked up to see Drake Lonestar staring directly at me, dangling a pair of handcuffs. Madeline Summers had a look of horror on her face. "What are you doing?" she hissed at him. "Mr. Lonestar," Judge Nguyen said sharply, "may I ask why you have a pair of handcuffs in your possession?" "A magician never leaves home without them," he replied with a chuckle. He again fixed me with his intense stare. And just like that, I was certain that Drake Lonestar was not the jewel thief. "We gotta go," I told Bess and George. "Hurry." I gave the judge some lame excuse about parking in a tow-away zone and headed for the door. Suddenly, the judge's chamber door burst open. "I came as soon as I heard." A woman quickly crossed the room and gave Drake Lonestar a huge hug. "Oh, darling, how can I help you?" Bess put a hand to her mouth and choked out, "That's pretty grand." Chapter 15. Lies Liars Tell. "Will a liar lie about his own lie?" Bess asked as we piled into my car. "And if this liar is lying, which lie is he lying about?" George asked, raising an eyebrow. "The liar who lied is not the lying liar," I said, feeling satisfied that I'd finally solved the case. It took a few phone calls to figure out where I needed to go. The twins were alone at the Riverview, and I knew who was at the courthouse. That left one person, and one place for that person to be. But time was running out. After a short drive, we pulled up to the Towering Heights Resort. I let the valet take my car. The guy's eyes brightened when he saw Bess. "Oh, good grief," George complained. "I think the magician here is Bess. She's got all of River Heights under some spell." "It's not a spell," Bess countered. "It's my natural charm." "What can I do for you ladies?" the valet asked as he helped Bess out of the back seat. His long hair was combed back, showing his deep blue eyes. I had to admit he was pretty cute. "Can you watch the car? We have to run." I grabbed Bess's arm. We'd be standing there all day if I didn't take charge. "See you later," the valet said. "Okay," Bess replied, looking back at him over her shoulder. "Yuck," George gagged. "He wasn't asking you on a date, you know." "How do you know? Maybe he was," Bess said. It wasn't hard to find Lone Star's hotel room. The gaggle of reporters on the 13th floor gave away the exact spot. I couldn't believe that the Towering Heights even had a 13th floor. I knew from years of detective work that most hotels don't have them. Through the crowd, I could see that yellow plastic police tape blocked off both Lone Star's room and the one across the hall where Smallwood had been staying. 13 is the bad luck floor, Bess said. Of course they are both being accused of theft. If they had stayed on 12 or 14, none of this would have happened. George stared at Bess as if she was nuts. What are you talking about? Bess shrugged. Just saying. Ridiculous, George countered. Superstition is contrary to science. And being a Virgo rising in the house of Aries, you'd say exactly that, Bess replied. To calm things down, I stepped between Bess and George, just like someone whose intellect is ruled by Sagittarius would. At least that's what Bess told me. We made our way down the hall and immediately discovered why Lonestar and Smallwood had stayed away from the resort. Microphones and cameras were thrust in our faces. "Nancy! Nancy Drew!" Several people were calling my name at once. There must have been 20 reporters plus their film crews gathered. "Is Drake Lonestar the gem thief?" A woman shouted at me. "I was told by my sources that it's that woman from the jewelry store. I hear you went there to accuse her." "The nieces," someone said, but a man corrected her. "You mean the daughters." "Ariana," someone furnished a name. "Ayala," another called out. "That other guy." I wasn't sure exactly who the reporter was talking about, so I asked, "Hugo?" I wrinkled my brow. "No, John Smallwood. He was caught on tape." The voices and accusations swirled around me. It seemed that the city was suddenly filled with a lot of amateur detectives, all with different suspects to accuse. "I hear it's Gritty Grand. Rumor is that she and that boyfriend singer of hers are in town in disguise." Wow, they'd found that out fast. Gritty was for sure in town. But the boyfriend? From the way she'd greeted Drake Lonestar, I wasn't convinced she had a boyfriend. "Where's Lonestar now?" When a reporter asked me that, I knew my hunch had been correct. These reporters didn't know that Drake had been arrested. Otherwise, they'd have left the hotel and headed to the courthouse. They were still hoping he'd show up here. "Nancy, who stole the jewels? Do you know?" A man at the back of the pack yelled to me. I'd had enough. Even if I had known, I wasn't going to tell the tall guy from Channel 4 before I told the judge, the police, my dad, or Ned. "Let's go," I told my friends. Knocking on the hotel suite door would have started a huge media frenzy, ruining my subtle approach, so we turned around and headed back toward the elevators. The reporters continued to shout out at me, but luckily no one followed. They weren't leaving the hallway, just in case someone more interesting than me happened by. We went back outside to the valet. "Hey, we can go get a coffee now if you want. It's almost time for my break." In a blink, he moved from behind the valet stand to Bess's side. She smiled at George with an "I told you so" grin. I checked his name tag. "Look, Sawyer, we have a problem. I need to get to the 13th floor, past the reporters and into Drake Lonestar's hotel room. Can you help?" I knew it was a lot to ask, but I was desperate. There was something in that room that would solve this case once and for all. I was sure of it. Sawyer said. "The 13th, you say?" "Yes." I explained the reporter problem. He pursed his lips and said, "Look, I know who you are, Nancy Drew. You're famous." I blushed. Not really. "I was at the magic show. Drake Lonestar is fantastic. I've always loved magic. In fact, I'm a card-carrying member of the River Heights Magic Club." I didn't even know there was a River Heights Magic Club. "We're going to prove he didn't steal the gems," I said. Bess flashed a toothy grin. "And we'd appreciate your help," she added. "I'll do it for Drake," he said, winking at Bess. Exactly 3 minutes later, we were getting off the staff elevator on the 13th floor. "I could have gotten a key," Sawyer said, "but as far as I can tell, there's no way around the reporters." "We need to bypass them," I confirmed. "We could have pulled the fire alarm," George suggested, "chased them out and cleared the hall." "Or climbed in over the balcony," Bess said. "Nah, this is safer," Sawyer told us. He opened a door marked "Employees Only." "My dad works on the maintenance crew at this hotel. I've been hanging out here since I was a kid. I know every nook and cranny by heart. When I got old enough, they let me bus tables in the cafe. Now I park cars. I'll do maintenance with my dad this summer." He grinned. "I'm working my way up." "Couldn't you get in trouble for this?" George asked, following Bess up a ladder in the maintenance closet. "I'd hate for us to get you fired." It's okay. It's an adventure," he chuckled. "I like adventures." Sawyer scooted into the crawl space below a heat duct. We climbed in behind him. He was in the lead with Bess and George in the middle, while I brought up the rear. "When I was a kid," he continued, "I used to come up here all the time. The owners of this hotel use the highest-rated titanium alloys in construction. Not only are the vents strong and light, but they are also incredibly heat-resistant," George finished. There was just enough room to crawl on our knees, but not enough to move comfortably around. Unable to turn his body, Sawyer looked back, past Bess, to George. He'd brought a flashlight and shone it in her face. "What are you, an astrophysicist?" George laughed. "Maybe someday." "Well, I'm studying to be one," Sawyer said. "The university here has a great program for students who hope to become astronauts. I can't imagine a greater adventure than visiting the stars." He twisted around and continued to lead us down the vents. When the vents split in two directions, we went left. Our leader stopped so suddenly Bess ran into him, which meant George bumped Bess and I ran into George. We were a tangled mess of arms and legs. "Shh," Sawyer said. "We're here." He spun his flashlight around and this time pointed it at me. "Where do you want to go in? We could drop into the bedroom or the living room." "Is there an opening in the bathroom?" That seemed like a safe place. We didn't have a ladder on this end, so it might be easier to step down to the sink or tub instead of risking broken bones by jumping out onto the cold floor. "One bathroom coming right up," Sawyer said as he moved slightly to the right and removed a panel from the vent. He reached out and took a tile from the ceiling before lowering himself out of the vent. I heard him land, then say, "Okay, Bess." "What on earth?" A man's deep voice, low and threatening, came from below. I heard Sawyer squeal. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The man's voice rattled the vents. Smashed up behind Bess and George, and now without the flashlight, I couldn't see anything. But I knew that voice. We'd found our jewel thief. Chapter 16. All the Answers. Sawyer's neck was firmly in Hugo's grasp. "Let him go!" I cried from the ceiling. When I'd realized what was happening below, I'd thrown myself over Bess and George, flattening them so I could slither like a snake to the front. From where I was, I could see that Sawyer was turning blue. "Please, Hugo!" I wasn't sure he could even hear me. As a bodyguard, he was trained to act first, think later. "Hugo!" I raised my voice. "I'm coming down." There was no way to turn my body around, so Bess and George each took one of my legs and lowered me to the sink counter. I grabbed the towel bar to slow my descent, but ended up ripping it off the wall as I tumbled into a heap at Hugo's feet, knocking over the trash can. Little bits of wood and used sugar packets tumbled out and littered the floor. Hugo let go of Sawyer, turning toward me with a surprised expression. Sawyer coughed and sputtered as the color came back into his face. "Are you all right?" Bess shouted from the vent. "You better not have damaged your ability to solve complex mathematic equations," George yelled. "An astronaut needs math." "What's 2 + 2?" I asked Sawyer. 4, he choked out. "He's fine," I called to Bess and George. "Come on down." "Nancy Drew?" Hugo stepped back as if seeing me for the first time. "I thought I'd caught a thief." "We need to talk." I walked out of the bathroom hoping Hugo would follow. I wanted to give Sawyer space to help my friends out of the vents, and I hoped that by leaving the room I could keep everyone safe until the police arrived. We were so in tune with one another that I knew either George or Bess would call the police. Pretending my heart wasn't beating wildly, I sat on the couch. I'd have preferred not to confront Hugo like this, but it was too late to back out. It all came down to this moment. "What are you doing here?" Hugo asked me. "I came to find you," I said. "Drake Lonestar has been arrested for the crime you committed. You stole the jewels." "What are you talking about?" Hugo's face was expressionless. "Don't pretend you don't know," I said to him. "You're the one who left the mystery box filled with $1 million worth of gems in Drake's room and then called the police. After that, you called the press." I waved my hand toward the door to the hallway. In the quiet lull, I could hear the reporters chatting with one another. The reporters came here and piled up in the hallway. They don't know about the arrest yet, and you've made sure the timing works on your schedule. You're using them as part of this massive illusion you've created." Hugo didn't deny it. He wasn't confirming it either. "I realized this was the best place for you to hide out. If you'd been at the Riverview, Ayala and Ariana would have insisted you go with them to the courthouse. You weren't about to rush to support your friend whom you'd just betrayed, so this was the most convenient spot to wait. As soon as the reporters hear the news, they'll immediately rush to the courthouse. Then you can quietly leave, completely unnoticed." "You're talking nonsense, Nancy," he said. "I don't think so. I'm confident I have this all figured out. In fact, you told me you'd committed this crime yourself," I said to Hugo. Not in those exact words, but close enough. It just took me a while to understand. "I'd never say that." Hugo sat across from me, which made me wary. He met my gaze and said, "Drake Lonestar stole the gems." "That's what you wanted us all to believe," I said. "You told me yourself that magic was all about distraction and misdirection." He nodded. "That I did. It is. So?" "I've been thinking about that ever since. Everything in this case pointed to Drake Lonestar. You set up Lonestar to appear to be the thief while you took the gems." "It's not wise to accuse someone without proof," Hugo said, starting to rise. "Tell me, Miss Drew, what is it that you think you know?" I glanced back at the bathroom. Hopefully Bess or George had called the police by now and they were on their way. With a deep breath, I pressed forward. "You pulled off a good trick, Hugo. And for a while there, I bought the illusion, just like the police and everyone else." He frowned, but didn't speak. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Bess, George, and Sawyer slip out of the bathroom and into the back of the room. "I've learned that there are several kinds of magic," I said. "Drake does illusion, so you created a robbery that obviously fit within that type. The video with the darts gave the illusion that coming to River Heights was a coincidence. It wasn't. You somehow knew that Candy Corleen stored millions of dollars of loose gems at the shop, and that the ones you stole would be easiest to take." I continued. "Using gum to clog locks so that they don't completely close is a classic illusionist move, so you left gum on the floor of the jewelry store. It's also well known that video is often used in illusion." George had told me that. "But the truth is, you used escape magic to actually open the locks and the gem cabinet. You just made it look like an illusion in order to frame Lonestar, who is a known illusionist." George and Bess moved closer to me, leaving Sawyer near the door. "And then there was the trick at the courthouse. When Drake rattled the handcuffs in the judge's chambers, he was silently telling me I was searching for a thief who was an expert at escapes." "You never meant for the box to end up in the evidence locker," I said. Bess caught on. "Oh, you kept the gems you wanted, then planted the rest in the mandala box and put it in what you thought was Drake's hotel room. You probably thought it was Drake in the shower. It was John Smallwood." Bess shook her head. "Imagine your surprise when it turned out he'd been a jewel thief and they confiscated your box. Poor John Smallwood." Bess groaned dramatically. "Serious case of wrong place, wrong time." "Can I make a guess here?" George asked. "The box belongs to Gritty Grand. Drake wasn't lying when he kept insisting it wasn't his. But you know that putting the gems there would once again point to Drake as the thief, because of his tight relationship with Gritty." She quickly put in, "A relationship that doesn't look like divorce to me." Hugo flinched. "So the box ended up in the evidence locker. You didn't want to lose the jewels, so you used Houdini-type escape magic to break in and out of the room and the courthouse." I didn't know how he got the key, but as George had said about Houdini, I was pretty sure there was one hidden on Hugo somewhere. I instinctively glanced down at the soles of his shoes, nice-looking dress shoes with a small heel. It seemed possible that the heels could have been hollowed out. It was Bess who said what I was thinking. "In many ways, you are a better magician than Drake Lonestar." "I know!" Hugo stood and paced the room. It's true. I can do escape and illusion, so why don't I have the big show? Why don't I have the cash? Why didn't I get the girl? Hugo was growing angry, and it made me nervous. More than anything, I wished the police would come rushing in just then. I also realized that I hadn't yet persuaded Hugo to actually confess, so I took a deep breath and plodded on. All those lies! Drake trusted you to be his friend. You convinced him the lies were to protect him from fans, but really they were so you could steal millions and frame him for it. Hugo's face flushed, and he pumped his fist. Listen, I met Gritty first. I was in love with her, but like everyone else, she was dazzled by Drake. He grimaced. Gritty picked Drake over me, and they married in secret to prevent a lot of celebrity buzz. When I found out, I advised them to get divorced. They believed me when I said it would be best for both of their careers. So they did officially, though for all intents and purposes they still acted and lived as a married couple. Drake got everything. The fame, the magic act, the girl. He sighed. And I ended up with nothing. So I'm going to do whatever it takes to prove to Gritty that I've always been the right man for her, including getting her all the money she needs. He grunted. Way more than Drake could ever give her. Hugo, we need to know where the other gems are. I glanced at Sawyer, who was creeping toward the hotel room door. I really hoped he wouldn't just leave us here like this. I wasn't sure I could hold Hugo much longer. Do you have them with you now? I asked. As a matter of fact, I do. Hugo suddenly seemed fully relaxed. He smiled, sat back down, and crossed his legs. The posture made me again look at his shoes. I wondered. He grinned. He winked, and then a puff of thick white smoke filled the room, and a moment later, I was facing an empty chair. Hugo was gone. Chapter 17. A Magician's Secrets. The next afternoon, I was lying on George's bed, waiting for her to show me the big project she'd been working on all day. I tried to peek at the screen, but she blocked me, turning the computer slightly. Not yet, Nancy. You'll ruin the illusion. Just like Sawyer ruined Hugo's? I asked with a satisfied smile. As it turned out, Magician Sawyer saw things in Drake Lonestar's hotel room that I'd missed. When I'd knocked over the bathroom trash can, I hadn't understood the meaning of the items that spilled out. The bits of wood I'd seen were matchsticks with the heads cut off, and the sugar packets, well, those weren't used for coffee. Both were among the ingredients commonly used to make a magician's smoke bomb. Sawyer's experience in the River Heights Magic Club told him exactly what Hugo was up to, and he prepared for it. The only possible exits out of that room were the hole in the bathroom ceiling, the balcony, and the front door. Sawyer had replaced the ceiling tiles when they left the bathroom. The balcony was a harrowing 13 floors up. That left the door as the only viable escape, so Sawyer decided to position himself there. I'd seen him scooting that way, but hadn't even thought to wonder why. When the smoke bomb went off, he blocked the door to keep Hugo from leaving. Of course, he wasn't really a match for beefy Hugo, but the swarms of reporters in the hallway had closed in on him. The police arrived just in time. I was right about my friends calling them, and found the gemstones were hidden in Hugo's shoes. Did you finish the video yet, George? Bess asked as she walked into the room. She was carrying a stack of magazines. Almost, George said. She looked up from her computer. What's with the mags? Bess groaned. Reporters can be so gullible. She waved the pile around in the air. Every single one of these reported that Gritty Grand had a relationship with Hal Thomas, without even questioning it. She sat down next to me. Hal's not totally innocent. The publicity was good for him, too, I said. The controversy of dating a much older woman gets people talking. He still uses too much hair gel, if you ask me. George laughed as her fingers flew over the keys. Nearly done, she murmured. So I think I figured out how Hugo got the keys to the jewelry store, I told my friends.
Really?
George asked. Remember when we saw him at the Riverview? He was carrying a coffee cup from the River Run coffee shop. When they both nodded, I went on. And Candy said she went there on her regular work breaks. 10, noon, and 3, Bess recalled. She was predictable. And he was a magician. I bet he pickpocketed her while she stood in line and made wax molds of her keys like Houdini. But she said she'd never seen him when we showed her his picture, George said. All that means is that she didn't notice him, I answered. Hugo was a savvy magician. He was a master at going undetected. I'm done, George suddenly announced. Come see. We all gathered around the computer. George was about to push the play button when Ned arrived.
Hello, ladies. What's going on?
I'm showing Nancy and Bess a magic trick, George explained. And I think I figured out the secret to Drake's disappearing courthouse show. All I'll say is that I believe it involves clever use of video.
Oh, I want to see.
Ned moved in closer to the small screen. On the screen was an image of River Heights High School. The music George had chosen was the school band. Suddenly, the music stopped, and the screen went black. Now you see it? George said. Now you don't. The screen came back, and now, where the high school stood was an amusement park. There was a Ferris wheel where the cafeteria used to be, and a carousel in the open area where the gym stood. Okay, so the magic needs some work, George said, but I think I'm onto something. I just need to figure out how to make it a little less obvious. Keep working on it, I said. At this point, I was fine with not completely understanding how the courthouse had disappeared. Ned chuckled. I'm glad you're here, I said, turning to him. I thought he'd be busy all day finishing reports for my dad, and then escorting Smallwood to the airport.
It turns out that Smallwood is going to hang around for a few more days to get to know Candy better, he said, raising his eyebrows. So I got the rest of the afternoon off. Turns out I could go to my cousin's 5th birthday party tonight after all. He grinned. Cake, balloon animals, face painting. Want to come?
How can I say no? I said with a big laugh as I grabbed my purse and followed Ned out the door. There was a magician at the party. Not just any magician, but Sawyer. Turns out that this was the stupendous Sawyer's first professional gig. Standing in front of a group of captivated kids, Sawyer performed card tricks and pulled a bunny out of a hat. For his grand finale, he asked for an assistant and chose me out of the crowd. I boldly climbed into a long box and let my newest friend saw me in half. The kids cheered when Sawyer said, "Abracadabra," and I stepped out of the box whole again.
So Nancy Drew, how's it all done?
Ned asked me as we sat back in a corner of the yard, eating the most delicious lemon cake I'd ever tasted. Tell me the secret. I laughed, then shrugged. Who knows? Magic is a mystery that doesn't need solving. Dear Diary, I guess Hugo was a better magician than anyone could have seen, even Lonestar. I can't help feeling bad that Lonestar's most trusted advisor ended up betraying him. It can't be easy to be a celebrity in the spotlight like that. There's one thing I know for sure, though. True blue friends like Bess and George are even more precious than the flawless jewels Hugo tried to steal. We hope you've enjoyed The Magician's Secret, an Oasis audio production, directed by Dirk Gowans. Text copyright 2015 by Simon & Schuster, Inc. Production copyright 2016 by Oasis Audio, under arrangement with Aladdin, an imprint of Simon & Schuster Children's Publishing Division. Oasis audio titles are available wherever audiobooks are sold, and on our website, oasisaudio.com.